peace. Hearts revealed and sundered. Now, when two human hearts are throbbing under the mysterious influence of the spell called love, be it noted that the universe pauses in its majestic routine to take a part. Our good Mother Nature lends a more benevolent smile. The breeze touches with softer caress and gentler whispering. The trees and herbage are greener. The flowers yield a sweeter fragrance and wear an added loveliness. The sun himself shines with brighter effulgence and more generous warmth. At his setting, paints the heavens and gray old earth in hues of unwanted brilliancy, and gives way to twilights more tender than twilights seen at other times. And the moon, what splendor in her radiance then, and in the stars. The world, the non-human part of it, for our fellow men are often less benignant and sometimes roughen love's pathway most lamentably. The world takes on new charms and promises things untold, conspiring with the insistent young archer and with 1,000 circumstances to lure the lovers on to their silently coveted happiness. Let all mankind unite in a commanding nay, yet the two hear a still voice in more urgent yea, yea, and read approval in nature's kindly face. Be their resistance never so strong in the beginning, it must surely be overcome by a fatal languor at a fatal moment, and the archer triumphs. Often, when Cristóbal sat beside her in the hemicycle in meditative silence, Rava would take up Maitalka's Tinya and sing to its accompaniment. The melodies were simple, soft, and plaintive, and she sang with the sympathy and sweetness of her nature, her voice quivering from the fullness of her heart. The music was the one thing needful to complete the agony of Cristóbal's self-denial. He heard her at first with wonder, then with unaffected ravishment. Tinya equals a stringed instrument, something like the guitar. One moonlight evening, alas, a moonlight evening, Rava had been telling him the great Peruvian classic, Apu Ollanta. Ollanta, the hero of the drama, born in obscurity, had risen by bravery and soldierly skill to the command of the armies of the Inca Pachacutec Yupanqui, and was his most trusted and beloved lieutenant. In an unfortunate hour he had loved and gained the love of Cusicoilur, the Inca's daughter. The attachment, forbidden by the laws of Tavantinsuyu because of Ollanta's ignoble birth, was punishable with death. It was the story which has furnished a theme for poets through the ages. They loved in secret, and when at length concealment became no longer possible, Ollanta braved the laws and the Inca's wrath, and demanded Cusicoilur in marriage. He was denied and banished from Cusco, and when a child was born to the unhappy princess, she was cast into prison. Ollanta hurried to his army in one of the provinces, raised his soldiers in rebellion, and led them to rescue his love. The war raged through 10 long years, and after the death of Pachacutec Yupanqui, was carried on by his son. At last, Ollanta, vanquished and a captive, was taken in chains to Cusco, but the young Inca, more generous than his father and moved by the rebels' constancy, pardoned him and led him to the dungeon of the princess. Years of confinement and sorrow had aged her prematurely, but Ollanta saw only the long-lost adored one of his youth and their child, and, well, they were married and restored to happiness and honor. The story was long, and Rava told it with the simple candor of innocence, repeating with feeling and expression quite without consciousness of self those passages whose beauty most appealed to her, from time to time taking up her instrument for the songs in the play. She finished and sat with hands clasped, looking out upon the moonlit lake, preoccupied and musing, apparently expecting no comment from Cristóbal. He had listened with rapt attention, leaning forward with cheek upon his hand, less mindful of the story itself than of her low voice and the emotion on her sensitive features. He sat contemplating the calm beauty of the dark eyes until, conscious of his gaze, she turned toward him. He roused from his reverie. "It is a beautiful story, Nuestra Rava," he said, gently drawing the Tinya from her lap. There was a shadow of doubt in her look as she replied, "Didst find it so, Cristóbal? It telleth little of war." "Little of war, to be sure," he answered, failing to notice her tone, "but perhaps the better for that. I have heard its like before," he went on, fingering the strings. "Yes?" she asked with slight surprise. "Yes, Nuestra Rava. Why not?" responded Cristoval, in turn surprised at the slight incredulity in her voice. Stories of hopeless love and happy endings? Why not, my dear? But do you have love stories in Castile? I thought, what didst think? We have love stories and love songs a-many. Thou hast never told me one, she said with a shade of reproach. Nor have I ever heard thee sing except of soldiers and horrid battles. Why, mayhap 'tis true, said Cristoval reflectively. But I know more of such than of the other, though once— He paused, then added with more of suppressed emphasis and resolution than seemed to be required, I will sing thee one now, Nusta Rava. He was familiar with the guitar, and the tinja was therefore not so strange that he could not, without difficulty, find the chords. He had, moreover, taken it up when Rava was not by, and so made its acquaintance, so that after retuning he picked out a fair accompaniment and began. His song was one of those sweet Spanish airs which breathe passion in every line, and he sang with true feeling, with the richness of voice native to his race. Rava listened to a song utterly strange and in an unknown tongue. But music, said to be the universal language, surely is the universal language of love, and her heart beat in response to every measure. Had she been indifferent to the singer, she could not have been unmoved, but her unspoken longing made her doubly vibrant to his emotion, and the close left her pale and strangely quiet. Cristoval laid aside the tinja. The moon was shining full in Rava's face as she leaned back, and he glanced into eyes from which the deep melancholy had gone. They were no longer doubtful, but swimming with happiness that struggled with timidity. The song was a revelation. It had solved the riddle of this good, brave Viracocha, and had shown him a man. He was no longer the demigod, reserved with breast invulnerable, but of flesh and blood. She did not need to know the meaning of his words. Every inflection had said more than words. Her own voice was tremulous and almost inaudible. It was a love song, Cristoval? A love song, he replied, looking away. Then the Viracocas can love? She faltered after a pause. Cristoval turned quickly. Can love, child, he exclaimed. Why, what dost think us? Men without souls. But I mean love, Cristoval, she said with timid earnestness. The love that is not cruel and merciless and savage, like that of the Viracocas at Caxamalca, nor yet— She hesitated and dropped her eyes. Nor yet? Asked Cristoval, bending forward. She looked at him again waveringly. Nor yet, he persisted. What would say? Her eyes fell once more. Nor yet, she murmured. The love that is all unselfishness, like that of a father for his child. Oh, Cristoval, I know not what I would say, but there was in the song what I thought the Viracocas could not feel. He replied impetuously, Thou hast thought that? Thou hast dreamed we could not love? Shall I tell thee how we can love? We can worship Nusta Rava, and yet hopeless be silent until death were happiness. She regarded him in wonder. Hopeless, Cristoval? She asked in a voice so low that he barely heard it, and the question threw him off his guard. He answered it quickly and desperately, and in giving voice to the torture of his soul for weeks, forgot to be impersonal. Hopeless, he repeated, turning away again. How else, what art thou? A princess? And I? He stopped. When he looked again, his eyes met that in hers which a lover should be willing to give his life to see. Darkened by the moonlight, they regarded him with strange, intent abstraction, serious, gentle, and ineffably fond. This time, Cristoval did not turn away. He must have been more than human, or less, to have turned away. For an instant, as a drowning man reviews a lifetime, he had 100 thoughts of deprecation, each a stab. He spurned them. The dross of common things faded into due perspective. The world's cares and dangers grew shadowy. His hands sought hers. As they yielded, the deep eyes deepened, and her lips parted with a sigh, almost a sob. The tinja had slipped to the ground at their feet. Rava unclasped her hands from his neck and drew back her head to look into his eyes. Ah, Cristoval, then thou canst love. Truly, thou canst love and dost love me? Cristoval kissed the upturned lips and eyes and brow. God knoweth I love thee, Rava, and have loved thee long. I had not purposed to tell thee. "That would have been wrong and cruel," said Rava. "Why wouldst thou not have told me?" "I thought we must part, my own, and would have spared thee an aching heart." "Thou wouldst have denied me the only solace for a broken heart," she sighed, clinging more closely. "But now we shall never part, Cristoval. Never, never with the help of heaven," he whispered. But at length, the leave-taking for the night, a score of leave-takings before the last wafted kiss from her doorway, and the beloved form vanished in its shadow. Then Cristoval alone sought to realize his happiness. In his room he raised his sword and kissed its hilt, the soldier's cross, where happiness complete, evil hath no harbinger more sure. Their glimpse of it was fleeting as always. Even while they dreamed it would endure, the blow was falling. One day, a second, and a third, days with hours like minutes, speeding on so quickly to the evening so quickly into night, that the lovers seemed hardly met before it was time to part again and lie in fevered longing for the dawn, each with 1,000 thoughts untold. Ah, time, capricious, perverse, and always cruel, swift as light when the moments are of joy, grudging and niggardly in their measure when mortals would have them long, but unsparing, lavish, prodigal, when thou meetest hours of sorrow, again a moonlit evening. They had said good night and parted. Hours had passed. Cristoval was sitting beside his lamp, whose waning light drew his thoughts back to earth. Even while he contemplated its struggles, it sputtered and died, leaving the room in darkness. He sighed, loath to lay aside his reverie, and stepped to the window. The moon was nearly at the full, and he leaned against the casement, looking across the placid lake to the silvered peaks beyond. He stood long, enjoying the fresh beauty of the night, his eyes among the shadows of the garden where he had crowned his life. While he mused, a cloud drifted across the moon, leaving the garden a moment in obscurity. When it passed and the light returned, he was startled out of his dreaming. The details of shade and illumination had come back, but now there was something more. Near the edge of the shrubbery, 100 yards below, was a formless shadow not there before. Cristoval leaned forward, studying intently a curious blot on the sward, suggestive of some lurking beast, yet different. It moved ever so slightly, and the confused outline became suddenly clear. There was the head of a warrior, stretched alertly forward, and wearing the high, conical helm of a canare. There was the line of his crouched back. One hand and a knee were on the ground. Now there was a sparkle just above, a javelin head, and at the same instant an arm was raised in signal. At once other shadows appeared here and there, and they slunk, half-running, toward the villa. Cristoval watched no longer. In a second he was groping for his armor. His hands were shaking, but soon corselet was on, and helmet, no time for more. Now, sword and buckler. He threw the empty scabbard on the couch as he rushed to the door. In the anteroom slept Marcumi. "Marcumi! Marcumi!" Cristoval whispered, shaking him. "Yes, Viracocha," said the youth sleepily. "Up, Marcumi, make no sound. Quick, thy weapons, and follow." Marcumi needed no second word. Electrified by the cavalier's voice, he was on his feet at a bound. Cristoval had not reached the door leading into the court, which he must cross to gain Rava's apartment, before the boy was beside him, grunting as he slipped the loop of the bowstring into its notch. Cristoval halted, listening. Without were movement and suppressed voices. As he put hand to the bar to open, the fastenings creaked with the weight of someone trying. Across the court came the crash of blows upon another door. Marcumi gasped, "What is it, Viracocha?" "Devilry," answered Cristoval. "The house is surrounded. Canarisa, I think." The words were not uttered before the room reverberated with a rain of strokes upon the panels before them. "Set an arrow," said Cristoval in Marcumi's ear. "Stand clear of the door when I throw it open. Do not follow. Keep in the darkness and shoot low." Marcumi hurriedly set his arrow, grateful that the darkness hid his shaking legs. The cavalier released the bar and sprang back. The door flew wide, letting in a sudden flare of torches, and two half-naked forms plunged in headlong. The first ran full upon Cristoval's point. The second was shot through by Marcumi. With a shout, a throng filled the doorway. A javelin whizzed past Cristoval's ear, another, and another. Marcumi's bow twanged, a canare fell, and the cavalier dashed forward, his buckler ringing with the quick thrusts of spears, his sword playing swift and deadly. A gasp or moan followed every lunge at the unarmored bodies. Shielding his head, he pressed close upon the group, cut through, and was in the open. A pause of half a second, and he found himself the center of a confused surging of warriors, their limbs and dark, ferocious faces illumined by the dancing light of torches. The court seemed full, resounding with the uproar from savage throats. Now a fiercer yell, and they closed. So dense the mass, none dared hurl his javelin, but they pressed from all sides, and for an instant Cristoval staggered under the impact of their weapons upon his shield and mail. As they rushed shriek upon shriek, half smothered by the walls of the opposite wing of the villa, cut to his heart with a sudden deadly chill. Rava! The chill was followed by a flame more quick, and Cristoval became a demon. He charged into the thickest, thrusting from beneath his upraised buckler, the thin, glimmering steel finding flesh at every stroke. It flashed low, reaching its mark under lifted arms, a dull ray of light, with the velocity of light itself, a chameleon's tongue, its gleam barely seen for its fatal quickness. For a moment he seemed to struggle hopelessly. Hedged about, he labored heavily, impeded by mere weight of numbers, lacerated from elbow to shoulder by their spears, the grip of his weapons slippery with his own blood. Hands clutched to wrench his buckler from his grasp. Once it was swept aside, and he looked into the eyes of a canare in the headgear of a chieftain, saw the glitter of a falling axe. It fell, glanced from his helmet, and struck with stunning force upon his shoulder, by the grace of heaven, not upon his right. The chief went down, his naked body run through, and the circle widened. A javelin glanced from the shield and impaled a canare beyond. Another, thrown with terrific force, shivered against his breastplate. But for his mail, the cavalier would not have lived through a dozen paces. He was breathing in gasps, his arms stiffening with its wounds. Warriors whirled around him, yielding here before the lightning blade, closing there and forcing him to fight to the rear. From the doorway, Marcumi had sped his last arrow and fled. Every shaft had carried death. Cristoval fought, not with hope, not in despair, but in madness to reach and save his love, in a frenzy to kill, while a man lived to interpose. All at once he became conscious of a growing light. The villa was afire. A torch had been set to the roof of the main building, and the thatch blazed high, a column of rosy smoke curling toward the quiet stars. Half across the court his eye caught the gleam of a morion. A Spaniard dashed from a door, followed by two others bearing a senseless form. For the first time Cristoval gave voice, and his roar overtopped the din. The first Spaniard stopped, glanced toward the struggle, then rushed forward with a shout, followed by one of the others, leaving their burden to the third. "Straight to thy doom, Juan Lopez." He sprang through the mob, sweeping the canaries from his path and whirling aloft his halberd. Cristoval rushed upon him. The axe fell, was caught upon the buckler, and Cristoval drove his sword into the Spaniard's throat, jerked it out, and while the other tottered, drove it home again with all the force lent his arm by hate. It was the end. While he strove to disengage his blade, the canaries swept upon him. He was down. On his knees he still fought, creeping a few inches toward his beloved, then sank beneath a war club whose force even his helmet could not ward. While his brain reeled, he heard the yell of triumph, growing distant to his ears, and the world ceased to be. A score of hands clutched to tear him to pieces, struck back by the second halberdier. "Off, dogs! He is mine! Hola, Duero! We have him! 1,000 Castellanos!" He stopped. A canare reeled against him in a spasm of coughing, tugging at the shaft of an arrow in his chest. In another moment, the Spaniard had been forced away from Cristoval by a rush of the tribesmen, and arrows and javelins whistled about him from the darkness outside the court. He heard Duero calling and swearing, a fierce yell from the gloom surrounding the villa, and a storm of missiles swept the court, whose tumult became a pandemonium. Chilcala had been roused, one of the household had given alarm, and the flames brought the villagers on wings. The conflagration wrought its own punishment, every canare in the court revealed by the mounting flames, the garden in blackness. A merciless hail assailed the ravagers from the obscurity, and they were seized with panic, a mere tossing herd, stampeded by a foe unseen. dropping by twos and threes beneath the deadly rain. Yells, the crackling flames, and the shouts of the invisible assailants made the garden a horror. The halberdier fought his way to Duero's side, and they stood in consternation. The still unconscious Rava had been drawn into the doorway. With a motion to his companion, Duero picked her up, and they groped through the smoke-filled building into the shrubbery in front and were away. Clear of the garden, they made a detour to pass the village, halting once to bind and gag the Nusta as they hurried toward the gorge. A mile beyond the town, they joined a small party of Spaniards and Canaries in concealment beside the road. Duero replied to their questions with a comprehensive curse. "Move, blockheads!" he roared. "Fetch the litter! Before you finish gawping, they will be upon us. Hell is uncovered, do you hear? Fetch the litter!" A hamaka was brought, Rava thrust into it, and the curtains drawn. 2 Canaries took it up, and the party hurried away. At the entrance of the gorge, they crossed the stream by a bridge of twisted osiers. On the farther side, they hacked with their halberds until the structure hung, a wreck, from its opposite anchorage. It would cut off the retreat of their allies, but would delay pursuit, for the torrent was unfordable. Their route was down the gorge. Toward morning, they crossed and destroyed another bridge, then proceeded in security. The conflict raged about the villa until the Canaries retreated to the mountains, leaving their wounded and dead. The villagers turned to the flames, tore away the thatch, and saved the wings of the house, but of the main portion only blackened walls remained. Until Maitalka was found, imprisoned with her maids in a room remote from the flames, the capture of Rava was unknown, and Duero's party had gained several miles the start. Pursuit, delayed at the first bridge, was balked completely at the second, and forced into a circuitous mountain path before it could come again upon the raiders' trail. The flight was toward Sausa, but by the third day the pursuers found themselves impeded by prowling Canaris. Forced again to the mountain trails, the chase was hopeless. Marcumi found Cristoval, and with assistance bore him, almost lifeless, to Hualampo's villa. For the second time he was hovering upon the brink, and for days the aged healer summoned by the curaca answered the villagers with a dubious shake of his head. "The Senora descends upon Pedro." We go forward to find ourselves at Sausa, a week subsequent to the catastrophe at Chilcala, months after Pizarro's march to Cusco. The town lies on the river Chausa, a branch of the great Apurimac, in one of the many fertile valleys or bolsons that break the arid desolation of the Sierra. Pizarro had found it well defended by the immense fortress on the steeps of an adjacent mountain. He left it with a small garrison, as has appeared. With this remained the sick and incapacitated, and most of the non-combatants. Among these were Pedro, who, since the escape of Peralta, was no longer persona grata, and felt more secure away from the commander. Jose remained invalided by an attack of the fever. Father Tendila, as missionary to the natives, and Rogelio the Vidor, who tarried for reasons best known to himself. Rogelio, however, pleaded an indisposition which, as a civil officer of the crown and a man with a family, he could not conscientiously neglect, and from his couch in his quarters within the fortress, bade farewell in a voice of feebleness and suffering. When assured that the last company had marched, he rolled out of bed and dressed in time to watch the command from the rampart as it trailed down to the town below. He shook a fist at the distant figure he knew to be Mendoza's, rubbed his hands, snuffled, and emitted a chuckle of mingled glee, triumph, and malice. An hour afterward he was haggling with Duero and Mani Mani, a sub-chief of the Canaries. For several days the garrison remained within the fortress. A fortnight later word came that Prince Manco had met Pizarro peaceably at Sacsayhuamán and had presented his claim to the throne. His right had been formally recognized, and the prince was proceeding with the Spaniards to Cuzco, where the coronation would take place straightway. Accompanying the news was his command that all hostility should cease, and soon natives and garrison were on friendly terms. Those Spaniards privileged to do so took quarters in the town, and among them was Pedro. Pedro established his cantina near the square. One afternoon he was leaning idly beside his door, watching the passers-by, with an occasional glance down the thoroughfare toward the north. A chasqui had announced the day before that a small company of Viracochas was approaching, newly arrived from Panama on the way to join Pizarro. The cantina was prepared, and a roast of llama on Pedrillo's spit divided the attention which the proprietor paid to the street. The latter was interesting, for the day was a festival of some sort, and the town was full of the country people, gaily clad, and notwithstanding recent calamities, in full holiday spirits. As Pedro stood, he noted that the crowd was growing. By and by he observed that his establishment was drawing a deal of persistent attention. No one had stopped in front of it, but a number had passed and repassed, and one Indio, conspicuous for his dignity of bearing, had already grown familiar. He was a tall old man, wrapped in a long colored poncho of unusual elegance, its heavy folds falling to his knees and decorated with a profusion of conventionalized forms of birds and beasts. The object of particular interest to Pedro, however, was his suite. Following close as he stalked past for the 6th or 7th time was his wife, and in her train a numerous family ranging in age from 5 to 18 years or thereabout, the eldest a maiden of comely face and figure, who glanced at the cook with shy but unmistakable curiosity. The old man seemed never to see him, apparently disdaining show of interest, but his family were less scrupulous, and favored him with stares undisguised. This group was but one of many, but it was notable to Pedro by the presence of the shy though curious 18-year-old of the comeliness mentioned. Pedro was not unsusceptible. Having once or twice caught her eyes, he straightway experienced a responding interest. "Ho," thought he, "how now? Have thy charms survived thy years, Pedro, my boy? Are there yet lines of grace in thy portliness? That was a wistful, surreptitious, yearning contemplation, or there's some mistake. It swept thy traits and fair proportions most lingeringly. Ha! She cometh again. Stew me if she cometh not again. Hold, guard thine eyes, admired cook. Bank their fires lest they startle with too much ardor. I'll look at the sky till she is near. Ah, fair sky. Ample, roomy, easy-fitting vault of blue, large, capacious dome with space enough for stars to knock about in and space to spare. But she is here. Now look, oh hot kettles, Pedro, how comfortable thou art. Was there not warmth in that stolen glance? Oh, my patron saint. But who is she, and where abideth? That patrolling image in her lead must be her papa. I'll inquire. With his jovial countenance glowing pleasantly, he cast about for a possible source of information, and his eyes lighted upon a youth across the street who was surveying him with unmitigated wonder, his eyes and mouth equally broad open. Pedro motioned him, and the boy started hesitatingly across the street. At once the interest of the crowd was fixed, and they formed a respectful circle, across which the lad advanced with evident trepidation. Pedro had acquaintance with the Quichua, and hailed him cordially. "May the day bring thee good fortune, and the night better, my lad. Come hither. There is something I would ask. This seemeth a gala day, is it not?" "The feast of the full moon, Viracocha," replied the boy respectfully. "The feast of the full moon. Good. Dost live in Sausa?" "No, Viracocha. I am here but for the day. I live yonder up the valley," indicating the direction by turning and pursing out his lips, a gesture habitual with the Peruvians and surviving to this day. "Yonder up the valley," said Pedro, imitating his grimace. Thou art a good boy, I take it from thy face. Sleepest at home and early." "Why, where else, Viracocha?" asked the other innocently. "Ah, where else to be sure? But in my country o' nights the boys oft go chasing nightingales, a bird which I have not yet seen in Tavantinsuyu. 'Tis quite as well. But what I would ask is this. The folks seem curious. Now what draweth their attention hereabout? What held thy lower jaw away from its fellow a moment since?" "Viracocha?" asked the boy, puzzled. "I observed thee looking this way. What is the interest which hath brought this crowd?" "Oh," exclaimed the youth, enlightened. "Why, you are one of the Viracochas, your pardon." "No offense," answered Pedro. "A mere chance which hath befallen others of my race. Is that all?" The boy hesitated. "No, not all. The bare bone of your leg, Viracocha." "Oh ho!" shouted Pedro. "The bare bone of my leg, God bless my soul, the bare bone of my leg for a surety. Why, stew me. Now it is a sight, is it not, to see a man with a part of his skeleton sticking out into the glare of day? But lad, what if I were to show thee my ribs? Nay, he added as the boy drew back aghast. I'll not do it in the presence of ladies, never fear. Ha! The bare bone of, but is that all? He lowered his voice. Yonder damsel, for instance, just now passing, do not look too quickly. Hath she been drawn by my leg, think'st thou? The boy looked round cautiously at the girl lingering at the edge of the circle. I cannot say for her, he said, but if the Viracocha wisheth, I will ask her, and full of accommodation, he started in her direction. Stay! Cried Pedro, seizing him. Santa Maria, no, let it pass. I'll endure the doubt. The bare bone of my leg, saith he. Oh, pots and skillets. Pedro exhibited some symptoms of a coming laugh, but the attack did not develop, and he went on. A marvel, in truth. But if it hath merited so much attention, I'll show it worthy of more. Steadying himself upon the boy's shoulder, Pedro unscrewed his peg from its socket, and, as an exclamation of amazement and dismay arose from the crowd, tossed it high in the air, caught it, and set it whirling in his nimble fingers. The circle spread abruptly. The old Indio forgot his dignity, and watched in stupefaction while the cook juggled his member with the skill of a mountebank. Transforming it into a weapon, he attacked a fancied enemy, hopping about, striking and guarding, until the foe was laid low by one last fell stroke. From the role of a weapon it passed to that of a flute, and as Pedro's fingers ran over imaginary keys, he whistled a Spanish air, then one of their own, to their infinite wonder and delight. He finished with a bow to the old Indio and tendered the peg for inspection. It was taken gingerly and the ice was broken. The old man examined it with profound solemnity, while his daughter looked upon the gracious cook with a round-eyed fascination most grateful to his complacent soul. It ended with an invitation into the cantina, and, having screwed his peg back into place, Pedro ushered in the entire family and served a luncheon, at the end of which he was asked to their huasi, 6 miles out beyond the fortress. The Indio, Municancha, was a master mason engaged upon the uncompleted fortifications. Thus the cook opened an acquaintance which he afterward found of value. Pedro bade his guests farewell, bestowing a significant squeeze upon the hand of the daughter Coriampa, and was pleasantly reviewing the circumstance when a shout from his boy at the door hurried him to the street. His expected countrymen were approaching. A distant flutter of pennons and the gleam of steel showed above the heads of the crowd, and soon Pedro was cheering lustily as the company passed. In the lead rode Sotelo, the commander of the company, with Saavedra, commandant of the fortress, his travel-stained accoutrements contrasting with the latter's burnished armor. Following, and escorted by Father Tendilla, were 6 priests and friars, a few on mules and jaded horses, but most of them on foot. As they passed, Pedro suddenly ceased his greetings. "Aha, thou back, Fray Mauricio," he muttered. "Hast renewed thy courage and venom, my small liver-colored brother? I'd exchange thee for the devil himself, my friend, and so would Jose had he his choice. Would thou wert back in Spain or farther? I'll warn the armorer, be sure of it. And now the cavaliers, 2, 4, 6, 8, not bad. But, father of famine, what a hungry lot. Hola, he shouted. What fare on the way, compadres? Saddle leather and surcingles, I'll be bound. Cheer up, there's better beyond. Come, smile thou, my empty caballero in the rear. In a week thy waistband will renew acquaintance with thy pansier. There's that in Peru to fill it, and some to be left over for the infantry. Oh ho, here they are, our honest lads of the foot. 20 in all, and that is to say 20 larcenies the more for each day of the calendar. Bien. Were there no thieves, we'd have no love for honest men. What cheer, pikemen? Did ye ever see a cold-boiled ham? Ah, see them drool. They're blessed with powers of memory, 'tis sure. What, ho, a civilian? A leech, amigo? No, a barber, next of kin. Gracias a Dios, a barber. Fall out, my friend, thy journey endeth here. A weary individual in civil garb, his legs bare to the knees but for the fringe of rags that fell below them, turned out of the column. Nombre de Dios! Is this an inn? He asked in astonishment, peering through the open door and sniffing the fragrance. An inn, and no less. An inn and no more, replied Pedro. Enter. Thou art as welcome to it as the smell of it seemeth to be to thee. The stranger shook his head. I have no money, senor. The fiend! ejaculated Pedro. But thou hast an appetite, or thy looks belie thee. Enter and call for what there is. Thy credit is good. Are there any others? Civilians? My gratitude, senor, said the other with feeling. Yes, there are 4 in the rear of the baggage and 3 women with the rear guard. 3 women, repeated Pedro. Native women, thou wouldst say. Of our own race, senor. What? Exclaimed Pedro in amazement. 3 Spanish women? Santo Sacramento, sayest thou so? What do they in this land of Paynimry? Oh, these modern women. 2 are wives of cavaliers, the 3rd is alone. And senor, he spoke earnestly, beware of this 3rd. Ho, responded Pedro with a shrug. I have all my feathers, amigo. Nay, but senor, he was interrupted by the jubilant bray of a pack mule which had divined the end of the march. When he would have continued, Pedro was badgering a muleteer. The stranger entered the cantina, and fate rode down upon the unsuspecting Pedro. The rear guard approached. Sure enough, there were 3 senoras, 2 heavily veiled riding mules. Pedro was bowing profoundly. Welcome, senoras. Welcome to the land of gold. 'Tis a heaven's blessing to look once more upon your kind. They inclined their heads graciously, and Pedro raised his eyes to the 3rd, some paces in the rear. As he bowed again, he was conscious of a buxom figure, strangely bedight in a rusty corselet, and a man's sombrero which showed marks of the hard journey, its limp rim hanging tow about a face which he saw only partly. She was astride, he noted, with a huge battle-axe at her saddle-bow, and a ponderous spur on a foot of goodly size. The lady glanced at him, gasped, reined up with vigor, and shouted in a voice of joyful surprise, "Pedro!" Pedro straightened with a jerk and staggered against the wall. "Pedro!" she shouted again. She urged her steed across the street with a series of jabs of her spurs and tumbled out of the saddle, a confusion of petticoats, arms, legs, and a flapping sombrero. Dropping the reins, she charged the cook, who stood transfixed to the wall, powerless. "Pedro, as I live!" she cried, seizing his hands. "Oh, Pedro, thou graceless, fat, one-legged darling of a cook! I was never more joyed in my life!" Pedro struggled in her grasp, speechless, his face reddening violently as she held him at arm's length, surveying him with pleasure. "And 'tis thou," she exclaimed. "Hold, whilst I look at thee. Stop squirming, thou lubber. Yes, I'd know thee in a brigade, even did I not see thy peg. But why dost not greet me, Pedro? Greet me, sinner. Dost think I've journeyed 1,000 leagues over sea and mountain to be received like a cold omelet? Fie, Pedro." He gained his voice with an effort. "Why, my greetings, Senora Bolio," he panted. "What the devil, I'm glad to see thee well. But release my hands, prithee. We're in the street, woman. Thou'lt stir a scandal." "A scandal?" returned the senora scornfully. "Soapsuds! A scandal, forsooth! What care I for these pagans? I'm glad to see thee." Of course," gasped Pedro. "But look to thy mule. He's wandering away, reins down. Let me go. I'll catch him." "Let him wander, Pedro, and may the fiend ride him with hot spurs. He hath jolted the life out of me these many days, but art not surprised to see me. Say." "Name of a martyr." "Yes," said Pedro desperately. "But loose my hands, I tell thee. We're observed." "Oh, Pedro, thou art so coy, thou dear old cherub," and she laughed joyfully. "Oh, coy," groaned Pedro. "Thunder and Mars! Dost not see the town watching us? And look at the rear guard." The troopers had halted and were observing the little drama with interest. "Brava, senora," called one encouragingly. "His timidity is that of inexperience. Persist, and he'll succumb, my head upon it." The lady turned. "What now?" she demanded indignantly, facing them with hands upon her hips. "Who gave you command to halt? Jog on, circulate. Go, you singular accumulation of veal and old iron. Wend, worry on, flit, you most unusual galaxy of junk and poultice. You grotesque pack of—" They tarried not to hear the completion of her period. They had journeyed with Senora Bolio for many weeks and had learned her powers. When she turned to Pedro, he was vanishing through the doorway, and she followed precipitately. He backed against a table, and she dropped into a chair facing him. "Vagabonds!" she exclaimed wrathfully, fanning herself with her sombrero. They have gone clean through my patience 100 times since we sailed from Panama. May the goblins gnaw their shin bones." Pedro passed his sleeve across his forehead. "But they have left thee thy gifts of speech, Senora," he ventured. "Ah, what would I do without them? A helpless woman. Oh me, 'tis a sad world, Pedro. But thou art plump as a suckling porker, Chiquito. And this is thy place? Cara, what a savory smell." "Why, bless me," cried Pedro, forgetting his disturbance in his hospitality. "Thou must be hungry." "Hungry," said Senora Bolio. "Boil me this hat, and I would eat it, amigo mio. But first, help me off with this rusty furniture of mine. Saints! I was never so wearied of a garment as of this iron bodice. 'Tis a man's, of course, tight where it should be full, and full where it should be snug. But they told me I should have to fight as often as eat or more, so I bought it, with the cleaver thou mayest have seen on my saddle. And Pedro, we must find the mule, for I would keep that cleaver by me. No telling when I may need to use it on an Inca. Thou callest them Incas, these varlets in sleeveless pinafores. Well, 'tis all the same. Now, I am ready for a full trencher." Seated before his guest while she ate with an appetite keened by hard marches and harder fare, Pedro recovered his composure in listening to news of the civilized world, interrupted now and again by the entrance of patrons, each of whom started at sight of the lady, then bowed with a curious glance at the host which made him fidget. "Now," said the senora, finishing, "thou must find me lodgings, Pedro dear. And before night, my mule, for I'll not sleep without that axe. My crucifix and it have been mine only comfort since I touched this benighted land. I'll part with neither. Canst find me a room, thinkst thou? Ah, thou art a love. I could wish thou hadst 2 legs, but with only 1.5 thou art more complete than any other man I ever knew." And she bestowed a smile whose warmth caused him to back away with an uneasy glance about the room. To his relief, she made no further demonstration, and shortly they sallied out in search of quarters for her accommodation. A satisfactory lodging was found with the native couple, and thus was Senora Margarita Bolio established in the land of the Incas. Rava in the toils. Next morning early, Pedro's mule, held by Pedrillo, stood at his door, surrounded by a whispering, awe-stricken group of native urchins lingering to see the dread beast mounted by the viracocha of the fabulous leg. As Pedro appeared, the brute twitched an ear toward him, opened his mouth, and drew breath in a faint, rasping, wheezy note of salutation. Pedro was gloomy, but he paused to rub the grey nose. "Ah, my good friend," he said with feeling, "there is melancholy in thine accent, belike the echo of a melancholy in thy soul like that in mine. 'Tis but a sorry life. We're agreed in that, and comrades in misery. Thou a mule, a cook's mule, I a cook, a one-legged cook, and a panting, surcharged, vociferous Bolio at our heels, following with the pertinacy of doom. But if thou, too, hast doleful thoughts, forbear to voice them, lest I be brought to tears. Now, prithee, lend me thy back. Adios, Pedrillo. Remember the frijoles. Burn them again, scamp, and I'll— Woe, mule! Thou misbegotten whimsy, I thought I read sadness in thine eye, and 'twas the devil. Be done, or I'll chew thine ear. Farewell, Pedrillo." Pedro was off. Half an hour's ride took him through the suburbs, and he turned into the military road toward the grim fortress overlooking the town. A short, steep climb, and he was at the gate, bantered by the guard about the coming of Senora Bolio. Within was a citadel, surrounded by buildings for the garrison, or the townspeople when driven by war, and quarters for the Inca's officers. As Pedro was passing, he was hailed by the familiar pipe of Rogelio. He drew rein, not in the best of grace, awaiting the Vidor's approach. "Ah, Pedro, my good friend," said Rogelio. "I am pleased to see thee. I had thee in mind. 'Tis but a moment since. Where the heels of the mule?" bellowed Pedro, with a violence that startled the Vidor into sudden agility and a backward spring. "My soul and body," exclaimed Rogelio, rolling his eyes from the beast to its rider. "No need to roar, my friend. Thine animal looketh gentle enough." "He hideth an abundance of wickedness under a smooth exterior, like some of his brethren who go on 2 legs, remarked Pedro. "Ah?" Rogelio eyed the cook suspiciously. "Ah," returned Pedro. "But hadst aught to say, Senor Vidor?" "Why, I have, good Pedro. said Rogelio, recovering. In a few days, perhaps a fortnight, perhaps very soon. I expect, that is to say, he, Pedro, 'tis a delicate subject. But, well, I may need a woman servant. Just a common servant, Pedro. Ah, said the cook, just a common servant. So, 'tis a common need, Vidor, shared by common and uncommon. I thank thee for thy confidence, senor. I'll betray it to no man. And apparently considering the interview closed, Pedro gathered his reins to go. Wait, shouted the Vidor. Blockhead, that is not all. Not all, senor. Thou hast need of two? The Vidor piped a curse, then controlled himself and went on with a smile of forced amiability. I mean, it is not all I have to say, Pedro. In a few days, or less, I hope to share thy happiness. My happiness, exclaimed Pedro, mystified. Oh, I see, the senor is going to turn cook. Damnation, squeaked the Vidor. Then stifling his rage, he continued, No, not that. By thy happiness I mean thine enamorada, the Senora Bolio. Oh, blessed saints, interrupted Pedro. Thou wouldst share my happiness in the senora? Take it all, senor. Take the whole of her. By heaven, I'll send her up entire. Wait but an hour. He started to turn his mule. Stop, fool! Choked the exasperated Vidor, and grasping at a rein narrowly escaped a kick. He sprang out of range with a gasp. Well, said Pedro complacently, I gave thee warning, senor. But hast more to say? It was a minute before Rogelio regained his speech. Yes, he shrilled. Perdition, yes, if thou wilt but hold thy tongue. Bueno, I listen. Proceed, Senor Vidor. Rogelio drew near again and said with difficulty, forcing a grin, Now in the devil's name, give heed, and forbear to fly off the bowstring until I have finished. What I've tried to get into thy pate is this. In a few days I shall have a guest, Pedro. He looked cautiously about and whispered, A maiden, my friend. The fairest heathen in the land. I'll not say her name, that shall be a secret. But I would have a woman servant, one worthy of dependence, dost mark? Canst find me one? Thou art known to the townsfolk, and I am not. What sayest? There will be some moderate compensation for thy time and trouble, Pedro. Moderate, mind thee, for I am a poor man. Though, he looked about again, I'll tell thee this. Once I have her safe, there will be treasure untold at my command. That is, Pedro, a fair sum. Rather small, in fact. Little more than enough for my requirements, for I have a fam. He stopped short, snuffled, and went on hastily, I'll pay thee, Pedro. Wilt find me a servant? Pedro concealed both his contempt and his suddenly roused interest, and after brief scrutiny of the tallowy face and protuberant eyes, looked away. Why, he drawled, for the time it hath taken thee to get it out, 'tis a simple matter. Doubtless I can find a woman. I'll look about. Do so, my worthy friend, said Rogelio, rubbing his hands. It will be worth thy while. No doubt, answered Pedro. Adios, senor. He rode away. Dolt, lunkhead, clodpate, muttered Rogelio, looking viciously after him. Oily scoundrel, muttered Pedro. Slimy dastard. Then he chuckled. Oh, give me but an hour, and I could work him into a fit. His rage striketh at his vitals, but let us see, a maiden, the fairest in the land, and treasure untold. God's love! Can it be she? He reined up, the better to think, and sat in study, his geniality of countenance giving place to grave concern. Shortly he rode on, still pondering. Pedro's mission to the fortress was to see the sick armorer and warn him against Fray Mauricio, with the advice that Jose go straightway to Cuzco, where Pizarro would hold him safe. The Morisco was so ill, however, that he said nothing of his errand, and after an hour at the bedside, took his departure. Pedro rode back much occupied with uneasy thoughts of Cristoval and Rava. He had heard nothing of their fate, and it was generally believed that they had perished in the mountains. After De Valera had been found in the canyon by his companions, even the Canaries had lost the scent. Still, Pedro hoped, and better, prayed with right good will. Now he determined to watch for Rogelio's expected guest, his suspicion thoroughly roused by the morning's conversation. 2 days later he was again riding toward the fortress. On this occasion, however, he went beyond, making inquiries for the huasi of one Municancha, master mason. Rewarded at length, he was received with distinction by the dignified Indio and his interesting family, to whom he made himself so agreeable that he was pressed to come again, the small children chasing the dust of his mule for many yards, with shrill farewell and reiterated invitation. Pedro rode back in an enviable frame of mind. It was dark when he passed the road to the fortress, and he had gone a little beyond when his mule stopped with a suddenness that sent his hand smartly to his sword hilt. He distinguished a shadowy group of figures ahead, and hearing a word in Spanish, he prodded his animal with his single spur and rode forward. The strangers had drawn off to let him pass. As he neared them, Pedro hailed, "Hob, compadres, a good night to you." "Oh, 'tis Pedro," he heard one say in relief, then the ring of ordered pikes and, "Good night, Pedro," briefly. "What cheer, friends?" asked the cook, drawing rein, but they moved on without response. He grunted at their discourtesy and went his way, failing to observe in the darkness that two of the number bore a hamaca. The party halted near the fortress gate. Duero was challenged by the sentinel, seating himself wearily while the soldier drawled his call for the sergeant. The officer appeared. A parley followed, and the gate swung open. "Well, and what fortune, amigo?" asked the old sergeant, surveying Duero as he stood scowling in the lantern light. "Why, man, thou'rt haggard." The other replied with an oath. "Not the worst fortune, but so near the worst that, curse me, 'twould be no easy choice between them. Dost pass my party?" "Pass them," said the sergeant, and Duero called to his companions. Then, not wishing to be interrogated, gave the officer good night. The sergeant watched the hamaca past the gate, and with a grimace to his sentinel, retired to the guardroom. Since the death of Atahualpa, he had seen the like more than once. Inside the gate, Duero dismissed his remnant of the Canares. Taking up the silent and closely curtained hamaca, the Spaniards were presently pounding at the vidor's door. An Indio servant opened to them, and the litter was carried into the court. Apprised of its arrival, Rogelio hurried out. Duero ignored his greeting and demanded bluntly, "Where is the cage, Señor Vidor? Here is the bird." "Oh, my stars!" snuffled Rogelio, rubbing his hands and sidling round the hamaca. "Is she there indeed? And in good condition, Duero? Remember, that was part of the stipulation, that she should be unharmed and in good condition." "As to being unharmed, I'll answer for it," replied the soldier. "As for her condition, you can figure for yourself what it is like to be after such a journey. Where will you have her put? Come, we're weary." "This way," said Rogelio in a fluster. "The room is all prepared. A bower, Duero, a very bower. Hey, wait, I'll fetch a lamp." He scuttled away, reappeared with a light, and led the way to a door opening upon the patio. It was fastened with a heavy padlock. Fumbling for a second, he threw open the door. The hamaca was carried in, the door closed, and while Rogelio edged round eagerly with the lamp, striving for a glimpse, Duero threw back the curtains and lifted Rava, almost lifeless, from the litter. She moaned as he bore her to the couch, and he hastened to remove the bonds and gags she had worn since nearing Zausa. She gave no other evidence of animation. "Here, the light," commanded Duero gruffly, and took it without ceremony from the vidor's hand, bending over the girl in scrutiny. Rogelio hovered about, twisting his fat fingers, and straining to have a look at the pale, drawn face almost hidden by her disordered tresses. It was a face to move the compassion of a savage. The rough soldier felt its pathos, for he straightened up and said brusquely, "She needeth looking after, 'tis a certainty. Fetch a woman at once, Señor Vidor." "A woman?" piped Rogelio. "Why, there's no woman about. I have spoken for one and may have her tomorrow." "No woman about!" exclaimed Duero, turning upon him sternly. "Do you say there is none to give this girl the care she needeth?" "Tomorrow," began the Vidor weakly. "Tomorrow. Tonight. This night, Vidor, or she goeth to Sausa." Duero's black eyes traveled over Rogelio with an expression the latter did not care to meet. "Tonight. Impossible, Duero," he whined. "There is not a woman in the fortress save two just come from San Miguel, and they—" He shook his head. "Then, Señor, you will fetch one from Sausa," said Duero with determination. "Curse me if I will," retorted the Vidor angrily. "And look thou, Duero, this is mine affair. Thy part in it is done. Thou'lt refrain from meddling." Duero motioned his companions forward and stepped to raise the nusta. At the move, Rogelio forgot himself and sprang forward with a snarl and curse to interpose, but recollected himself at once when Duero, dagger half drawn, thrust an elbow beneath his chin and met his eyes with a scowl so malevolent that he caught breath with a sudden weakening of his knees. As the Vidor retreated with a gasp, Duero followed him steadily with his glare, then turned again with deliberation to the couch. The Vidor raised a shaking hand to his throat as if he expected to find it already cut and quavered, My soul and body, Duero. Thou'rt sudden. Wait, fiends and goblins. I'll go if it will please thee. It will, said Duero briefly. See that you do. We will tarry until your return, but first a small cup of chicha. We must warm her blood or your woman will find a corpse. Do you hear, Vidor? A cup of chicha. The Vidor started painfully and waddled away. He was back in a moment with the liquor. The soldier forced a few drops between the pallid lips of the Nusta and vigorously chafed her hands and arms. A fierce, unprincipled rascal in most respects, he was endowed with a rough warmth of heart to which the helpless state of his captive made silent appeal. He worked with what gentleness was in him, and when at last Rava opened her pathetic eyes, he motioned his companions out of the room with the hamaca. Rogelio lingered near, but a gesture from Duero and the menace in his eyes sent him back into the shadow, whispering a futile anathema. When the unhappy girl revived somewhat, the soldier drew a robe over her and, leaving her sobbing desolately among the pillows, gripped Rogelio's arm and led him out. He locked the door, and to the Vidor's astonishment and rage, pocketed the key. The other commenced a shrill expostulation, but the burly Duero merely hunched a shoulder at him with chin thrust out and a sidelong glance of quiet viciousness that stopped his railing abruptly. Rogelio led the way to his room with no further word, followed by his 4 sullen hirelings. They ranged themselves round his table in silence. The Vidor stood glancing uneasily from one scowl to another, then piped in irritation. Well, gentlemen, your task is finished, isn't it? Come now, my good friends, the hour groweth late. Return in the morning, and I'll give you your hire. Duero stepped forward, planting a powerful fist upon the table and hitching at his belt. Señor Vidor, we'll have our hire now. Then, when you have brought someone to look after the señorita, our business is done. In the meantime, with your leave, or without it, we wait here. She must be cared for before morning. But now, our gold. Rogelio blinked about the circle, snuffled, and went out. Having closed the door, his rage overflowed in a series of frenzied gesticulations in the direction of Duero, accompanied by suppressed grunts and squeaks, until he was swollen in feature and quite breathless. He returned with a bag and pair of balances. They looked on with vigilance while he weighed out the gold, the lamp illuminating swarthy faces full of eagerness, except that of Duero, which was only watchful and grim. There, snapped the employer. 2,000 castellanos. Take it. Duero extended an arm to withhold the others and said coolly, Double it. The Vidor staggered back with the bag clasped in his arms. What? He gasped. I say double it, replied Duero with force. Rogelio stared at him with fallen chin. Double it, repeated the soldier, and returned the stare fixedly. Fiends! Shrieked the Vidor. Man, thou art mad! What was our bargain? That acquitteth the bargain, señor, but there are damages. Damages? What damages? Why, to our several consciences, Vidor. Mine, I'll swear, hath stood a wear and tear that hath left not remnants enough to equip a dog. 'Tis a most villainous piece of villainy, and promiseth to grow worse when our hands are out of it. By the crucifix, Señor Rogelio, my soul will need masses for this affair, and I mean to provide for them. You will make it double, or the girl goeth to Sawa this night, and I'll have the Señor Inca notified, or mayhap Mendoza. Scoundrels, bandits, thieves! Screamed Rogelio, his face purple and hands shaking. Duero took a step toward him with a movement to his sword hilt, and the victim retreated to the wall, hugging his gold and rolling his eyes in terror. The soldier surveyed him with contempt. Well, he demanded, what do you say? Must we lug her back to Sausa? Answer, and quickly, for I sicken. Oh, gentlemen, wailed Rogelio, be honest, be just, be considerate of a poor man. Duero broke in with imitation of his wine. Oh, be open-handed, be charitable, be virtuous. Faugh, you offend my bile. Come, yes or no, do you double it? Tea is indifferent to us, for the Inca or Mendoza will know how to reward. But answer." Rogelio rolled his eyes to heaven, then lagged forward to the table and took up the scales. "Oh, my good man, 'tis—" "Cease," commanded Duero. "We are no good men. Had we been, you had not approached us. Weigh out and be done." The Vidor heaved a long, shuddering sigh and weighed the gold. "Now," said Duero, "to your horse and to Zausa." "Oh, curses," protested the Vidor. "Art not finished? I've paid thee twice." "Go," shouted Duero, stamping his foot. "Order your horse. I'll see you to the gates." Rogelio went out with a groan. In half an hour he was riding down the hill, panting an imprecation at every step. Duero returned from the gate whither he had escorted him, and calling the servant, ordered the best the Vidor's larder afforded. Then the villains held carnival. Rogelio finds Gall and Wormwood Pedro was extinguishing the lights of his cantina when he heard the clatter of a horse's hooves. They stopped at his door, and Rogelio entered, perspiring, breathless, and in violent perturbation. "Ho, Señor Vidor, thou dost ride late!" exclaimed Pedro in surprise. "There is something amiss?" Rogelio sank upon the nearest stool, panting and wiping away perspiration, on the verge of apoplexy from exertion and rage combined. The danger of it seemed to strike Pedro at once. He hurried forward and commenced fanning the official vigorously with his apron. "Steady, steady, señor," he urged soothingly. "Do not try to talk. Take time and spare thy wind. Thou art gasping like a ducked hen. Nay, nay, do not swear. Be tranquil. Calm thyself. Count 10, señor. Now do. Believe me, naught doth so soothe a fit of ferment. But swearing again. Gently, gently, or thou'lt melt in thine own heat. God's man, cease rolling thine eyes. Hast a cramp under thy belt? Let me thump thy back. Ah!" Pedro pummeled the agitated Vidor between the shoulders with hearty vigor, and succeeded thereby in expelling what little breath he had remaining, rendering him still more helpless from exasperation. He saved himself by bolting from his seat and backing against the wall, where he stood waving his arms in speechlessness to keep the zealous cook away. "Name of a saint, my friend," said Pedro with great concern after Rogelio began to breathe more freely. "I never saw an overgorged pup nearer a fit than thou. What hath gone wrong?" "She hath arrived," gasped the Vidor at length. "Oh, she hath arrived, hath she? Well, she must be a very tarantula to work thee a spell like that, señor. By the gods, even Bolio's coming could not give me such a bedevilment of jerks and palpitations." The Vidor was rendered speechless again. Pedro eyed him with great commiseration until he showed signs of recovery, then threw him into another spasm by inquiring with solicitude, "Doth the lady pursue, señor? If so, we will barricade the door." Rogelio held up his hands, violently shaking his head. "No, no," he managed to say. "Damned, numbskull, let me talk." "Why, talk to be sure. 'Tis what I've waited for, to hear thee talk. What the devil dost think? That I've been standing here this while to see thee contort and strangle? I had liefer watch a pig in the colic. Proceed, Vidor, and talk. It may ease thy mind. Senza animi tui libere profare. Latin, señor, and it meaneth speak freely. Prithee begin, I listen." The Vidor had collapsed into a chair, choking with rage. He sprang up, shaking both fists at the cook, and started toward the door, turned back, and waving his arms for silence, howled, "Accursed rattle-teeth, hear me! I seek a servant." "Thou seekest a servant," responded Pedro with composure. "Well, by heaven, I could guess it. And thou needest not one but a dozen, I should say, and a straitjacket withal. But infierno, is the quest of a servant so delirious a pursuit? Now do be calm, señor. Hold a minute, and I'll bleed thee. No? But it would be wise, my friend, for if thou art not on the edge of the staggers, then I never gave physic to a horse. And now thou'rt swearing again. Fie, Vidor, here. Let me get thee a wet rag." Pedro hurried away. When he returned, the Vidor had regained his utterance, and waving aside the proffered application, he shouted, "Keep off, thou babbling mooncalf! Wilt hear me? I need a servant, at once, a servant. Dost hear? A servant. And may the fiend claw thy vitals. Canst get me one, tonight? I'll pay thee well. Well, stew me. If the need of a servant wrought me to such a state of mind, I'd—" Pedro seated himself. "But 'tis late, Vidor. Thy guest hath come, sayest thou? Yes, yes, she is sick from weariness and needeth a woman. Wilt find me one? Pedro became serious at once. Sick? Then 'tis pressing. Let me think. There is Señora Bolio for a possibility. She might consent to go, but she knoweth no Quichua. That, however, might be an advantage, not so? Less apt to connive at escape. Pedro eyed the Vidor watchfully. Yes, Diablo, yes, said Rogelio eagerly. Canst persuade her? I'll try, said Pedro, rising. He threw off his apron and started toward the door, halted, and came back, determined to test his suspicion. Señor, he said abruptly, how did they get her away from Peralta? Did they kill him? If not, then I swear to thee, Vidor, thou art as good as dead. And Pedro slowly shook his head in direst portent. The Vidor was unguarded. He started violently and his face went ashy. Oh, my soul and body, I forgot to ask them. He scanned the cook with quick suspicion. How in the devil's name dost know? He demanded. Pedro placed a finger beside his nose, wagged his head with deep significance, and went out. Now it was his turn to be agitated. He pegged straight to the Señora's lodging and pounded upon the door until it opened. Quick, he cried. The Viracocha woman, there is sickness. The native made him repeat it, refastened the door and left Pedro in a fume. When she opened again, it was with a request to follow and led him across the court. The Señora appeared at a door with an undergarment over her shoulders. Is it thou, Pedro? She asked sleepily. What is to do? This is an unholy hour to wake a body. Dost not know it? Pedro pushed the door open and entered. Tea is a crying need, he said, and hastily explained. Who is this girl? Demanded the Señora, with a pang of jealousy. Peralta's enamorada, replied the cook, thinking he lied, but venturing it to quiet her suspicion. And who this Rogelio? Asked the Señora. A toad, answered Pedro. Wilt go? I will ride with thee to the fortress. The Señora was retying the fagged end of her braid. A favor to me, Carita, urged Pedro. I will go, said Señora Bolio. Then come to the cantina as soon as thou art clad. I will have thy mule. And he hastened away. By the time the animals were saddled, the lady arrived, her battle-axe beneath her arm, wrapped in a bundle of apparel. Pedro strapped it to her saddle, and summoning the fevered Vidor, assisted the Señora to mount. As they rode out on the quiet road, Rogelio leading, the cook gave further history of the Nusta, together with certain sidelights on the Vidor. They reached the fortress, and having seen the two through the gate, Pedro returned, relieved for Rava, but sadly disturbed by thoughts of Cristoval. The Señora followed her conductor to his door. As he dismounted, a sound of revelry stole out upon the night, and the Vidor dashed in. The neglected lady sniffed after him scornfully, swung herself out of the saddle, unstrapped her belongings, led her mule into the patio, and followed the Vidor to a half-open door. The unfortunate Rogelio was doomed to further bitterness. The room was lighted by all the lamps of the establishment. Duero and his companions were seated round a well-laden board, a bowl of steaming punch in the midst, and had arrived at the jovial stage. As Rogelio entered and stood blinking at the brilliancy, his fat chin wagging with renewed rage at their effrontery, they surveyed him a moment and burst into a shout of laughter. Duero raised his cup. "Hail, good host, liberal entertainer, most hospitable mate," roared he. "Thou art welcome. Enter. Come, leave diffidence outside. Thou art not intruding? Now is he, camaradas? No, sit and make free. What is ours is thine. Not so, camaradas? Seguramente. Hola!" He sprang to his feet as the Señora appeared at the door. "Blessed angels of heaven, what do I see? The Señora Bolio." He advanced with a profound bow. "Welcome, Señora, most welcome. Upon my heart, 'tis like the sight of a nosegay from old Castile. Ho, compañeros, your courtesies to Señora la Conquistadora." He bowed again, answered by the lady with a glare of cold disdain. "Miscreants, knaves, cutthroats!" shrieked Rogelio. "You shall pay dear for this night." Duero surveyed him darkly, hunched his shoulder and thrust out his chin, and the Vidor sank into a chair. The soldier eyed him for a moment and turned to the lady. "Señora, I surmise thou hast come to care for the girl. She needeth it, God knoweth, and the less time lost the better. Come, I have the key." Rogelio sprang up to follow, but once more the hunch of shoulder, the thrust of chin, and the scowling look askance, and he sat. Duero winked at the señora as he turned to lead the way, and ignoring her snort of resentment of the liberty, went out. She followed, and halting at the Nusta's door, he said as he unfastened, "Pedro hath told thee of this Rogelio?" "Briefly, that he is a toad," responded the señora. "Brief but most precise. Pedro hath a good head. Now, señora, I'll leave thee to enter and the door unlocked. If thou hast need of aught, thou wilt find us entertaining the vidor for an hour or more. I'll have him send a bowl of broth at once. Adios." Duero rejoined the others, and they sat long, making their host unhappy. Then, having promised him with evident sincerity that if he whispered a complaint he would find himself some morning with a severed windpipe, they took their leave. Señora Bolio went to the couch. Rava had raised her head, but perceiving the invader was a woman, rose to her knees, her eyes streaming and voice broken with sobs. With arms outstretched, she poured forth an impassioned supplication in words to the stranger unknown. In words unknown, but with meaning clear, and an eloquence that went straight to the heart of the señora, for the señora had a heart. It beat somewhat wildly at times, and at times with vehement hostility toward the sex which had worked it countless wrongs. But like other hearts that flame, it had its gentler warmth. The appeal of the injured and helpless girl touched her womanliness, and she hastened to her side. "Poor dearie," she exclaimed, seating herself and drawing the sobbing prisoner to her breast. "Poor little waif. Have they been cruel, these men? Ah, may the devil roast them well. Do not weep, love. Do not weep, Chiquita. They shall not harm thee more. Let the vidor beware. Let him come to trouble thee, and we'll unjoint him. Will we not, little one? We'll put a twist in his neck, thou and I, that will let him look at his shoulder blades to his heart's content. Will we not, my dove? Ah, that we'll do and more, if he but roll his eyes aslant at thee." With soft voice and motherly caress, the señora soothed the heartbroken Rava. Her words, perhaps quite as well, without meaning to the girl, but her tones replete with sympathy. Rava clung to her as to a last hope, becoming gradually more calm, until a knock at the door stirred her terror afresh. Releasing her, the señora sprang up. Grimly she stripped her battle-axe and stepped to the door. The servant recoiled. "Ah, 'tis thou!" the lady exclaimed, and received the broth. The strength it gave aided her efforts to restore calm to the despairing captive, and in an hour Rava slept. Her guardian sat long, nursing a waxing enmity for the authors of the maiden's sorrows, and for Rogelio in particular. Then, having with fell purpose placed her weapon conveniently at hand, she lay down beside her protégé. She awoke early, astonished to find Rava kneeling with hands clasped in prayer, a silver crucifix before her on her pillow, the Latin periods in her quaint, hesitating accents sounding strangely. The señora joined her orison, then turned to her in surprise. "A Christian, thou?" she asked, taking her hand. Rava understood the word and assented eagerly. "Cristoval," she said, and touched the crucifix, her eyes filling at the name. "Ah, Peralta, the stout freebooter with the good voice. I know him." And the señora nodded emphatically. "Art baptized, child?" This word was familiar also, and Rava nodded her head, then said eagerly, "Father Tendilla! Father Tendilla!" "Father Tendilla?" exclaimed Señora Bolio. "Thou knowest him? Blessed thought. We'll send a word to Father Tendilla. Aha, Rogelio, sniffling obesity we shall see. We'll choke thee with thine own unholy purpose, or I'm not Bolio. Rogelio indeed. If, now, Pedro will but come." She patted Rava's arm reassuringly and arose. Meanwhile, the vidor, with eyes puffed and bloodshot from a night of scanty sleep and much exacerbation, was breakfasting. At intervals he paused, laid down his knife, and sat rubbing his hands in pleasing meditation while he chewed. Then his complacent smile would fade, and he would cease both to rub his hands and to chew while he irefully reviewed the night's indignities. "Caitiffs, perfidious scoundrels, vipers, only wait, Rogelio hath not done. If he live not to see the garrote at every one of your rascally throats, then 'tis because he shall be short-lived. Wait, my over-cheerful bullies. We'll have another settling of this account, and 'tis Rogelio will split his sides. But oh my stars, what a cost! 4,000, oh calamities! Then, as the matter slowly revolved in his mind and the other aspect came uppermost, he would begin to chew again with a returning smirk of satisfaction. But what a prize! Rogelio, what a prize! And safely housed in the cage, as Duero put it. Accursed knave, serpent, oh my soul and body, but oh ho, Mendoza, thou uncouth ruffian, how now? Rogelio hath overmatched thee, despite thy rant and swagger, he, the fox and the bull, the fox and the bull. Ah, but thou art a rogue, Rogelio, a sad rogue and sly, and thou'lt be reimbursed the 4,000, oh my life, yes, her jewels ought to do that. Did she wear jewels last night? Murder! I did not think to look, but 'tis like Duero looked out for that, or that prison bird Peralta. Rogelio's countenance fell. Presently it brightened. But we have her, and now it is to be seen how she will receive thee, Rogelio. Her daring captor, doubtless with charming terrors and maidenly trembling. Oh, these delightful women, shy, timid, alluring, bless their souls if they have souls. He. He sat a while blinking and chuckling at the remains of his meal, snuffled, arose, and went to make a toilet which he purposed should reconcile his captive. A zestful, engaging occupation, this decking for the admiration of a fair one, and most agreeable if one can, like Rogelio, achieve it with the flattering self-assurance that it cannot fail. Nevertheless, it was not without some rasping of temper, and more than once in the process Rogelio stamped and swore with squeaky emphasis. But at length, after a final glance at his mirror and a dubious fingering of his double chin and hanging jowls, he quit his room, creditably attired, considering all the circumstances. To be sure, his hose were mended in places, his doublet seedy in the strong light, and his ruff far from crisp and snowy. But these defects were offset by a profusion of rings, and a redolence of musk sufficiently overpowering to divert attention. Senora Bolio answered his rap, and opening the door a little way, replied to his salutation with a brief nod, and stood surveying him from head to foot and back again from foot to head with disfavor as disconcerting as it was manifest. Indisputably, the Senora's aspect was unfriendly. The Vidor hesitated. Is the Senorita within? The Senora paused for another survey before she replied with asperity. Is the Senorita within? Of a surety the Senorita is within. Prithee, where is she like to be, out chasing butterflies? Rogelio looked at her in blank surprise. Then, with a feeble effort at a smile, I would have a few words with her, Senora, and alone. Pray, open the door. The Senora made no move to open the door, but replied tartly, The Senorita hath no words to spare and no ear for listening. She is wearied. The Vidor reddened slowly as astonishment turned to anger. What, woman, dost think to offer me hindrance in mine own house? Stand aside, then gather thy belongings. Thou art dismissed, dost hear? Dismissed. He stepped forward. For reply, the lady thrust out her arm, and in close proximity to his nose, snapped her fingers. The Vidor gasped. His nerves were already unstrung, and his indignation set him a-quiver as if he had been some huge, fancifully molded jelly. Why, name of a thou, my soul and body, what meanest thou, beldame? Inconceivable termagant. Alas! Rogelio, that was unfortunate, ill-considered, rash, as if thou wert not enough distraught. And now to invite the overflow of this brimming vessel of wrath. Before he could draw a second breath, she was outside, arms akimbo, her face thrust so close into his that her features for a moment were a blur to his startled eyes. Then she unrolled the infinite scroll of her diatribe, a withering flow of invectives garnered in years of rude experience, a schedule of strange metaphors, born of inspiration and chasing in so rapid sequence that his bewildered ears no sooner received the shock of one than another followed, twice more shocking. A torrent of hyperboles so weird in their personal application that his ideas staggered in a vague, wondering effort to comprehend, then floundered helpless in the stream, and each member of her discourse emphasized by a jab at his nose with thumb and finger that forced him back, step by step, across the court. The first flush of rage vanished from his countenance, and left an expression of surprised impotency, his jaw working in a futile effort to articulate, until, turning with uplifted hands, he fled. As his door slammed, the breathless Senora became conscious of another man. A man at the moment was as a flaunt in the face of a maddened bull, and she turned upon him. It was Pedro. He had watched the episode from its beginning to its close. Now he was bowing low, cap in hand. "Senora Bolio," he said with great unction, my admiration, my homage, my reverence, my veneration, my stupefaction, my awe, my—" "Oh, drat thy gibberings," interrupted the Senora with irritation. "Be done with thy bobbing and come hither. Thou art the very man I wish to see." "Heaven forfend," murmured Pedro. "Hast yet more wind?" She eyed him sternly, then her features gradually relaxed. "Not for thee, my chicken pie, but hearken, Pedro. I have news. This girl, dost know it, is a Christian." Pedro stared. "No," he exclaimed. "And 'tis the Nusta Rava?" "'Tis she, and she a Christian, Pedro, as I live, and she calleth for Father Tendilla." "For Father Tendilla. Then stew me she shall have him. I'll fetch him." "Fetch him, Pedro. Go at once." And taking him by the shoulder, the Senora turned him toward the entrance of the court. "Make haste and adios." Pedro went a few paces and halted, reflected a moment, and returned. As the Senora looked back, he nodded toward Rogelio's door, and approaching it, rapped vigorously. There was silence, and he pounded again. "Be off!" came a piping voice, not entirely steady. Pedro pushed open the door and heard a scurrying within. "Be off, woman! I'm armed! Enter at thy peril!" trebled the voice. Pedro thrust in his head. The Vidor was entrenched behind his table, bathed in perspiration. "Oh, thy pardon, Vidor. I thought thou didst bid me enter," said Pedro, and closed the door with a grin. "Hold, good Pedro. Wait. Tarry a moment, I pray thee, my dear friend," called the Vidor, but Pedro was gone. As he left the court, the door opened, and Rogelio protruded his head, calling again, espied the Senora across the court, and retired abruptly. Pedro seeks tidings of Cristobal. Pedro cantered into town and dismounted in front of the great, heavily walled, low-roofed edifice that had been the Temple of the Sun for centuries, but now surmounted by a cross, the interior shorn of its symbols of pagan worship and its splendor, and consecrated to the holy faith. Beside the gray old building was the ancient palace of the priestly attendants, now sheltering the good Father Tendilla and his assistants in the pious work of saving heathen souls. The gentle-mannered old priest was shocked at Pedro's revelation of the Vidor's iniquity, and made instant preparations. "Good father," said the cook as he held the stirrup for Tendilla to mount, "if you can learn aught of Cristobal, I will, my son. Come tonight." And the priest rode away. Arrived at the fortress, he went directly to the commandant, and in half an hour was at Rogelio's door with a squad of halberdiers. It drew an outbreak of squeaky protests from that worthy, but the priest, leaving him groveling in fear of the punishing hand of the church, ordered a sentinel posted at his door and sought the Senora. She admitted him at once to Rava's room. The girl was asleep, her tear-stained cheek resting on her clasped hands. Even unconsciousness did not release her from her sorrow, for she sighed heavily and moaned as Tendilla knelt for a brief prayer beside her. He arose and stood regarding her with compassion, with deeper compassion still when, awakening, she drew back with eyes wide and deep with the unutterable fear of a creature hunted and caught. But her recognition of his silvery hair and benevolent face was quick, and with a sigh, the faintest smile, and a movement entirely queenly, she extended her hand. He took it, and touching the dark head, murmured a benediction. Rava raised her eyes, studying his with the unconscious intensity and directness of gaze that had often given Cristobal the feeling that she looked beyond. Then the lines of anxiety softened into an expression of trust. But that kindly old face brought a train of recollections of dreadful days, and she turned away in sudden weeping. If Senora Bolio had at first impressed Father Tendilla with some doubt of that lady's fitness for her post beside the prisoner, she dispelled it now by the tenderness with which she soothed the storm of grief. With whispered words that might have sounded strangely enough to the priest could he have heard them, She pressed the shaking form to her bosom, while with moistened eyes he waited for the return of calm. When the girl was able to hear him, he approached. "My child," he began in Quichua, and Rava turned quickly with joy in her tears at the sound of the tongue which she had not heard since the wild night at Silkala. "My child, I have come to tell thee thou hast friends, and thy dangers are past. As soon as thou art composed, we will go from this unhappy place to one of safety, and I hope in a few days to place thee in thy brother's care." "Oh, Viracocha, my father!" she cried, rising and nearing him with hands pressed to her heart. "Is it true? Is it true? Hath the sweet Virgin Mother answered my prayers? Ah, Cristoval promised it would always be. I believed him, and it is so. She hath heard me. She hath not turned from Rava in her sorrow." She drew the crucifix from her bosom and kissed it passionately. "And he said thou wast good, and merciful, and kind, my father. Oh, I know it is true, and thou wilt save me. Wilt save me, wilt take me from this wicked place, beyond the reach of these cruel Viracocas. Ah, I thank thee, blessed Mother. I thank thee, I thank thee." And she sank upon her knees, pressing the crucifix to her breast. Father Tendila raised her gently and led her back to her couch. "It is all true, my daughter. Thy prayers will never be in vain. Now, compose thyself, and rest until I return. I go but for a moment." He left the room offering earnest thanks for her faith, and ordered the hamaka. It was ready in a moment, and with the escort of halberdiers and the resolute senora riding close beside her litter, Rava left the fortress. Early in the evening, Pedro went to the priest. He found his old confessor pacing the floor and full of mild enthusiasm. "Ah, my son," said the father, beaming upon his visitor, "we have done a good work this day. I shudder to think of the infinite wrong that might have been but for thy prompt action in placing so rare a guardian as Senora Bolio over this injured girl, and apprising me of her peril. The Senora Pedro is a remarkable woman. Where didst find her?" "Stew me. Your pardon, father, I found her not. She found me, as the avalanche findeth the wayfarer." Pedro shook his head with a trace of gloom in his jovial face, adding, "Yes, she is a remarkable woman, no doubt of it. She hath powers and attributes, Father Tendilla. But the Nusta Rava, she doth well? Much more tranquil, and though most unhappy, beginneth to show commendable patience and resignation. I have talked with her as my time allowed, and would say from what I have seen, Pedro, that she is one of the earth's choicest blooms. Poor Peralta hath been a humble agent in her salvation, but his task was well acquitted, and he shall have many masses for his soul's repose." "Ah, madre," faltered Pedro, "then Cristoval is dead?" Father Tendilla shook his head sadly. "I fear it, Pedro. Duero hath so said to Saavedra. I have forborne to ask the Nusta, for the mention of his name seemeth to pierce her heart. Alas, the old sad story of mortal love and grief." Pedro rose and stumped nervously about the room. When he seated himself again, his face was flushed and his hands were unsteady, but he said nothing, and the father went on. "I have told the Nusta of thy part in her rescue, Pedro, and she would see thee. She holdeth thee in kindly recollection." "I am easily remembered," said Pedro briefly. "I'm pegged in memories wherever I roam," and he looked glumly at his wooden leg. "For more than that, my son," said the priest kindly, "Peralta never forgot thee, and made the Nusta partaker and full of his affection. But thou must see her soon. Not tomorrow, for she is much in need of quiet, but possibly on the day following." "Bien," said Pedro, and his voice was hoarse. "And now," continued Tendilla, "we must communicate with the Inca Manco." "No better way than by Chasqui," said the cook, "though there is uncertainty of his reaching Cusco. It is said there are roving bands of Quitoans, remnants of Atahualpa's troops, still in the mountains. Since Manco's coronation, they have been hostile. But have you learned, Father, where the Nusta was found?" "Only that the place is called Xilcala, and is some 6 days' march from here." "Xilcala," repeated Pedro, and fixed the name in his memory. When he pegged back to his cantina, he meditated a purpose. 2 days later, the cook was admitted to Rava's presence. She was expecting him, and if he had been disposed to think disparagingly of the grounds on which he was favored in her recollection, his modesty was gently reproved by her evident pleasure. He found her changed, her pallor was sadly heightened, and the proud fire had gone from the dark eyes. Sorrow seemed indelibly impressed upon the gentle face, but with it a dignity strangely at variance with her youthfulness, and a refinement of beauty almost startling to the good Pedro, who whispered to himself, "Blessed saints, 'tis the face of an angel." As she greeted him, her eyes lighted with a faint smile, but he noted with a twinge the quiver of lip and chin and the scarcely controlled tremor in her voice. "Ah, Pedro," she said, after bidding him to sit and observing the diffidence in his honest eyes, "Father Tendilla hath told me all. I would that I could tell thee my gratitude, but thou knowest. Thou didst come to mine aid at the moment of despair, when I thought that even heaven had forsaken me. I have done naught, Nusta Rava. Father Tendilla and the Señora. Thou didst send them, Pedro, and it is twice now that I have owed thee the means of my rescue. But for thy help at Caxamalca." She shuddered, then presently went on. "I know how our escape was made possible, my friend. Cristoval told me. Ah, Pedro, he loved thee well." A choking sob shook her frame, and covering her face with her hands, she turned toward Señora Bolio, who hastened to her side. Poor Pedro dashed his hand across his eyes and sat bolt upright, his lips compressed. In a moment Rava was able to proceed. "He spoke of thee often, Pedro." Pedro bent forward. "Nusta Rava, is there no hope that Cristoval still liveth? Do you know that it cannot be?" "Oh, I know not. Once, on that dreadful night, I thought I heard his voice rising above the clamor. I heard no more." She covered her eyes as if to shut out the memory of the horror. Pedro silently cursed himself for the stupidity of the question, and it was moments before he could say something to divert her. He did so at last and soon took his leave. Rava said earnestly, "Thou'lt come again, good Pedro." "I'll come again, Nusta Rava, and meanwhile keep courage." He added to himself as he crossed the court, "I would I might say, hope. Ay de mi, Cristoval, if I could but know." He tarried at the cantina only while Pedrillo was saddling his mule, then mounted and struck toward the fortress. Again his errand lay beyond, and he drew rein at the Huasi of Municancha. The old Indio gave him welcome, and to him Pedro narrated Rava's flight from Caxamalca with the gallant Viracocha Cristoval. He told of her recent perils and deliverance, and begged Municancha's aid in learning from Chilcala whether the good soldier still lived, and if not, where lay his grave. He found a willing helper. The old man, overjoyed by the news of the safety of Rava, who had been mourned as dead throughout the empire, did not hesitate. He had a nephew, Ocalo. Ocalo was summoned. He would gladly accompany, would organize a company at once, and would be ready to start the following dawn. They agreed upon a meeting place, and having enjoined secrecy, Pedro rode back to Zawa, grateful to the peg which had won him so good a friend as Municancha. Night had fallen before he reached the town. He told his plan to Father Tendilla, arranged for his absence, received the confessor's blessing, and departed to prepare for the journey. Pedro worked late, completed his preparations, and lay down for a few hours' sleep. Long before dawn he was up, and having breakfasted was assisted by Pedrillo to arm. His mule was brought, and with a few parting instructions, he was away. In half an hour he was clear of the town, on the road going north. A brisk trot for a mile or more, and he halted at a crossroad. A dim figure rose out of the darkness and was hailed by Pedro in Quichua. After a brief greeting, the man summoned half a dozen companions from a thicket beside the road. "Are we all here?" asked Pedro, looking over the group. "All here of Viracocha, 4 archers and 2 carriers," replied the one who had first approached. "Good. Then we will move. Take the lead, Ocalo. We should be well in the mountains before the light." Thus Pedro set out on his search for Cristoval. A glimpse of Cuzco. The interest at first aroused by Pedro's disappearance gradually subsided and was suddenly forgotten for a time, in the excitement following upon another departure. This was attended by tragic circumstance. Fray Mauricio, having established himself at Zausa, at once denounced José to the Commandant Saavedra as a heretic, demanding his arrest. Saavedra, intimidated by threats of the Inquisition's vengeance, unwillingly consented. He was not prompt, however, and word of the friar's efforts reached the armorer, who was almost recovered from his fever. The next morning, Mauricio was found in his quarters, stabbed to the heart. José had vanished. Search was made in the town and neighboring mountains, but no trace of the armorer was found, and as no reward was offered, the hunt was given up. Pedro's absence was not unnoted by Rava, however, and her gratitude for his devotion and services inspired her persistent inquiries. To these, Father Tendila made evasive replies, deeming it unwise to suggest a hope which would probably renew her anguish when Pedro returned. But to Señora Bolio, so much exercised that she even proposed to take the field in search of the cook, he confided his mission, perplexed at that lady's attitude, which seemed too resolute to imply tenderness, but which nevertheless indicated something more than mere solicitude. Even had the good father been better versed in the gentle passion as manifested in the feminine breast, the señora's symptoms might easily have balked his diagnosis. When she learned that Pedro had left Zausa, she suspected it was prompted by his unconquerable coyness and shocked the mild priest by a characteristic opinion of the apparent treachery. But, apprised of the fact, she melted in a manner no less surprising, blew her nose violently to abort a threatened tear, and broke into eulogy even more emphatic than her denunciation. Rava's spiritual growth had been such as to rejoice the good missionary's heart. She turned now with all the emotion born of grief, the yearning of a heart bereft, the ardent faith of a sincere and ingenuous mind, to the Mater Dolorosa and the Redeemer. Obedient to her preceptor, she conquered the despair which she saw was menacing her life itself. She found divine consolation, and in its realization her belief received new strength. She was baptized and received the sacrament. The occasion was one of utmost solemnity, and the garrison attended in body. The little flock of native converts and as many more of the people of Zausa as the walls of the church would hold, gathered to see the daughter of an Inca repudiate the gods of her fathers in their ancient temple. One morning, Father Tendila hastened to Rava with the news that a chasqui had arrived from Cusco, announcing that the Inca Manco had dispatched an escort to convey her to the capital. Not many days later, the sun rose upon a city of tents on the plain outside the town. The escort had arrived at nightfall the day before, battalions of the Imperial Guard, 100 nobles, a throng of maids for the Nusta's attendants, and a long train of camp servants, hamaca bearers, and carriers for the baggage. That morning, the sacerdotal palace was aglitter with the richly costumed members of the royal suite, bringing the Inca Manco's brotherly greetings and their own homage to the restored princess. Rava's simpler life was of the past, and once more she was a daughter of the sun. A fortnight later, the cortege of the Nusta was descending by the great Chinchasuyu road into the valley of Cusco. As the column emerged from the pass and the fertile Bolson opened out below, Rava drew aside the curtains of the hamaca. The arid slope dropped for hundreds of feet to the uppermost terraces of the Andenes, which clung to the mountainsides and ended with their green the bleak wilderness of eroded rock. Beyond these, the rolling floor of the valley, traversed by the stream Caquimayo, and on the left, rising abruptly from the plain, crowned by the ramparts and towers of its huge fortress, loomed the sullen mass of the hill Sacsayhuaman. At its feet lay Cusco, the novel, the center of the universe, the ancient capital of the Incas, and still farther away the bastions of the gigantic circumvallation of the Cordillera, its peaks delicately outlined against the azure of the cloudless sky or the white of more distant snow-clad summits. A faint haziness overhung the valley, with filmy spirals of white smoke rising languidly above the roofs into the air, a quiver with the warmth of the lowland and lending lightness and unreality to the almost dreamlike splendor of the capital. It seemed not of the west. The bright walls of dwellings, the glare of street and plaza, the green of interior court and garden, and the gold of the roofs of palace and temple, were blended by distance into a harmonious beauty which might have belonged rather to some metropolis of the fabled Orient. As her escort wound slowly down, Rava looked forward with throbbing heart, her eyes seeking in the confusion of roofs the spots endeared to her by lifelong association. The palace, the Amarucancha, was easily found on the great square, and even her own court with its shade of quinouars. Beyond gleamed the golden roof of the Temple of the Sun, now to her a symbol of the darkness from which she had been led by loving hands, and whence she felt it her mission to rescue others. A turn hid the city from view, and she leaned back with closed eyes until the rhythmical tramp of the companies was echoed by the walls of houses, and she heard the murmur of a multitude. The street was full of her people, and as she looked from the hamaka, they raised a mighty shout, waving hands and brightly colored scarfs and showering her with flowers. Her heart was full as she smiled back their greetings, and in her joy over theirs at beholding her again she could have embraced the humblest. Far down the street the bristling column of spears turned to the left, and the thunder of the drums at its head grew faint, to rise again as her hamaka reached the corner. Now she could see the plaza with its expectant crowds, and shortly she emerged from the narrow way, while waiting companies fell in on the right and left to form a hollow square. Suddenly her eyes rested upon a group of bearded faces crowded close to the lines, and she drew back into the shadow of the hamaka. They stared with quiet insolence, and others were elbowing through the throng from the direction of a building on the farther side of the square, over whose door she saw with sinking heart the flag of Spain and the dark colors of the army of the conquest. In front of the building was a picketed line of horses and a loitering knot of Spaniards. Rava turned away with a shiver, her brief happiness gone. Before the Amarucancha, the escort halted, and passing a double line of kneeling nobles, the Nusta was borne beneath the sculptured serpents. The first court was crowded, but she had barely time for a glance before her hands were seized by the Auki Paulo, her younger brother, who had sprung to the side of the hamaka. Rava embraced him fondly and was about to alight, when she saw a familiar, swarthy countenance near the door of the audience chamber. The owner was looking intently, and as he caught her eyes, doffed his sombrero and started forward. Her heart seemed to cease beating. Paulo was startled by her suddenly heightened pallor. "Great Inti!" he cried in alarm. "What is it, Rava? Art ill?" She grasped his arm convulsively. "Quick, oh quick!" she gasped. "Order my bearers forward to my apartments!" And she sank, almost fainting, into the shadow of the curtains. Mendoza halted with a shrug as the hamaka was raised, replaced his sombrero and turned back. "By the demon," he muttered with an unpleasant smile, "our haughty señorita Nusta seemeth to disdain old acquaintance. No importa, no importa. There are other days to follow." As he entered the hall, he cast a glance over his shoulder at the hamaka just disappearing into another court and clicked his tongue in his cheek. The Inca Manco. Ignoring the salutes of the two sentinels of the royal guard, Mendoza lounged into the audience room and stood leaning against the wall near the door. It was a spacious apartment, resplendent with the usual profusion and wealth of mural decoration thus far left undisturbed by Pizarro's rapacious followers. At the farther end of the hall, an assemblage of natives stood at some distance from the throne, on which was seated the young Inca Manco. Behind him stood a group of nobles, and at his side, on a lower seat, was Almagro, commandant of the city in the absence of Pizarro, then on an expedition to the coast. On the left of the throne, in the front line of nobles, were Juan and Gonzalo Pizarro, recently superseded in command by Almagro, and now alcaldes of Cusco. These three officials, with 8 Spanish regidores, constituted the municipal government established by Pizarro. To the Inca had been left the insignia of sovereignty, and little more. He had the privilege of his councils and the conduct of his realm so far as these did not conflict with Spanish interests. But, as now, the conquistadors were at his elbow in humiliating censorship. The Inca Manco was a youth of 20 years, though his serious and resolute expression made him look more mature. He resembled his half-brother Atahualpa, but his countenance, of a finer type, was lacking in the other's fierceness, and in its delicate modeling was more like that of the Nusta Rava. As he sat listening to the curasa of a distant town who had brought a case for adjudication, he wore an air of thoughtful gloom. The lines of care about his mouth and eyes vanished when he spoke, announcing his judgment in brisk, quiet tones, full of decision and confidence. The decree was favorable to the speaker, and as the latter uttered his gratitude, the Inca spoke again briefly and in lowered voice, his face alight with a trace of pleasure. The curaca retired, and the next, an aged man, advanced with hesitation, and having knelt with head bowed to the floor, seemed unable to finish his obeisance, but remained prostrate. The Inca said kindly, the customary address strangely inconsistent with their disparity of age, "Rise, my son, rise, we are waiting." The old man rose painfully, and in a voice unsteady with age and emotion, told of outrage that brought hot blood to his sovereign's cheek. The night before, he had been waiting all day to make his complaint. His house had been broken into by a Viracocha soldier, and his granddaughter carried away. His voice rose as he finished, and he tottered forward to the dais, extending his trembling old hands in appeal. "In the name of the God who shineth in mercy upon us both, Sapa Inca, I pray to you for vengeance. She is but a child, a mere child, and the light of mine old life. Grant that your just wrath shall fall upon the head, accursed of the son of that holy, accursed race." The Inca had started partly to his feet, his dark eyes ablaze. He sat again. "Where is the girl?" he demanded hoarsely, cowering in the darkest corner of the darkest chamber of her home, Sapa Inca, half mad, a blighted bud, a blemished pearl. He turned abruptly upon Almagro, who, unacquainted with the Quichua, had given him little heed, lolling wearily in his chair. "O thou Viracocha, offspring of Supe!" cried the old Indio, shaking his clenched hands toward the Spaniard. "Dost yawn at my sorrow, monster? Hast the heart of a wolf, thou who wearest the aspect of a man? May the great Inti strike thee with thrice my grief, thrice mine infirmities." Almagro, listening with some surprise to the violent apostrophe, looked toward the younger Pizarro. "What saith he, Juan?" "By God, he hath told a tale of bitter wrong, Diego," responded the other vehemently. "One of our men hath stolen his girl. It calleth for the garrote, or I'm an Ethiopian." Almagro sat up and glanced quickly at the Inca, who raised his hand to silence the complainant, and was now regarding the commandant with stern eyes and burning cheeks. "Viracocha Almagro," said Manco, "before thy general went from Cusco, he engaged that neither house nor person of my subjects should suffer violation. Thy soldier hath committed a crime which is punished in Tavantinsuyu with death. I look to thee for vindication." "Why, blood and wounds!" exclaimed the cavalier, when Manco's words had been translated. "Tell him, Juan, that we will indemnify with fiends. But these people set no store by money. Say then that we will punish with any just severity, short of death. That is out of reason." The Inca's eyes were fixed steadily upon Almagro, while the answer was being made known to him. "Viracocha," he said coldly, "this outrage is not the first of its kind. Now, I demand the penalty of death." Almagro's scarred face flushed as his single eye met the Inca's frown, and he replied bluntly, "I refuse. Tell him I refuse, Juan. We'll make what reparation lieth within our power, but curse me if we'll waste a soldier at any man's behest." And Almagro glanced defiantly from the Inca to the stern faces of his nobles. Manco rose abruptly, dismissed his court with a few quick words, and left the dais. As he passed the old man, he spoke to him in an undertone, and touching his white head lightly as he sank upon his knees, moved toward the door, followed by his suite. Almagro sprang to his feet. "How now, my puppet king? Dost turn us an angry back? For the price of a breath of air I'd trim the fringe from thy toy of a diadem." "Not so loud, Diego," remonstrated Juan Pizarro. "He hath good offense. I tell thee, we are not wise to make light of this soldier's trespass, amigo. One such outrage unpunished will breed 1,000, and before we are aware, the country will be about our ears. Tea is a cut at their tenderest sensibility. I say, hang the knave and keep the peace. Kill a good fighting man for the sake of a twig of a heathen girl. Thou art mad, Juan. I had as lief sacrifice a horse. We'll iron him for 40 days, and the matter will be forgotten. Come, set the business afoot. Have a public trial and advertise thy zeal, then keep the affair hanging until interest is worn out. Parade justice for a week, and these varlets will forget their grievance. Vamos!" They left the empty hall, and indifferent to the dark looks of the throng in front of the palace, sought their quarters in the old palace of the Inca Tupac Yupanqui. With the few nobles so privileged, Manco went to his apartments. Controlling his agitation, he faced his counselors. For a moment he studied each, reading under their impassiveness the fire smoldering in his own breast. In the group was Vilaoma, the XXVII, or High Priest of the Empire, most sagacious of his advisers, as he had been before to Huayna Capac and to the ill-fated Huascar. The old priest met his look with one of keen scrutiny. Manco had been his favorite, and from boyhood had been watched with an interest as deep and hopeful as if of his own flesh and blood. Manco's admission to the military order came when Cuzco was prostrate before the conqueror Atahualpa, her armies scattered, and the Inca Huascar a prisoner in the fortress at Sausa. When Pizarro, after the death of Atahualpa, marched upon the capital with the new Inca, Toparca, Manco reassembled the forces of Cuzco and prepared for resistance. Following the council of the XXVII, Prince Manco had suspended hostilities after Toparca's death and laid before Pizarro his own claim to the imperial Ilautu, temporarily humiliating himself to forestall such other pretender as this kingmaker might advance. If he had underestimated the cost of this surrender of dignity to policy, the XXVII did not share his mistake, and when the monarch presently realized the penalty for his pawned manhood, the stings of injured pride, the chafing under arrogance, and the wounds of slighted majesty, it was with difficulty that the priest restrained a premature outbreak. Now he saw the fire long kept in check, burning near the surface. He held his peace, however, and Manco said merely, "I would have thee come hither tonight, XXVII, after the third watch, and you, my generals, Quehuar, Meta, and Mocho, and come prepared to counsel no longer caution, delay, but action." The effect of the last word was electrical, but as a flash of heat lightning and as silent. It brightened their dark faces and fierce eyes for an instant, and was gone. But he knew them well, this young warrior emperor, expected no reply nor wished it. Presently, he was alone. The lamps were being lighted before Manco was in a mood to greet the Nusta Rava. He sent a page to advise her of his coming, requesting that she be alone. After the youth had gone, he stood at his table with eyes bent moodily upon the floor, then with quick impulse lifted the lautu from his head, laid it aside, and quitted the apartment. The evening was quiet and warm, but at that hour the several courts were almost deserted, and he walked slowly, encountering few but the frequent sentinels posted since the coming of the Spaniards. Through intermediate patios, he gained the establishment devoted to the suite of Rava and her younger sisters, the Nustas Ocolo and Alcaya, halting near a door through which came the notes of a tinea and of some fair one singing. The song was a sad one, and he walked on, thinking of the days when these gloomy courts were enlivened with music and laughter from hearts untouched by care. Would those days come again to the brooding old Amarucancha, to stricken Cuzco? The question was like the thrust of a dagger, self-administered. Was not this air of sadness, this pervading gloom, directly due to his own supineness? Was not its source in his weak, nay, criminal submission to the Viracochas? Ah, why was he lingering, inactive, under the goading of every crying hour? Why did he rest an instant while there remained an enemy in Cuzco, or in all Tavantinsuyu? He came to Rava's door and passed it, returned and passed it again and again, the sweat starting under the flagellation of his conscience. How could he face the noble girl within? What would she say of the Cuzco she had left so fair, now so shorn of its glories? Would she not reproach him, and justly? And could she do otherwise than attribute to his neglect the suffering and dangers from which she had just escaped? He must explain. Without another second of delay, he must explain. He recrossed the court impetuously, and pushing open the door without ceremony, entered the room. Rava arose, startled, and hurried forward with a cry of joy, alarmed again when she saw his pallor and the drawn lines of his countenance. But there was no reproach in her tone or bearing, only affection and gladness, and he embraced her with nervous fervor. Rava's arms were about his neck. Oh, my brother, do I really see thee again? Manco, Manco, how many, many times in these long months have I feared, but fears are gone. How thou hast changed, my dear. Thou art troubled. Ah, me. She stopped, regarding him with surprised concern. Where is thy lautu, Manco? Why dost not wear it? He reddened painfully as he kissed her forehead again. I have laid it aside tonight, he said quickly, seating himself beside her. Tonight, I am Manco, not the Inca, my dearest. But I would have seen thee wearing it. It should never be laid aside save in privacy, brother dear. And thou wouldst still have been Manco to Rava, thou knowest well. That is not the reason. He looked at her with troubled eyes. Why didst thou leave it? She persisted, studying his face. I have told thee, Rava. I have put it by that I might be to thee only Manco, as of old. The lightness of his words was forced, and Rava saw it. Nay, it is not that, she said gently. Tell me why. His eyes left hers, and she laid a hand upon his arm. Tell me why, Manco. He rose, but she detained him, and a glance at her anxious face forced a confession. He hesitated, then said with an effort, I will tell thee why, Rava. It is because, oh, may the souls of the departed Incas look mercifully upon me. It is because it is stained, my sister, debased and dishonored. It came to me not from the hands of a priest of the sun, but placed upon my head by the foul hand of a Viracocha. O thou great Inti, why was I suffered to live to bring this shame upon my line? I wear the lautu, and look thou, Rava, the shadow of a Viracocha resteth ever upon my throne. When I speak to my people, a Viracocha speaketh, and my voice is drowned. My laws have ceased to be. The very dogs of the streets look dumb question of mine authority. His words failed, but he resumed, his voice strained with agony. But worse hath befallen Tavantinsuyu. They have violated the temple of the sun, stripped it of its splendor and polluted its halls. They have cast down the silent forms of our fathers, ravished of their sacred insignia. The golden effigy of the sun hath been torn from the wall, crushed into ruin by Viracocha feet, and carried away to be gambled for. The gardens have been despoiled, and not one hand's breadth of their hallowed soil hath been left unturned by these destroyers in their ravening for gold. The Inti Pampa is a desolation. Ah, Rava, ask me not why I lay aside the lautu. Ask me, rather, how I dare to wear it. Ask why the sun doth rise and set upon my profanation. He covered his face with his hands. Rava sat very still. She was prepared for his tale of ravage, and was less shocked by his words than by the intensity of his agitation. A strong man's anguish is always terrible to a woman or a child, and the stoicism of the Peruvian made this outburst the more harrowing. She stepped to his side and put her arms about his neck. The unspoken sympathy gave him strength, and he controlled himself and went on more calmly. Ah, my dearest sister, the sacredness of Cuzco is no more. Its palaces have been despoiled. The beasts of the Viracochas defile the halls of the Yupanqui. These very decorations on the walls that shelter thee are here only on sufferance. He paused long enough to steady his voice, pressing her hand to stay her from speaking. A moment more, my dear, and I have done. I have told thee only of Cuzco. The cloud that darkeneth her sunshine hath spread to the 4 quarters of the empire. Quito hath fallen. Daily, as came the reports of the great pestilence, come now tales of new invasion. The great sea, vacant since the world began, disgorgeth fresh swarms with every tide, as some rotten pool its burden of vermin. The gaunt leader, Pizarro, is rearing cities, driving our children into slavery to hew his stone and build his walls. The fairest vales of Tavantinsuyu are being seized by strangers, their people banished from their homes or lashed into servitude. Yet I am called the Inca. O Rava, turn away thy face till Manco hath been worthy of his trust. He sank into a chair, his head bowed. Rava touched him. Manco, do I behold my brother in despair? He looked up, his face reddening. No, not that, my sister, not that. I have spoken of the past and the present. The curse hath fallen whilst I have been held by chains of circumstance. The great Inti knoweth how much against my will. Now it is ended. He rose and regarded her with steady eyes, his voice calm but intense. It is ended, Rava. Tonight I meet the Vilac Vimu and my generals. Tomorrow at dawn, whilst Chasqui are speeding the 4 roads from Cuzco, the priest will sacrifice to the sun. not in his desecrated temple, but under his blue vault secretly in the mountains, invoking at last his dread ministers, the thunder and lightning. But Rava, he exclaimed, seizing her hands, think not that in the weakness thou hast seen tonight there was the plaint of a coward. My heart was full. My lips have been sealed in all these months of shame with links of bronze. No mortal but thee hath heard a sigh or a faltered word, but thy dear eyes have drawn from me what torture could not compel. Not even a Mankay, sweetest of consorts, hath heard a whisper of the sorrow which hath made mine every night a harrowed year. But now it is done. He fell into gloomy reverie, while Rava, pale and quite silent, sat pressing his hand and looking far away, or anxiously at his somber eyes. He was oblivious of her presence until he roused with a faint smile. But now, dear girl, what of thyself? I have not even told thee my joy in having thee again. Forgive me. Rava placed her fingers on his lips. No need, Manco, either for thee to tell me or for me to say that I forgive. But mine is a long story. Be content tonight to know that I am safe. No, but let me hear it, Rava. It is of concern to me, as thou knowest. How didst come to be at Zawa? Ah, that is near the end of the story, brother. Then tell me from the beginning. I had thought thee and Toparca's sweet until I met Pizarro at XXXII. He told me, Rava, thou hadst fled from Caxamalca with a traitor Viracocha who had broken prison. Manco's voice was grave. Rava's eyes flashed as they met his. Pizarro called him so, Manco, she demanded. Then after a pause, ah yes, a traitor. But what would say of a traitor to these men of evil? Manco studied her face before he replied slowly. Much worse even than they, or much better. Then much better, she said with quiet emphasis. His treason lay in this, my brother, that he fiercely resented Pizarro's perfidy to our kinsman, Atahualpa, whom he befriended in his darkest hours, and in this, that he saved me from worse than death when I was at the mercy of those vultures, that he fought for me, starved for me, kept hope alive when my heart was broken, and shielded me from 1,000 perils until he led me to safety. And all this, Manco, for the sake of a vow to Atahualpa, whom he promised to deliver me from mine enemies. A traitor. Oh, my brother, if thy nobles have virtues like his treason, thou art a fortunate monarch. While she was speaking and afterward, Manco searched her deep eyes until, conscious of his scrutiny, they fell. Her hand was trembling and his face darkened with displeasure. Rava, he demanded, where is this Viracocha? She looked up, and the sorrow and desolation which had swept quickly over her gentle face brought generous remorse for his instant of sternness. Her lips trembled piteously. Oh, Manco, Manco, she faltered, he fell for me at last. He is no more. With head bowed and form shaken by grief, her hands sought his neck, and whatever he would have said a moment before in reproof of her feeling for one of the hated race, it was forgotten in pity as he drew her into his arms. With affectionate sympathy, he endeavored to moderate her anguish, but words were vain, and he could only hold her tight clasped until its force was spent. Then he half carried her, benumbed and yielding, to her couch and called her maids, lingering helpless beside her while they ministered. Rava had grown more tranquil, and he was about to depart. She lay quiet, her eyes closed, their lashes yet moist, and he bent over to kiss the pallid cheek. As he did so, she sighed deeply, and a small object slipped from her bosom and lay sparkling at the end of its slender chain. Its silvery gleam caught his eye. He started, looked more closely, and recoiled as if he had seen a serpent in the folds of her robe. He caught breath sharply, and an ashy paleness spread over his bronzed face. By a blessing of heaven, the girl did not open her eyes upon the mingled abhorrence, unbelief, and anger with which he beheld the tiny image of the crucified Savior, the emblem of all on the broad earth that he hated most savagely. He gazed for a fascinated instant, stood erect, glanced at the sad face once more, and left the room with features as rigid as if cast in the metal whose color they wore. The startled maids looked after him as he went, but none saw him stagger as he crossed the court with his hands pressed to his forehead. The moon, goddess consort of the sun, was rising over the dark roofs of the palace. He wavered out from the shadow into her rays and cowered beneath them. shuddering as if he felt her silent denunciation of his sister's apostasy. Gaining his apartments, he passed his attendants without a word, leaving them awed by a face they had hardly recognized. When his generals met him near midnight, his eyes were fevered, his voice hoarse and dry, and his words, fraught with war, were uttered with an abrupt tensity that fired their warlike hearts. The council was long. At its close, the Chasqui who were to bear his messages to the distant provinces, calling them to arms, were summoned to have the words from his own lips. They left it with nerves strung by their portentous import and the fierce, suppressed energy with which they were given. Before the sun rose above Cuzco, the fiat had gone forth that would convulse the empire. Within the month, every province, town, and hamlet within the realm was in secret preparation. Armorers doubled their industry. The great system of posts sprang to its highest activity, the tireless Chasqui speeding day and night over every road and mountain trail, hurrying commands from the capital, bearing back reports of governors and cuirassiers in ceaseless radiation and convergence. Magazines and armories were replenished of their stores, and trains of carriers toiled over every highway, concentrating provisions and material of war upon the strongholds in the mountains surrounding Cuzco. All the machinery of the most elaborately perfect organization the world has ever seen was in motion, but as silently as clouds gather before a tempest. The couriers stole in and out of the city under cover of darkness. Few of them went to the Amarucancha, but were received and dispatched by the Vilac Villamu at his own palace, their tidings and quipus carried by him to the Inca. The impending cataclysm gave no faintest warning, and the Spaniards idled, caroused, and brawled, unconscious of its approach. The Nusta Rava, quite unaware, fortunately, of the agitation with which Manco had quitted her, worn out by stress of mind and the weariness of her journey, at length found forgetfulness in sleep. The next day and evening were spent with her sisters and the Auquipauyo, but Manco did not return, though he sent a page with inquiries for her health. The day following, and the next, her hope to see him was disappointed. At length he came. The first glance from his gloomy eyes chilled the warmth from her words as she started to meet him, and she stopped, her smile of welcome fading into startled inquiry. The Inca dismissed the maids and motioned her to her seat, neither avoiding nor heeding her hand as she laid it hesitatingly upon his arm, nor replying to the question in her face. The interview was not long nor violent, but when he left and sent in her maids, they found her unconscious. The last of many woes had snapped the frail thread of courage that had sustained her. Manco had questioned her about the crucifix, had requested that she abjure the abhorred religion, had been refused as firmly as gently. His respect for her had prohibited command or reproach, but the coldness of his farewell and its finality had been a stab more cruel than the most passionate denunciation. The next day Rava did not rise, nor the next, nor for many days thereafter. The Amautas came, wise men, 3 of them. They noted her fever, listened a moment to her delirium, consulted, and administered the simple remedies known to the Peruvian pharmacopoeia. These were few and mostly harmless, so nature fought for her with few hindrances from drugs, and with all the assistance that nursing could give. But it was a long and dreary struggle before the unseeing eyes at last looked sadly but clearly at her attendants, and her whispered words grew intelligible. Almost the first were Father Valverde, and the maids looked in wonder, but she repeated the name until the priest was sent for and came. Father Valverde, now Bishop of Cuzco, was an elderly man, well-preserved and well-fed, with a rugged, determined face, a great slit of a mouth with good lines about it, keen eyes which could look stern beneath their shaggy brows when occasion demanded, or amiably and humorously upon opportunity, and with an ability to storm at lawless soldiery in terms suited to their understanding and their needs, with a vigor that would have been creditable to Chrysostom. He was a rabid hater of the devil. Next to the devil, he hated an unbeliever. A missionary of fanatical type, he could burn a heathen at the stake for the good of his unassoilized soul with easy conscience and some satisfaction. But he could withal rejoice sincerely over a soul rescued from damnation, and did rejoice over a letter from Father Tendilla regarding the Nusta Rava. The missive, after the usual salutation and some preliminary words, ran as follows. I will leave her long story to a fitter time and say merely that I found her already a Christian, having been brought to the faith by the Caballero Cristoval de Peralta, whom thou knowest well. And not only a Christian in belief, but what is more admirable, in fibre, inclination, and bent of mind. Being in truth a most gentle, saintly girl, I had the ineffable satisfaction of baptizing and receiving her into Holy Communion. Thereafter she worked with me earnestly in the conversion of her people here, and departed with the hope of pursuing the same good work in Cusco. I pray, therefore, that thou attend upon her. She hath many sorrows. One is the death of this Cristoval. Now I have thought of this concerning the Nusta Rava, and having broached it gently, found it received not with disfavor, and even gratefully, to wit, that as thou dost plan to found, as soon as may be, a convent at Cuzco, she might be led to embrace a holy life. Her preparation, begun here, could be completed at Panama, or even at Seville, where she would doubtless enjoy the interest and favor to which her rank entitleth her. There followed items of personal concern, and the letter closed. The interest aroused in the mind of Father Valverde was immediate and effective, and once admitted to the palace, he devoted himself to the work so well begun by Cristoval and Tendila. Like his brother missionaries, he possessed a knowledge of medicine, and was able to hasten Rava's convalescence. It need not be said that he found her all that Tendila had described, and the desolate girl received his fatherly ministrations with a grateful heart. The incarial diadem on a Spanish saddlebow Tavantinsuyu was at last aroused. Dark masses of warriors marching with grim purpose, without song or drum or horn, filled the defiles and roads leading toward the City of the Sun. Day after day, week after week, from the most distant quarters of the empire, the converging columns moved upon the capital, swelling as each village or province added its contingent. So rapid and secret was the concentration that before a whisper of their danger had reached the ears of the conquistadors, the fortified valley of Ollantaytambo, a few leagues from Cusco, had become a vast encampment, and waited only the signal from the Inca to pour forth its avenging legions. Proud, gloomy, and taciturn, enduring the contemptuous indifference, the unconcealed scorn, and the open insult of the Spanish officers with the patient fortitude of a heart of iron, Manco bided the hour. During the long weeks of preparation, while his forces were gathering, he never left the palace. From dawn to darkness, and often from darkness to dawn again, he sat in his chamber, poring over quipos, or feverishly pacing his floor while he listened to the reports of officers or issued his commands. Daily intelligence borne by the Shasky kept him in touch with the advancing columns, and on a map roughly sketched with charcoal on a sheet of cotton lying on his table he marked their approach. His generals came and went unheeded by the quarreling Spaniards, and the ominous councils held nightly within the palace were unsuspected. The day was near at hand. Manco was in midnight council with his officers and the Alquipauyo. The final disposition of his troops was being considered, but the blow was withheld until word should come from the coast that the forces near the newly founded Spanish cities, Ciudad de los Reyes and Truxillo, were ready to strike simultaneously. At Sausa, preparations for investment were complete. All passes and lines of communication between the several Spanish posts were occupied. Already the women of the royal household were being sent, in twos and threes and with all possible secrecy, to the protection of the fortress at Ollantaytambo. Rava had not gone, but would depart with Pauyo on the following night. The group of nobles about the young Inca as he stood at the head of his table was one which would have been distinguished in any council of warriors or statesmen. All were veterans of many wars, and all, with the exception of Yumaquilque, commander of the Amahuacas, a warlike mountain tribe to the northeast of Cusco, were of the pure Inca blood. 2. The generals Meta and Quehuar were members of the royal family, the former a cousin, the latter an uncle of Manco. Quehuar, the eldest and next of kin, stood beside the Auquipaulo. At his side was Maita, younger by years, and one of the handsomest of the nobility of Tavantinsuyu. He had the features and form of a Roman, every line indicative of the energy and alertness which had gained him the sobriquet of the Puma among his devoted soldiery. He commanded the Imperial Guard and was the head of the military school. Next was Mocho, chief of the fierce Antes. He was a short, dark, irritable genius of aggressiveness, known as the fiercest fighter in all Tavantinsuyu, and the most persistent. There were others of less distinction, but all were of tried courage and ability. Now they listened with close attention to the words of their young lord, whose force and spirit, as developed in the last few months, had inspired an admiration in which his youth was forgotten, and had filled them with high hope for their stricken country. "My lords," said Manco, after the business of the council was finished, "I perceive that the current of things is bearing us to early victory. The Canaries left in the city number less than 1,000. We scarcely need count them. The Viracochas die hard, as we learned at Vilcabamba." He smiled grimly. "But they are not more than 200. Almagro is marching rapidly to the south, and he is now where no cry for help from Cusco can reach. Should he seek to return, he would find the passes closed. Ululama is within 5 days' march, but we need not wait. The Vilak VMU will be with us tomorrow, and by the day following the household will be in safety at Ollantaytambo. Then, my lords, we strike. To thee, my lord Mocho, it will please me to give the honor of taking the Sacsayhuaman." Mocho bowed. "I would better like an honor more dearly gained, Sapa Inca. The place is but feebly garrisoned." The Inca smiled. "Thou'lt have opportunity presently for others less easily won, my lord. Do not fear it. The fortress may not be so easily held as taken, for if I mistake not, the Viracochas will not be slow to learn its importance. Thou wilt garrison it strongly, therefore, and see it amply supplied." He turned to the senior general. "My lord Quehuar, thou wilt send a chasqui to Zausa tonight." He was interrupted by commotion and an excited voice in the antechamber. A frown crossed his face, and he motioned to Paulo. The prince hurried out, returned in a moment with precipitation, and as he threw open the door, the Inca started. Paulo's face was drawn with horror. At his elbow was a soldier in the uniform of the guard who, as Paulo strove to speak, sank upon his knees and bent to the floor. "Manco! Manco!" cried the young prince in agony. "In the name of Inti, the virgins of the sun!" The Inca strode toward him, demanding sharply as he seized his arm, "What meanest thou, boy? Speak! The Acalahuasi! The Viracochas are battering its doors!" Manco rushed across the anteroom to the court without a word. Paulo jerked the soldier to his feet and, followed by the generals, hurried after. As the Inca stepped into the open air, a dull roar of voices in the street outside, the sound of blows and fierce shouts shocked his hearing, then a rending crash of a falling door and the clamor of a rush. For an instant he was motionless, strained and listening. He turned suddenly, and the light from the open door fell upon his face, distorted by fury. "Meta!" he shouted. "Meta! Where is he? Meta! Thy battalions! Fly! Paulo, my arms!" As Meta started, the soldier grasped his arm. "Hold, my lord," he said. Then, rapidly to Manco. "Sapa Inca, the barracks are surrounded, and but 20 are within the quarters. The rest have gone to Ollantaytambo. I sought to enter, but was driven away." Manco stamped with impatience and rage. "Follow me!" he cried to his generals, seizing his arms from Paulo. "We will take the guard." Quehuar blocked his way determinedly. "Rashness, my lord Inca! We are unarmed, and the guard may be needed at its post before the night is gone." Manco thrust him aside, maddened by women's shrieks from the convent, but the generals crowded about him. Quehuar laid a strong hand upon his shoulder. "Prudence, prudence, my lord," he urged. "A moment's folly now would undo all that hath been done." Manco shook off his grasp. "Prudence! Dost hear those cries, old man? Release me! God of heaven, do I not hear them? But hold! Wouldst have vengeance in full? Then abort it not by an act of madness. Dost forget thine army?" Manco checked himself with an effort, and Quehuar went on energetically. "The instrument for punishment is ready for thy hand. Beware thrusting that hand without it into the teeth of wild beasts. What couldst thou, what could our united strength do tonight? Thy death or even a wound would seal the fate of Tavantinsuyu. Bethink thee, Inca." Manco drew his cloak over his face with a groan. He dropped it and exclaimed hoarsely, "My lords, I go to the army tonight. The hour hath come for action. Meta, thou wilt go with me. Do you, my friends, remain until the women are in safety. You will join me at Ollantaytambo. Sapa Inca, began Quehuar, but Manco raised his hand and continued vehemently. I go tonight. What wouldst have? That I sit clutching mine ears or shuffling my feet to drown the wails of these unfortunates? Hear them! Hear them! Oh, by the gods, they drive away my reason. Come, Meta, we go. He grasped the officer's arm, waved back the others, and hurried across the court. At the entrance of the next stood a sentinel, and the Inca halted, checking his salute. Here, Meta, thou art unarmed. Take this. With his own hand he drew the soldier's sword and passed it to his companion. They hastened across another court filled with shuddering attendants, and through a third and smaller one to a narrow corridor, along which they groped until halted by a door at its end. Manco hastily unbarred. It was a postern opening upon a terrace between the wall of the palace and the rivulet Huatne. Opposite was a flight of steps leading to the bed of the stream, and they descended. Meanwhile, within the walls of the convent of the Virgins and in the street without, a hell carnival was in progress too hideous to dwell upon. At the moment the Inca was passing through the outskirts of the city, Juan Pizarro, mounted bareback, unarmored, and bareheaded, was charging into the tumult, followed by his brother Gonzalo and a few other cavaliers, sword in hand. Bellowing oaths, laying about with the flat of their blades, not infrequently with the edge, and leaping their horses upon the obstinate, they cut their way to the convent and rode in to rescue the unhappy inmates. Behind followed a dozen of the guard, only to throw aside their pikes and join in the fiendish revel, leaving their duty to the black-robed priests and friars who struggled through in their wake. One bore a crucifix, but the stout Valverde did better work with a bludgeon, breaking many a wicked face and ruffianly head in his career through the desecrated halls and gardens. The night was far spent before the place was cleared, and its doors closed and guarded. Juan Pizarro was riding slowly back toward the square when a canare, who had lurked about the Spaniard for an hour in a vain effort to approach and be heard without a cleft skull for his pains, touched his leg and sprang back with hands upraised. Juan halted. Well? He demanded brusquely, scowling at the Indio. Hast business with me? If so, be brisk. The canare jabbered a stream of broken words in Quichua, not intelligible, but something, it seemed to be, about the Inca, enough to arrest the attention of Juan Pizarro, and he demanded impatiently of his brother. What saith the dog, Gonzalo? Canst make it out? Hear thou say it over and slowly. The canare repeated his words with better effect, with immediate and startling effect, for Juan turned with a shout to his companions. Dost hear, Gonzalo? Do ye hear, caballeros? The Inca hath fled the city. He kicked the ribs of his horse and galloped madly to the palace of Viracocha, across the great court and into the hall that served as a guard-room, filling it with the clamor of hooves and throwing its occupants into confusion. They seized their arms in a panic. Ho, the trumpeter! He roared. Out and sound to horse! Out and sound to horse! Presteza! Salta! To horse! To horse! He went out like a whirlwind. Before he had reached his quarters, the shrill, quick notes were rising from the square. Again and again and again the stirring measure, and the stable was alive with men, tossing saddles, tugging at straps, swearing and panting in a frenzy. One after another and by twos and threes the mailed riders swung into saddle, seized lances from the rack, and clattered out into the plaza. The line formed rapidly, and the plunging, kicking, and head-tossing of the excited steeds had hardly subsided before it was in column, and led by Juan Pizarro, took up a trot behind the canare. The gloomy walls of the violated convent were growing gray in the dawn as the cavalcade roared past down the narrow, echoing streets and through the suburbs. It was late afternoon when the troop re-entered Cuzco. It moved at a walk, and hanging on the pommel of the commander's saddle was the lautu of the Inca Manco. In the foremost rank of the column was a trooper without his helmet, with a bloody bandage across his face below the eyes. A weapon had passed the bars of his visor. Farther back was another, shorn of a pauldron and his right arm useless. In the rear, two canaries carried a third on an improvised litter, dead. But in the middle of the column, between double files of troopers, marched the Inca and the Lord Maida, blood-stained, bandaged, their arms bound behind their backs. Horses, riders, and the two prisoners were splashed with mud. Manco walked with head erect, without a glance at the canares who hurried into the street as the cavalcade traversed the suburb Munisenca. Nor did he more than glance at his grief-stricken subjects who cast themselves moaning upon the pavement. Not a line of his stern young face betrayed his emotion at entering the capital a prisoner, nor his torture of mind at the disaster thus befallen his people on the very eve of the stroke for their deliverance. From Munetinka the news flew ahead. Canaries gathered, too stolid for manifestation, and knots of Spaniards, whom a sign from Juan Pizarro warned into silence. But throughout the remainder of the march every door was closed, and no native of Cuzco looked out upon the fallen majesty of their Inca. Crossing the bridge toward the Coricancha, the column turned northward through the city, passing the palaces of the Yupanquis, of the Inca Roca, the schools where Manco had won his youthful honors, and entered the road which mounted to the Sacsayhuaman. The single company of pikemen constituting its garrison stood in front of the citadel, and to its commander Pizarro surrendered the prisoners. An hour later they were heavily ironed within the keep, and the troop was on its way back to Cuzco. In the Amarucancha the hours had dragged in a long nightmare. After Manco's departure his lords remained, racked by the shocking sounds to which they listened in helplessness. The war-hardened old Quehuar paced the court. Yumaquilque stood motionless against the wall, his mantle over his face. The others hearkened in silence, broken only by an occasional fierce, whispered sentence from Mocho. But from those dreadful hours, they imbibed a relentless ferocity of hate for the invaders which no amount of Spanish blood could ever mitigate, and which in the days to follow would send many a conquistador unshriven to his maker. Upon the Auqui Paulo, young and uninured, the night's tragedy fell most cruelly, but the anguish of his sisters gathered in Rava's chamber, crouched in speechless horror and surrounded by wailing maids, nerved him by its reminder of their dependence now upon him. By the time he had restored them to partial calmness, the tumult beyond the walls had subsided. As he stepped into the court again, he heard the call to horse, and a few minutes later, the uproar of the passing troop. The circumstance was alarming. It stirred a sudden fear that Manco's flight had been detected. Paulo sent a page to learn its significance. The youth did not return. He dispatched a second and sought Quehuar. He found the old general with the others in the council room, and had hardly entered before the second messenger returned to announce that a guard of pikemen was at the outer door, and he had not been permitted to pass. The palace was surrounded by guards, and all within were prisoners. That night the humble native knelt at his evening prayer, shuddering at the infinite indifference of his god to the sorrows of Tavantinsuyu. As twilight came, a few muffled figures stole to the edge of the square, gazed in silence at the guarded doors and somber walls of the Amarucancha, and slunk away. The capture of the Inca was told in whispers, stirring no cry for vengeance, no move to rescue. The calamity was as irremediable and appalling as if heaven itself had fallen. It was the wrath of Inti, not to be opposed. A few days later the nobles were permitted to depart, were, in the case of Quehuar and Yumaquilque, even compelled to go, for these two would have shared the captivity of Paulo and the household, whom the Pizarros retained as hostages for the quiet of the empire, whose patience under this latest blow they doubted. Two comrades reunited. Never a knight rode forth with more of chivalry than dwelt beneath sturdy Pedro's breastplate when he set out in quest of Cristobal. He went with little hope of doing more than saying a few prayers at the grave of the cavalier and marking it with a cross, but for these offices he would have traversed a continent. Cristobal lay beneath an awning at the villa of the Curaçahualampo, well bolstered and pillowed, and bandaged to a condition of almost total rigidity. He was looking moodily over the sparkling lake when his reverie was disturbed by the approach of his host, unmistakably accompanied, by the familiar sound of a peg. The cavalier was startled half erect, but sank back weakly as Pedro appeared with Hualampo. The cook was breathless from a climb of the hill at his utmost speed. At sight of his friend, he increased his pace across the terrace, grasped the extended hand, but instead of speaking, compressed his lips as a spasm crossed his face. Roaring his words to conceal his unsteadiness of voice, he exclaimed, "Hola, Cristobal, do I see thee in the flesh? Blessed Virgin, it is so! Why, man, I came to weep over thy grave, but 'tis thou, in very truth." "God bless thee, Pedro," said Cristoval with moistened eyes, pressing the cook's hand. "So he hath done, old friend, in letting me see thee again. But Santa Maria, thou art wrapped and swathed and beragged and swaddled like a sore finger. Canst wiggle thy toes? Ah, 'tis a comfort. Any broken bones? No? Bueno, just full of holes, pricked, punctured, pinked, and perforated. It might be worse. The Curaçao saith thou art mending fast." Cristoval nodded. "Pedro," he began anxiously, then stopped. "Well, say on, amigo," said the cook, seating himself. "Dost know aught of Rava?" "That I do. She is safe in the care of Father Tendilla." Cristoval closed his eyes and turned away, his lips moving. Pedro eyed him curiously and shook his head. Both were silent. "Tell me about it, Pedro." At last. "Nay," said Pedro. "It is too long a story for the present. The Curata warneth me against much talking. Thou must be content to know that she is unharmed. Shortly I'll tell thee, and much history besides. But the Nusta Rava is in good hands." Permitting no further conversation, he sat long, surveying the cavalier with great satisfaction, while Hualampo gave him an inventory of the various hurts. Cristoval's recovery had been much impeded by his condition of mind. Fever ensued after he had been carried from Maitalca's ruined villa, and for days he lay between life and death. His depression told seriously against him, and later, as he gained strength, his progress was further hindered by restless longing to be in search of Rava. Hualampo's admonitions availed little against his fuming, but he was somewhat reassured by knowing that a party had already gone to gain intelligence of the Nusta. Pedro's coming with the knowledge that Rava was safe made his convalescence rapid. Still, it was weeks before he could rise, weeks more before he could stir abroad, and the summer was gone before Pedro would discuss their future plans. The party brought back word that Rava had left Sausa for Cusco. Cristoval was with Pedro when he received the information. "Then she is with the Inca, and her troubles are past," he sighed. "Pedro, how long thinkst thou before I can mount?" The cook looked at him sharply before replying. "That would depend," he said presently, "upon thy purpose. Thou couldst amble about the valley tomorrow, but thou'lt not be fit to couch a lance for weeks to come, old friend, so make no plans for campaigning. What dost think of doing?" "I must seek the Nusta Rava," said Cristoval. Pedro was not surprised, but said, "There will be danger for thee too near Cusco, Cristoval, and not a man in the pack whom thou mayest trust. De Soto hath gone to the coast with the general, sick of the conquest and on his way to Spain. But when thou hast seen the Nusta, what then?" Cristoval looked at him earnestly. "After that, 'tis a question. Help me with thy good head, Pedro. If she would flee with me to Zausa, we would go to Father Tendilla." Cristoval paused. "She would flee with thee to Zausa, my head upon it," replied Pedro with assurance. "Or to the moon, or to the farthest star, couldst thou furnish transportation. But after Zauxa and Father Tendilla, what next? Either refuge in some remote province of Tavantinsuyu or Panama. We could harbor in some village near San Miguel until a ship came in, then get aboard in secret. Only one thought goeth against my conscience, and that is of the peril and hardship to which Rava would be again exposed. Ah, madre, I know not, Pedro. I hesitate. This flight would be not only from Pizarro's men, but perhaps from the Inca as well. I doubt not that she could find faithful supporters in the venture, but it would be a struggle, to say naught of taking her from home, friends, and country into another world. It is much to ask, but what thinkst thou, old friend?" "I think," replied Pedro gravely, "that she could easier bear such suffering than her present sorrow. But you may not need to leave the country. The Inca may prove friendly. I fear his friendship would help little with Pizarro dominating." "True," said Pedro, shaking his head. "Thou must go to Panama and thence to Spain, for thou'lt be safe no nearer. Now weigh this for a plan. Thou'lt go to Cusco. Doubtless Hualampo will furnish thee an escort. I will go with thee as far as Sausa. Wait for thy return with the Nusta, then we will go to the coast together. I will watch at San Miguel for a ship and will arrange thy passage with the Senora de Peralta. I have some moderate savings, Cristoval, enough to purchase the aid of a shipmaster. I can pay him double what he would get for thy head, and have some left to silence others. What sayest thou to't, amigo?" Cristoval seized his hand, overcome with gratitude. "Pedro, Thou'rt— "A cook!" interrupted Pedro, returning his grasp with sudden animation. "A cook shorn of a leg by the iniquity of fate. A cook with but half his share of footprints. A pruned cook. A remnant. Naught more, Cristoval. But what thinkst thou of it? By Saint Michael, Pedro, thou'rt—" "A cook," said Pedro again. "Let it go. Come, discuss, comment, bandy a word or two about the plan. Thou art staring like a choked calf." Cristoval's face clouded. "It will not do, my good comrade," he said. "Thou must have no part in it, save with thy counsel. Thou hast already ventured too much for friendship's sake. The affair at Caxamalca might have cost thee dearly." Pedro had not told him of the thumbscrews. "And furthermore, I cannot use thy gold. I am penniless, and could never repay thee. Advise and no more." "Why, stew me to rags, Cristoval," retorted Pedro with irritation. "Thou dost talk as if we were not friends." "Nay, that is as far from my thoughts as from thine, but friendship is friendship," blurted the cook, and would hear no further objection. They considered it long and in detail, foresaw difficulties and overcame them, wrought their plans into as great perfection as plans are often wrought, and in the event, as shall be seen, carried them as near to execution as human plans are often carried. The project gave a fresh impulse to Cristoval's recovery. They disclosed their purpose to nobody, though to Hualampo and Maitalca the cavalier confided his wish to see the Nustarava before leaving the country, and the Curasa proffered his aid. Marcumi should go, and as many other men as needed, with supplies for the journey to Cuzco. At last Pedro admitted grudgingly that his companion was fit to take the road, and against the Curasa's earnest advice, they pushed their preparations. When the time for departure was at hand, Cristoval found many an unlooked-for pang. He was known to every man, woman, and child of the valley, was looked upon by them with reverence, endeared to them as the protector of their Nusta by his unfailing courtesy, simplicity, and helpful interest, and finally, by their sympathy when he was lying cut to pieces by the Canares. All had received a kind word from the Viracocha Cristoval, and not one of them but must bid him farewell with a heartfelt wish that the sun would brighten his way. When he took leave of Maitalca, the lady wept frankly, murmuring a prayer for his welfare and a message of love to Rava when he should see her again. The Curasa's daughters, who had sat many an hour at his bedside, were not less affected. Clad in armor which Marcumi's zeal had brought to the splendor of silver, Cristoval at last rode with Pedro through the crowded streets at the head of their few retainers. They were attended to the edge of the village by the people, and for a mile beyond by the old Curaza, who bade them farewell with warm assurance that while a roof remained in Chilcala, they should find there a welcome and refuge. At the head of the canyon through which flowed Chilcala stream, Cristoval halted for a final look at the valley, here to find the sharpest pang of all. He turned with a sigh from its tranquility, its beauty, and the thousand recollections, and rode into the defile with a presentiment that in leaving its peace to enter the gloomy gorge was a foreshadowing of what lay before him. A march and another reunion. The march down the canyon of the Chilcala was rapid, and on the second day they were near its debouchement into the valley of the Maranon, close to the great national highway leading to Cusco. After this, they proceeded with the utmost circumspection. By the end of the fifth day, they had passed Lake Chinchecocha and halted at Carhuacaya in the valley of the Sauxa. It was a hamlet of 24 houses, regularly laid out and with the usual campata, or square, on which stood the residence of the Curasa, where the two Viracochas were received for the night. Like many another village they passed, this had suffered severely at the hands of the ravaging Canares who had followed Pizarro's march, and from Spaniards on their way to Cusco, for recruits were already flowing in. But Pedro had stopped there on his way to Chilcala, and his reappearance was welcome. On the following morning the party encountered an interruption wholly deranging their plans. Cristoval and Pedro were preparing for the journey when the Curasa entered, showing some embarrassment. He greeted them cordially but advised them not to leave that day. In fact, it would be impossible. The roads were occupied. The town, it was distressing, was surrounded by the troops of the Inca. Pedro whistled. "By the fighting San Miguel," exploded Cristoval in Spanish. "We are prisoners, Pedro. What sayest thou to that?" Pedro sat down. Why, stew me. Like the ancient Roman soldier who was hit in the belly by a stone from a catapult, I have very little to say. Viracochas, said the Curasa earnestly, I pray you have no uneasiness. The General Matopo commanding shall be informed of your rescue of the Nusta Rava, Viracocha Cristoval, of which Marcumi hath told me. That service will ensure you against any danger soever. Danger! Then we might be in danger, is it so, Curasa? Are these troops marching against the Viracocas? You will readily understand, Viracocha Cristoval. It is not permitted me to know. Cristoval resumed his arming. Well, it might be worse. If Pizarro had us pent in this fashion, it would be a short shrift for me, Pedro, and belike, would call for some painful lying from thee to explain thine indiscretion in choice of company. But let us step out and see what is to be seen. They found several Xilcalans at the outer door, watching a battalion just entering the square. The two Spaniards halted, struck by its martial appearance as it massed in the plaza. An officer of middle age wearing a noble's ear ornaments was followed by a group of 20 or more, many with the same insignia, and all brilliant in the uniform of the Conobos, a northern tribe from the valley of the Hualaga. Beside the officer was the Curatza, talking earnestly. The party turned aside from the direct line of march to permit the passage of their column, and halted. The Curasa approached to summon the Spaniards. The commander eyed the two mail-clad figures with interest, but the sight of Pedro's wooden leg required all his self-possession to avoid a display of astonishment. His salutation was not unfriendly, but the Spaniards were aware that they were prisoners. Viracochas, said he, after the Curasa had presented them, it seemeth an ill return for our indebtedness, of which the Curasa informeth me, but it is necessary that you accompany us. I assure you that one who hath befriended the Nusta Rava need fear nothing more than inconvenience. Were it in my discretion, I would not impose even that. But I am responsible for the secrecy of the movement of my troops, and you will understand the necessity which compelleth me. In order, however, to avoid undue restraint, I will accept your words that you make no effort to escape. Thou mayest depend upon us, my lord, said Cristoval. There is, however, one request. I have an escort of Xilcalans whom I count as friends. Will my lord permit that they accompany me? Gladly, said the general, if they so choose. We shall meet tonight, Viracocas. May the sun guard you. He moved off with his officers, leaving one to follow with the two captives, and they hastened to saddle. Taking leave of the Curica, they joined the waiting officer and, followed by the Xilcalans, fell into an interval between battalions. The command went into bivouac late at night, and Matopo sent for his prisoners to join him at supper. Several subordinate officers shared the meal, and to them and to the old noble it was an incident, for these were the first they had seen of the Viracochas. Matopo soon became assured of Cristoval's sympathy with the cause of Rava's people, though the cavalier avoided direct expression, merely relating, at the general's request, the details of his association with Atahualpa and the subsequent enmity of Pizarro. When he remembered and drew forth the Inca's last gift, the fringe from the royal lautu, the effect was magical. The officers bent before it with reverence little less than the actual presence of the monarch would have inspired, and Cristoval found himself elevated to a dignity as great as it was unexpected. The half-forgotten trifle was a talisman. Viracocha Cristoval, said Matopo gravely, as the cavalier replaced the potent cord. Thou bearest a warrant from the Inca. No man in Tavantinsuyu will withhold from it his recognition. It is a rare credential, and demandeth the confidence in its possessor reposed in him by the Inca himself. The Inca Atahualpa won his throne by arms, but he was the Inca. Thou hadst done well to show me the fringe this morning, but I will make what reparation is possible. Thou art free, Viracocha. This result was so unforeseen that Cristoval failed to comprehend the change in his situation, and the general repeated, Thou art free, Viracocha Cristoval, and I have only to ask that I be allowed to make thee amends. I thank thee, General Matopo. There hath been no inconvenience, for, as I have said, we were journeying toward Cuzco, but my comrade? Matopo shook his head. Mine authority can go no farther. I shall be compelled to retain him. Then with thy leave we will remain together. Matopo's surprise was as evident as his relief. His relief was equal to his uneasiness, what there was of it, lest the secret movement of his troops might be imperiled by the Viracocha's liberation. "No need to ask my leave," he replied quickly. "But you will go as my guests, and I believe I can promise that he will not be long deprived of his liberty." 2 weeks later, the column approached the village of Abancay, where it would cross the river Apurimac. Cristoval and Pedro were walking with Matopo at the head of the main body, leading their steeds. As they neared the village, they could see that it was occupied by the advance guard. As they descended into the plain, a soldier came at top speed to announce that there were 2 Viracochas in the village, apparently not soldiers, and that there was some difficulty in securing them. "Shall we ride forward, my lord Matopo?" asked Cristoval. "It would be well," replied the general, "else the Viracochas may lose their lives in resisting." The 2 Spaniards were off at a gallop. The soldiers scattered before them, and they drew rein at the square. At the sight of the 2 Viracochas, Pedro raised a shout. "The Señora, by the infernal cook of cooks, and Father Tendilla!" The square was full of excited soldiers, leaving a swaying ring in the middle, occupied by the lady and the priest mounted on mules. The father had the reins of her steed, which was facing his own, plunging, rearing, and kicking incredibly at the surrounding line of conibos, who repelled it with their javelins. Its rider, clinging frantically to her pommel with one hand, half blinded by her sombrero which had been jolted over her eyes, fitfully whirled her battle-axe with the other in fruitless efforts to reach the helmeted heads. She was red-faced, shaken, and storming. The poor priest, hatless and nearly unseated by every plunge of his companion's mule, tugged desperately at the reins, while 6 officers circled about, dodging the heels of the frenzied animal, and entirely helpless before a situation transcending their wildest dreams. "Brava, Bolio! Brava, Bolio!" roared Pedro, pushing forward. "Strike for Spain! Cristo y San Miguel! Strike for Spain! Bravamente!" At the familiar voice, the axe ceased to whirl, and between plunges the señora tilted back her sombrero. "Pedro!" she shouted wildly, then gave attention to retaining her seat, while the mule delivered another succession of kicks. Cristoval motioned the soldiers back as he spurred into the ring. Pedro rode up, slipped his hand along the reins of her steed, seized them close to the bit, and stopped the plunging. Cristoval assisted the flustered lady to the ground, too breathless to speak. He quieted the blowing mule while Pedro and Father Tendilla dismounted. The former hastened to the agitated señora, and at last she was able to gasp. "Pedro, on my soul, hast dropped from heaven?" "Heaven forbid," said Pedro, surveying her with concern. "I'm crippled enough as 'tis, but thou art unhurt?" "Oh, these heathens," panted the señora. "I've known Christians who were worse," said Pedro. "But art sound and whole? If I could but have reached one of them. But blessed name, how comest thou here, Pedro?" "Prisoner of war, like thyself. Art uninjured?" "Like myself," snorted the lady. "Who hath made me a prisoner of war? Prisoner of fiddle-de-dee, drumsticks!" She glared vindictively at the wondering soldiery. "Let one of them bite his tongue at me." "Bueno, there are only 5,000, remarked Pedro. "But tell me, what dost thou here?" "Oh, Pedro, I am going to Cusco to see that angel of a girl. The father took it in mind to go, so I came with him, but such a time. He hath been as much care as a baby." "Calm yourself, my dear señora." The señora sniffed scornfully. "Is that Peralta? I scarce knew him without his beard. He seemeth friendly enough with these fripperied Indians. He might be in better company, and so mightst thou, Pedro. 'Tis little credit to you both." "We are prisoners, señora." "Prisoners, forsooth. Well, if I were a man, but thou art too good-natured, Pedro, for thine own good, and thou art a love to rescue me," she added tenderly. Pedro stepped back a pace and looked uneasily about. "Nay, Señora Bolio," he said hastily. "It was not I. It was Peralta. Wait, I'll call him." "Oh, thou art so modest, Pedro. I tell thee it was thou. But hold, God have mercy. I had almost forgotten to tell thee. Thou art undone. They have entered thy lodging in Zauxa, broken into thy chests, and taken thy belongings." "Furies and devils!" exclaimed the cook sharply. "Who have?" "Those Runnion pikemen from the fortress." At once flashed over him the use he had planned to make of his savings in aiding Cristoval to escape. He spun around once on his peg and swore with such violence that the cavalier and Father Tendilla hurried up. My son, cried the priest, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Thy tongue is imperiling thy soul. Name of a saint, Pedro. What hath happened? Demanded Cristoval anxiously. Happened, shouted Pedro. Scurviness hath happened, thievery hath happened, sack, plunder, housebreaking, and depredation have happened. Those rake-hells of the infantry have robbed me. Oh, hoop me with hoops, lest I burst before I've killed a pikeman. He ceased abruptly and went to his mule, leaving the senora to explain. She did so with brevity and emphasis, and Cristoval turned to the priest in disgust. We've brought a mangy pack, Father Tendilla, to set loose upon these hapless people. They turn to robbing one another before they've done robbing the country. The father shook his head sadly, but made no reply. The advance guard moved on, and Matopo passed with his officers, casting a curious glance at the senora as he bowed. She responded with a haughty inclination and compressed her lips. It required all the persuasive eloquence of her 3 countrymen to induce her to mount and enter the column, but finding separation from Pedro the alternative, she at last consented, declaring vigorously that the barbarian who undertook to make a prisoner of her would repent his insolence and remember the circumstance. She swung into her saddle, disdaining assistance, and they were soon on the march. Now Cristoval's good heart was warmed by later news of Rava. He rode with Father Tendilla, listening with eagerness to the tale of her sojourn at Sausa, given with detail and sympathy by the kindly old priest, who was glowing in his eulogies of the gentle proselyte. The cavalier's 100 repeated questions were patiently answered over and over, and before an hour Cristoval had unbosomed himself, candidly revealing his hope of escape with her from the country. The priest listened to the plan and said, Well, my son, it will be for the child a hazardous undertaking. However, it will be in the guidance of heaven. I had thought the maiden might find refuge from her sorrows in a life of holiness for which her spirit seemeth well adapted. If it be otherwise ordained, it would not beseem me to oppose, and I will do all in my power to further thy happiness and hers. I thank you, Father, said Cristoval. But do you know whether Rava is aware that I am living? I know not. I have written to Father Valverde since I learned it from the youth whom thou didn't send from Silcala, but have had no reply. Canaris have been abroad, and communication uncertain. The messenger may not have passed them. I have come myself, therefore, thinking to bear the news, but it hath ended, thus. And he cast a look over the battalions. Doubtless we can send her word, said Cristoval. Matopo saith she is likely to be at Yucay, where the Incas have a castle. I think we may reach her, good father. I pray it may be so surely, replied Tendilla. That night the command encamped on the elevated plain of Curawasi, awaiting the morrow to cross the Apurimac. Before daylight it was moving again, and shortly the head of the column was threading its way down the wall of the chasm, whence rose the faint murmur of the torrent, thousands of feet below. The trail seemed to Cristoval a mere scratch on the cliff. At his elbow rose the rock mass, so steep that scarcely a shrub found clinging place, while almost beneath his stirrup the precipice dropped away to an abyss. The descent, at first moderate, became so rapid as it zigzagged from point to point that every step threatened to plunge horse and rider headlong. Generations of wayfarers had worn the rock treacherously smooth, and he presently dismounted to lead his horse. The others followed his example, and he heard the senora whimpering to Pedro. Gingerly now he went, hugging closely to points which so crowded the path that his saddlebow was scraped by the overhanging wall. In places the descent was by steps hewn into the granite, down which his horse blundered perilously, menaced at every slip by a hideous fall into vacancy. Cristoval's eyes were drawn to the brink in resistless fascination, and he crept along with shrinking soul. He heard Pedro muttering, "Martyred saints and spirits damned, this is what cometh of being a cook." They were hours descending, but the hours seemed days. At length, the path lost itself in the blackness of a cavern mouth. Cristoval found himself in a reverberating tunnel driven 300 yards through living rock. Openings on the right admitted air and the growing thunder of the torrent. In the open again for another giddy, stumbling clamber down 100 fathoms, and the bridge. Cristoval whispered a prayer. From a narrow shelf it swung out over the chasm in a long, sweeping curve to its anchorage on the farther side, a mere gossamer swaying in the breeze and vibrating fearfully beneath the soldier's tread. Cristoval quailed within his steel at its frailty. From a huge windlass on the platform beside him stretched 3 cables of 4 or 5 inches in thickness, forming the support for the narrow floor. Above and on either side was a smaller cable connected with the floor supports by ropes and serving as guardrails, though the security afforded was largely moral, the vertical spaces between the cords being large enough to admit of a fall-through at any point. As Cristoval looked out over the quivering 150 feet of fragility, listening to the lugubrious creaking of the cables at their anchorage, his hardihood slowly oozed. The bridge was now clear for his passage. He swore a little in undertone, piously consigned himself to the Virgin's keeping, and led off. His horse sniffed at the footway with deep-drawn breaths and long, tremulous expirations, but followed at his word. A stiff breeze was blowing up the canyon, swinging the structure rhythmically through an arc of 6 or 8 feet, and Cristoval's brain reeled as he glanced at the sinister, whirling rush of green and foam bellowing 100 feet below. Steadying his eyes on a point ahead, he picked his way out into the air. An age in crossing, but at last he neared the end. Here his weight and that of the horse shifted the sag of the cables so that the last few feet were a steep ascent with scant foothold. But he scrambled up, and with a sigh of relief, stood on solid ground. He looked back. Father Tendilla was following, leading his mule and holding his hat in place, the wind tossing and tearing at his robe, and the cavalier turned giddy again as he watched the old priest's slow advance over the narrow, swinging floor. Cristoval gave him a hand at the end and fairly jerked him to safety on the shelf. Pedro and the Señora were to follow, and here occurred a pause. The lady balked. She seated herself on the windlass, swelling with negation. "Cross that unholy thing of strings and straws, Pedro," she exclaimed indignantly. "Not if I were a spider. Tea is a device of the devil, and may the devil fly away with it or roost upon it. It is no place for a Christian. I'll go round, and that's an end to it." "Go round," retorted Pedro impatiently. "Thou'lt march 400 leagues to go around, Señora." "Then I'll go back. Impossible to go back. The trail is full. Then I'll sit here till 'tis empty. Oh, the fiend woman! Dost not see they cannot pass for our mules? The column is waiting. Then let the column wait and twiddle its fingers. The column can wait till it turneth to a column of waiting mummies if it see fit, but I'll not put foot to that bridge." Pedro stared at her helplessly. The way was blocked. Ocalo with his mule was behind them, and the narrow platform was full, the column at a standstill, its head at a safe distance from the heels of the rearmost animal. Somewhere Matopa was storming, his voice rising above the roar of the stream and echoing and re-echoing weirdly between the granite walls. Cristoval was hailing and shortly began to swear. The lady tossed her head and, pulling up a spear of grass, began to chew its end. Pedro laughed with exasperation, opened his mouth, but finding no expletives to fit the situation, closed it again and grew excessively red. The soldiers in the rear began to murmur. Pedro contained himself with an effort and began sadly, "Well, so it must be, Señora. Adios. I shall remember thee. I shall think of thee with a pang. I shall see thee ever in my darkest moments, sitting dreary amid the lonely majesty of the eternal mountains on an uncushioned windlass, a spear of grass thine only sustenance, whilst tempest and avalanche thunder about thee throughout the drift of years. Adios, Señora. Thou'lt be in my dreams, a silent, graceful but resolute form, waiting in solitude, holding the brittle remnants of a pair of reins. At thy feet a shrunken, staring, decayed cadaver of a mule, giving voiceless, desiccated testimony of thine inflexibility. Adios, adios, I go. Come thou, my steadfast and faithful steed, we obey the pointed finger of destiny. Fata nos nolentes trahunt. Pedro turned away, and straining to produce a sob, fetched a hiccough and led to the bridge. The lady, at first bewildered by his burst of gloomy eloquence, then touched by the profound melancholy with which it was delivered, melted from determination to tenderness. As he stepped upon the floor, she rose, glanced about despairingly, and shouted, "Hold, Pedro, thou dear love of a man. I follow. Wait for me, thou poor thing, and the fiend take the bridge and its makers if it serve me not across." But at the terror of the swaying structure she faltered, and Pedro turned. "Nay, Señora," he cried, in a voice of sad but gentle deprecation, and raising his hand. "'Tis too much. I ask it not. Turn back." For answer she sat down, and in her desperation, heedless of exposure of limb, began sliding down the steep incline, clutching and moaning plaintively, the feminine now wholly uppermost. At last she neared Pedro's mule, and he called, "Stand up, my dear, and grasp his tail." "Oh, God's mercy, he will kick," she replied, in a shuddering wail. "Nay, stew me. A fly would not venture to kick out here," answered Pedro with feeling. "Seize his tail." She did so, and with many a piteous whine and gasp was at length across the abyss. An encounter on the plain of Chita. Within a few days after the passage of the Apurimac, Matopo crossed, by a rapid night march, the plateau of Chita, not many leagues from Cuzco. He moved with caution and halted near morning at the eastern edge of the plain, awaiting daylight before the descent into the valley of the Urubamba, where lay Ollantaytambo, the rendezvous of the Inca's forces and his objective. The column moved at sunrise. Below, a full mile almost straight down, spread the floor of the valley. The road was a masterpiece of engineering. At points it was hewn out of the solid rock, at others supported by masonry, but everywhere of even breadth and gradient and smoothly paved. Cristobal soon had a view of a distant town which Matopo said was Urubamba, clinging to the lower slopes of the opposite mountains, and near it the palace of Yucay, faintly visible. He saw it with a heart-throb, for here might be Rava. Upon reaching the plain, the command went into bivouac. 3 days of forced marches had been exhausting, and at the earliest moment possible, Cristobal disarmed, stretched himself upon his cloak under a terrace wall, and was soon asleep. He was roused by a conibo. The sun, far past the meridian, apprised him that he had slept long. "Viracocha," said the soldier as the cavalier sat up. "The general would see you at once." Cristobal noticed the man's perturbation and gathered up his cloak to follow. He saw signs of unusual agitation among the conibos, and that the few still sleeping were being roused. Those awake were gathered in knots, some conversing excitedly, but most were standing about, silent and profoundly depressed. Those he passed glanced at him darkly and turned away, some with muttered words which he could not hear. The cavalier, though wondering, was little disturbed, but he grew more concerned at the gloom and gravity of Matopo and his assembled officers. As he drew near, he saw several nobles in the group quite unknown to him, who had apparently just arrived. "Dios, something hath gone awry," he said to himself, and hurried his steps. Matopo said abruptly, "Viracocha, the Inca, hath been made a prisoner." Cristobal stopped, thunderstruck, and looked about the grim-faced circle. For a moment he was speechless, then demanded sharply, "A prisoner, sayest thou? Where is he a prisoner? Who hath made him prisoner?" "Ah, who?" returned Matopo fiercely. "Who but the Viracocas? He is in the XXXII. He was taken on his way to Ollantaytambo. The Alquipaulo, the Nustas, and most of his household are held in the palace at Cuzco, with—" Cristobal interrupted him with a savage oath. "The Nustarava? Is she again in the power of those hellhounds?" "All who were within the palace. Guards were put around it the moment it was known that the Inca had left the city." Cristobal stood glowering, observed with some astonishment by the strangers, who, although already aware of his identity, were unprepared for his demonstration and still less so for his vehement demand. "Matopo, what dost purpose? Whatever it may be must be quickly done, for I tell thee, the Inca's life is not worth a hair among those miscreants, and should they suspect preparations for war, it would not be worth—" and he snapped his fingers. "What is thy purpose?" "Viracocha, this is my lord Quehuar," said Matopo, indicating the noble beside him. "In the absence of the Inca, he is in command." The cavalier turned to him with as much force as he had addressed Matopo. "Lord Quehuar, if the movement of thy troops is known in Cuzco, there is not an hour to lose. The Pizarros will hesitate less to kill the Inca than in killing Atahualpa. Thou must act without delay. Have measures been taken for his rescue?" The old noble hesitated before replying, but there was that in Cristoval's manner, in his vigorous intensity of speech, and his total unconsciousness of any consideration other than the Inca's danger, that banished doubt and commanded deference. The old Indio felt it, and without loss of dignity. "No steps have yet been taken, Viracocha," he said, "for we have just been released from Cuzco. Nothing is known of the assembling of the Inca's troops. We have arrived at no determination. The calamity is overpowering." Cristoval took a step forward as he answered, "The calamity will grow hourly, Lord Quejuar. The Inca must be released. Is the fortress strongly garrisoned?" "Not strongly, some 30 Viracochas." "Good," cried Cristoval. "Give me 100 men, and someone who knoweth the fortress, and we will release him. Hola, Pedro." "Aqui, here," answered the approaching cook. "What is to do now? I have been shaken and thumped and despoiled of sleep worth a Castellano the minute. What is wrong, Cristoval?" Cristoval replied in Quichua, "The Inca hath been imprisoned, and the Nustarava is again in toils." Pedro halted with an exclamation, and Cristoval continued, "I say that with 100 followers we can release him, Pedro. What sayest thou wilt go?" "Thou knowest, Cristoval," replied the cook with force, "but hast forgotten that I am myself a prisoner?" Cristoval faced Matopo and demanded, "What of this, my lord? Wilt accept his word?" The general signified his willingness emphatically, and Cristoval again turned to Quejuar with impetuosity. "My lord Quejuar, permit us to march tonight." Mocho, the fiery, strode forward. "Let me take a battalion of my Antes, General. I know the fortress to the last stone." Quejuar deliberated and turned to the other nobles. "My lords, we will consider it. Viracochas, we thank you for the offer of your swords." He bowed. Taking Pedro's arm, Cristoval withdrew. The conference was prolonged. Doubts were expressed by some concerning the prudence of trusting a Viracocha, and Matopo was questioned closely. Marcumi and the other Xilcalans were summoned, and finally, Cristoval himself. His manifest sincerity determined the matter, and a chasqui was sent speeding to Ollantaytambo, some hours away, bearing a command from Mocho to his Antes. Upon Pedro fell the task of apprising the Senora of a short expedition with Cristoval, and of persuading her to accompany Matopo to Ollantaytambo. This the cook achieved with rare diplomacy. The lady, vehement in her obduracy for a time, in the end consented, and with Father Tendila marched with the Conibos that afternoon. The Antes arrived at nightfall, 200 strong, the pick of Mocho's warriors. At dawn the expedition moved, with Cristoval and Pedro beside Mocho at its head. Leaving the valley for the plateau of Chita, they took the direct road to the capital. Not long after midday, a scout came in to say that 2 mounted Viracochas, accompanied by a 3rd man on foot, were approaching from the direction of Cuzco. The 2 riders were in armor and bore lances. The pedestrian was a native and appeared to be captive. Mocho heard the report and cast a critical glance over the country about. Some distance ahead was a low plain, boggy in spots beside the road, and surrounded by broken rocky knolls. With a directness gratifying to Cristoval's soldierly taste, Mocho broke his command into parties to surround the plain, with orders to close upon it by squads when the strangers had reached the middle, and to cover especially gullies and slopes which might offer avenue for flight. Enough were retained to hold the road, and they retired to a rise of ground which concealed them from the oncoming party. Cristoval looked about in surprise. The 200 had vanished as if by magic. The wait was not long, and as the strangers descended the opposite slope, Cristoval and Pedro spurred forward. There was some surprise at their sudden appearance, but the trio did not halt. Cristoval and his companion were first to reach the middle of the plain and drew rein to await the strangers, who advanced without suspicion. Cristoval observed that the man on foot was a noble and seemingly little more than a youth. Presently, one of the 2 mounted Spaniards hailed, and Cristoval dropped his visor with the word, "Mendoza by the saints." Pedro grunted his surprise and followed the example, but neither replied. The movement and silence seemed to excite uneasiness, for the trio slowed up, and Mendoza called again, "Hola, amigos! How far to Chinchero?" Cristoval was silent, and after consultation the others advanced, scowling. At a few paces they halted, and Mendoza demanded, "Come, have you no tongues, you two? If ye have, find them, or move aside and give us way. Diablo, is it thou, cook?" He had caught sight of Pedro's peg and surveyed him in astonishment, then Cristoval, whom he failed to recognize in de Valera's armor. Cristoval saluted, first the noble, and then, with deliberation, each of the two cavaliers, saying graciously, "Señores, your right of way endeth here. We have waited to inform you." Mendoza started. "Ha, Peralta, God's life, wilt dispute me passage? Stand aside, thou." "Gently, señor," interrupted Cristoval with increased suavity. "Thy way endeth here. Canst doubt it?" He waved his hand toward the hills, and the two followed his gesture with an exclamation. The Antis were closing rapidly from all sides. The young Indio looked at the advancing warriors with no less astonishment. Cristoval went on. "However, Señor Mendoza, the circumstance need not prevent our personal settlement of the question of thy right of way. Here is a fair level of road, trapped by the fiend," bellowed Mendoza, and he turned savagely upon the noble. "Hast played us, thou dog? Well done, but—" He cast aside his lance and drew his sword, a most sudden man, this Cristoval. He was upon Mendoza almost before the sword was bared, mace in hand. His first blow crashed upon the sword wrist, and the murderous weapon clanged upon the roadway. The second followed like lightning, and Mendoza rolled from his saddle with a shattered helmet, while the riderless horse dashed across the plain. The second cavalier whirled his steed to fly when Pedro charged him, struck him in mid-volt, and horse and rider went down before the impact. The young noble had sprung back out of danger, bewildered, and hardly less shocked by the unexpected violence and clangor than if the earth had suddenly opened. Cristoval dismounted and was bending over Mendoza, unable to determine whether the man was dead, and not much concerned. The other rider was sitting up in some disorder of mind, with Pedro hovering over him, lance in rest, admonishing him gently that he was expected to preserve a quiet demeanor. The Antis had closed upon the group, and Cristoval became aware of a hush in the encircling line. Every man was upon his knees. Mocho was just rising from a prostration before the young Indio. "El Inca!" ejaculated Pedro. "God bless my soul!" Cristoval started. He had scarcely noticed the youth, except to observe that he wore the ear ornaments of one of rank, but now he saw before him a replica of the features of Rava, darker, ruggedly masculine, but still the well-remembered traits. The Ilauta was absent. The young monarch turned from Mocho and spoke a word to the Antis, who rose with a shout, tossing shields and javelins in a frenzy of jubilation as he advanced to the astonished Cristoval. "Viracocha," he said as he offered his hand, scrutinizing the cavalier's face. "I owe thee my life. My lord Mocho, tell me whom I am to thank." "The Viracocha Cristoval, Sapa Inca," replied Mocho, "to whom Tavantinsuyu is—" He stopped. The Inca had dropped Cristoval's hand as if stung, his face suddenly darkening with enmity. Cristoval stiffened, and his face slowly reddened at the affront. There was a flash in his eyes as they met the frown, and he formally saluted, saying, "The Inca Manco oweth me nothing." Manco turned away abruptly, remembered his obligation, and again faced the cavalier as he said, without gratitude and with an effort plainly visible, "You have saved my life, Viracocha. My lord Mocho, see that he and his companion are suitably rewarded. Assemble thy men." He moved away, burdened by a debt heavier upon his proud heart than all the insults borne at Viracocha hands, haunted by the crucifix seen on Rava's bosom, placed there by the one for whose death he had given fervent thanks to Inti 100 times, by the hand which had now saved him from the sword of one whom he hated less. Black thoughts, with blacker ones beneath, his liberty a loathed thing. He pushed on alone, far in advance of the column which Mocho was hurriedly forming. Cristoval glanced after him, watched the Antis gathering up Mendoza, who was groaning feebly, saw the other Spaniard secured, and as the column moved off, turned to Pedro, who was regarding him with inquiry. "By the saints, Pedro, I have little taste for such a host. I misdoubt our welcome. However," he added after a moment's gloomy thought, "I see no help for it." He recovered his lance, which he had dropped to catch up his mace, mounted, and they rode after the column. Mocho joined them at the first halt. His manner betrayed his uneasiness at the reception accorded the two Spaniards by his master, and he hastened to say, "The Inca is not yet aware of all his indebtedness of Viracocas, but I will make him so. You will not find him ungrateful." Cristoval inclined his head gravely, presently asking how the monarch had effected his release. "I ruse," answered Mocho. "He confided to the new commander of the Viracocas, Hernando Pizarro, that there is treasure concealed near Yucay, and was freed to guide the two soldiers to the hiding place." "Aha," said Cristoval. "Hernando back. Well, his greed hath overreached. What is in store for the Viracocas who came with the Inca? Death, no doubt?" "They will be left at Chinchero to make their way back to Cusco as soon as the injured one is able to walk," replied Mocho. Cristoval was surprised but made no comment. It was near midnight when Urubamba was reached, and having dispatched heralds to announce the Inca, the command moved on to Yucay. The palace occupied a rocky shelf far above the valley. It was approached by a road which wound upward from terrace to terrace through an immense park, and after a tedious ascent, the great rambling group of buildings rose at the head of the avenue. In a brightly lighted court large enough for a regiment, the escort halted, and the Inca passed between prostrate menials to his apartments, accompanied by Mocho. On the latter's return, the two Spaniards were led to quarters in a distant part of the building, followed by a corps of servants. Their apartment consisted of a large salon with sleeping rooms adjoining. It was already alight. Mocho was depressed, but took leave with cordiality, promising to join them early the following day. A few minutes later, refreshments were brought. As they were about to sit, Pedro inquired, "Canst feed thyself, Cristoval?" "Assuredly," replied Cristoval with mild surprise. "Why not?" "So can I," said Pedro. "Canst get to bed without assistance?" "Nonsense, Pedro. What dost think? That I may drink too much?" "Then in the name of a saint, dismiss these servants. It neither aideth me to eat to have 12 men observing me how I do it, nor my digestion afterwards. Tell them to go. They need rest." Cristoval smiled, indicated to the attendants that they were no longer needed, and Pedro sat with evident relief. "That," he observed, "is one of the reasons why I would not be a king. But now we can eat in comfort and spontaneously as becometh hungry men, notwithstanding the iciness of his majesty. Hast guessed at the cause of that, Cristoval?" "I've guessed in 100 guesses, but can make naught of it." He looked not unfriendly until he heard my name. "It may be that Pizarro hath smirched it with evil report. The name liked him not, 'tis certain, and we may cast about for the reason. Let it go. But now, Pedro, he is free, and that meaneth war against Pizarro. Thou knowest my purpose to offer my sword." Pedro nodded. "It may be," continued Cristoval. "This enmity of the Inca will deny me privilege, though I scarce can think it. If not, I will fight with Mocho, and in that event, old friend, we are near to parting." "Ah," said Pedro without looking up. "Thy friendship," Cristoval went on, "hath dragged thee into rough places and more dangers than one. Mine for thee is the only return I have been able to make. It hath profited thee little, but I swear to thee, Pedro, it is warmer than I ever felt for any other man, and it will go sorely to part, amigo." Cristoval extended his hand over the table. Pedro gave it a wrench, and starting to his feet, pegged rapidly across the room and back. He halted before Cristoval with face slightly flushed and surveyed him sternly. "Cristoval," he growled, "sometimes thou growest wearisome. Curse it, dost think my friendship hath gone halt, like myself? Hath it travelled so far and now can go no farther? Who hath said so?" "Nay, God forbid that I should think it," said Cristoval, rising. "But look thou, Pedro, this will be war, and against countrymen. Thou hast no quarrel." "No?" returned Pedro, remembering again his crushed thumbs and ravaged chests. "But mayhap I have. If not, then one shall not be long wanting." What further protest Cristoval would have made was interrupted by a rap on the door, and he opened it to Mocho. The general was disturbed and said quickly, "My friend Cristoval, the Inca would see thee immediately." "What?" exclaimed the cavalier. "Doth he not sleep? It is near the morning." "He hath not slept," said Mocho. Cristoval threw his cloak over his shoulders and followed him out, Inca and conquistador. The Inca Manco did not sleep. His attendants dismissed, he found himself alone with torturing thoughts. Lashed, stung, and seared by the recollection of 1,000 Spanish outrages, of the humiliations during his imprisonment, his mind seethed with purpose of vengeance, with plans of action, and impatience for their execution. Most merciless of all was the thought that beneath his very roof were sheltered 2 of the hated aliens, harbored through the demands of a gratitude which he could not feel. And one of them, the one who had seduced Rava from her faith in the ancient gods, whom he had seen her mourning with, he knew not, O Inti, what secret cause of grief, and whom he would have gladly given to death, had imposed upon him the final obligation. The sense of it bit to his proud soul like the thrust of a javelin. He would have seen this Viracocha hurled from a precipice as he would a common criminal, but the debt was there, burdening his heart like a monstrous incubus. He strode about, clutching his head, now resolved to issue a fell command, now restrained by the stern injunction of honor. The Viracocha was his guest, had, moreover, said Mocho, been zealous for storming the Sacsayhuaman, had served Tavantinsuyu in other ways, and professed a wish to serve still further. With what motive this allegiance? Ah, what motive could a Viracocha have but one? The hope of gold. He was merely more astute than his fellows and of deeper cunning, but the incentive could be nothing else. Then this debt could be acquitted, should be acquitted that very hour. The Viracocha should have his gold and be gone, at once, before the sun should find him beneath the roofs of Yucay. Manco hastened to the door. He threw it open, restrained the sentinels with impatience from their obeisance, and sent one in hot haste for Mocho. The general was soon in the royal chamber. Manco stood in the middle of the floor, hot-eyed and scowling. "Fetch the Viracocha!" he cried impetuously as Mocho appeared. "Hasten! The one called Cristobal, and I will see him alone, O Mocho." Mocho hurried away, wondering and disturbed. The Inca saw the door closed and became active. On his table was his untouched supper, served on plates and salvers of massive gold. He seized them, opened an outer door, flung out their contents, and stacked the utensils in a glowing heap. In an adjoining room were toilet articles of precious weight. They were piled beside the table service. From the niches in the walls he snatched the vases, hurled out the plants and soil, and bore them, an armful of wealth, to the stack on the table. From a chest he tossed out a fortune in jeweled armlets, wristlets, and girdles. From the walls he tore their decorations, bending and crushing them into shapelessness. He worked eagerly, casting the articles upon the heap with scorn for the object for which they were being collected, and hating them for their worth to his enemies. As he deposited the last, he heard steps and turned to face the unwelcome guest. Cristobal was ushered in by Mocho, who retired at once, closing the door. The cavalier saluted, observing the half-suppressed agitation on the Inca's face. The monarch made slight acknowledgment, noting quickly that he wore the native costume. Manco stood beside the treasure, darkly watchful for the Spaniard's expression at sight of the gold. Cristobal glanced at the pile as he entered, but gave it no further look, regarding Manco with calm attentiveness. Unexpectedly, the latter found it not easy to begin. There was a dignity in the bearing of this Viracocha which forbade the tender of the treasure and abrupt dismissal ready to his tongue a second before. The silence had become onerous when he said at last, "Viracocha, I have summoned you to say once more that I am in your debt. Lord Mocho hath told me all he knoweth. I am aware of your service to one of my kin. Yesterday you added further to my obligation, and I desire to discharge it immediately and, if possible, to your satisfaction." The bitterness in the words and the curl of lip did not escape the cavalier, who replied coldly, "Lord Inca, there existeth no obligation to be discharged. You will pardon my denial that any act of mine hath imposed a debt upon the Inca Manco." The Inca made no pretense of concealing the disdain with which he received the answer and waved it aside. Stepping back from the table, he pointed at the pile of gold and said brusquely, "Take it." But the execrable lighting of the Spaniard's face for which he looked, and had seen so often on those of Pizarro and his companions, was absent. Cristobal ignored the treasure, but the color flashed into his face in resentment of Manco's tone and manner. "Your gold hath no worth to me, my lord Inca," he said with slow emphasis. I ask no favor but your authority to pass tonight, the guards about the palace." "Do you reject it?" demanded Manco with a frown. "I beg my Lord Inca's gracious leave to decline it." "It is not enough," exclaimed Manco with contempt. "Then I will increase it." "I fear my lord doth not get my meaning," replied Cristoval, with an even voice that would have cautioned one acquainted with its significance. "I repeat, the gold is of no use to me." Manco's frown darkened. "Then what will you, Viracocha?" he cried impatiently. "Name it, it shall be yours. If this gold is not enough, I will load your beast with all he can bear away, but let me acquit this debt before the sun riseth upon it again." The scorn was now Cristoval's. It burned in his steady eyes as he replied quietly, "I fear, my lord, that you will compel me to speak plainly, and I would not. If I have been of service, I beg you will believe that I should feel it depreciated by the acceptance of reward. It should be unnecessary for me to say more to a soldier, my lord Inca." Manco scarcely heeded his words. In his impatience to be done, their sense was quite lost. His experience with the sordid and greedy Spaniards made it impossible for him to believe this one less so. He rejoined hotly, "You saved my life, Viracocha. Why?" Cristoval answered with patience, "I was unaware that it was you, my lord. It calleth not even for your thanks." Manco flushed, but went on, "You were about to take part in an undertaking to release me from prison. Again, why? Lord Mocho hath said that you would offer your sword to Tavantinsuyu. Why, Viracocha? Is it without hope of reward, all this? Are you of so different fiber from the plunderers of Cusco?" He turned away with a gesture of contemptuous disbelief. Cristoval eyed him in silence, struggling to restrain his anger at the imputation of venality. When he spoke, the Inca faced him again and met a look grown intense. "Lord Inca Manco," said the cavalier, "you have questioned my motives. It is not my wont to defend them with words, nor will I defend them now further than to say that it was my purpose to offer my sword without thought of reward, and less to aid you and your cause, just though it is, than to rescue one whom you hold dear, the Nusta Rava." At the name, the Inca's face grew livid. "Ah," he exclaimed, his voice lowered and husky with passion. "One whom I hold dear. One whom I held dear above all on earth until she came to me defiled by your accursed love, broken-hearted, wearing the symbol of your damnable belief." His rage was not more quick than that of Cristoval, but the latter's years gave him better self-control. The cavalier, pausing to hold himself, replied, "Defiled, my lord Inca. 'Tis a black and shameful word applied to the Nusta Rava, and by the great heaven, the man with whom I could fight on equal footing should not leave this room alive with the word unswallowed." The Inca snatched the lautu from his head and cast it aside. He went out, returning instantly with a pair of the short native swords. He thrust the hilts toward the cavalier. "Choose," he cried hoarsely. Cristoval's eyes blazed, and he stretched out his hand to seize the weapon, arrested the motion, and drawing back, stood surveying the maddened youth in silence. Fight this prince, already laden with unnumbered cares, the victim of inconceivable wrongs, and on the eve of leading a life-and-death struggle to save his people. Turn a sword upon the brother of Rava? "Choose!" commanded Manco passionately. "Doth the Viracocha hesitate?" Cristoval grasped a sword, and as the Inca stepped back to guard, threw it upon the table. "My lord," he said, "I have no mind to fight." Manco's surprise gave way to quick access of anger. "What mean you, Viracocha?" he demanded hotly. "Is this some new form of insult?" "God forbid," said Cristoval. For a moment the monarch glared at him, speechless with rage and uncertainty. "Do I look upon a coward?" he asked slowly, the scorn deepening in his eyes. Cristoval knew that the stigma must follow his refusal, yet he started and reddened at the word. "A coward? No, my lord Inca, not that," he replied, meeting steadily the look of contempt and enmity. "Not a coward, and I believe you cannot think it." During a fraction of a second, he felt the penetrating gaze which might have been Rava's. It passed, and Manco's brow darkened again. He was about to speak, but Cristoval raised his hand. "Lord Inca Manco," he said gravely, we have no quarrel. I divined but now the nature of what you hold as grievance. I call upon heaven to witness that the Nustarava hath had from me naught but honor in mine every thought. Honor, repeated Manco with renewed scorn. Honor in a Viracocha? Nay, my lord, you have heard me say that I will not fight, returned the cavalier. Manco colored under the reproof, and Cristoval went on, There is honor even among Viracocas, and something more than lust of gold, God knoweth. He paused again. You spoke of the symbol the Nustarava wore. I tell you, prince, that if you come not to the faith, it betokeneth you will go upon your bended knees on the hot pavement of hell, and give up thanks that your sister hath been spared your fate. Then, with a gesture, But I say once more, Lord Inca, we have no quarrel. We have a common enemy. Again Manco's searching look, but he was silent, studying the man before him. Here, assuredly, was a Viracocha who differed from his kind. He had neither swaggered nor sneered. He spoke with a dignity and candor that forced respect. In his bearing was a calm pride and consciousness of strength which had baffled the unconcealed hate and bitterness with which he had been received. The frank honesty of his eyes had lent support to his words. Manco's youth had not given him a knowledge of men, and least of all could he fathom a Spaniard. But his own ingenuous temperament, shamefully as it had been abused, made him quick in an intuition that he had misjudged. But this was in his thoughts as an undercurrent. Before him still was a Viracocha. He tossed his sword beside its fellow and demanded, Why are you here? Of what concern to you is the rescue of the Nustarava? Candidly, Cristoval faced the rights of a brother. Of deep concern, my lord, so deep that I overlook the manner of your questions and answer them, he replied bluntly. So deep that I have proffered my service, my life if need be, to Tavantinsuyu in her behalf. Hostility returned to Manco's eyes. He surveyed the cavalier for a moment before replying coldly, The Nustarava is the daughter of an Inca, Viracocha. I am a caballero of Spain, my lord Inca. In silence contended the pride of two races. On the one hand, an autocrat absolute, master of an empire, ruler of multitudes, but an Indian. On the other, a soldier, an adventurer, but a Caucasian, a conquistador. Upon the monarch, unseen, unfelt, fell the shadow of destiny. There was no wavering in the eyes of either. In the stern, self-possessed cavalier the Inca saw and was compelled to acknowledge an indefinable superiority which eluded him, the genius of a breed of subjugators. Withal, there was no arrogance in this Spaniard's face, only the grave serenity of a lofty mind, a strength of spirit which rose above the distinction of the temporal rank of the Peruvian and all his might. On his own part, Cristoval beheld a kingliness ingrained, a majesty as natural as the air that Manco breathed. Cristoval broke the pause. My lord Inca, I requested a moment ago your gracious leave to pass the guards. Manco seemed not to have heard, but stood in gloomy meditation. Cristoval was about to speak again when the Inca replied with abruptness, It is my will, Viracocha, that you remain within the palace. Cristoval bowed, and again encountered the look of profound scrutiny. Manco inclined his head, and the cavalier withdrew. The storm breaks. Pedro was asleep in his chair, but roused when Cristoval laid a hand upon his shoulder. Old friend, said the latter, we are prisoners. Pedro sat up, regarding his companion with incredulity. Prisoners again, sayest thou, Cristoval? Prisoners. I asked the Inca's leave to quit the palace at once and was denied. At once? Tonight? Demanded Pedro. Well, then stew me if I'm not glad thou wast denied. Here is our supper, scarce touched. Here are 2 beds, immaculate. Cristoval, thou art rash, hot-headed, and too impetuous by far. Now, what if the Inca had given thee thy leave? We should have taken it and gone, replied Cristoval. Como así? Just so, said the cook in a tone of reproach. We should have taken it and gone, supperless, bedless, 2 wanderers by night. As for being prisoners, the news would have kept until morning, and I for one would have slept none the worse. Cristoval regarded him moodily. Gods, but thou hast philosophy for a captive cook. Philosophy, retorted Pedro, 'tis common sense. But come, Let us fall to, and thou tell me whilst we eat." They fell to, and Cristoval recounted the interview. At its close, Pedro remarked comfortingly, "Well, if this is durance, Cristoval, I've experienced worse, and so hast thou. Which bed wilt have? They're alike. Shall we toss for it? I have a maravedi." "Madre, thou'rt a cheerful cook," returned Cristoval glumly. They tossed for beds, sought them presently, and while Cristoval lay restless and pondering, Pedro's peaceful snore resounded through the halls of the Incas. The cavalier was awakened next morning by the voice of Pedro in the outer room, addressing an attendant and apparently amending his salutation into Christian terms. "Say rather, 'May the Virgin guard you,' or, more briefly, 'Dominus vobiscum.' Either is good, and the sooner thou learnest them, the better for thy soul. Is that our breakfast? Art sure? Hast not strayed into the wrong room? Well, it hath little of the look of the prison fare I've heard tell of for a surety. Pleased with it, boy. Why, I'm pleased from crop to tail feathers, and that's clear through. A mere saying, my lad, heed it not. Ah, my leg, it hath thine admiration. In my country 'tis worn as a mark of transcendent virtue. Few attain it, that will do. Just leave the door open when thou goest out." Presently, Cristoval heard a low whistle of surprise, and Pedro stumped hurriedly to his door. "Cristoval," whispered the cook. "Cristoval, he did it." "He did what?" demanded Cristoval. "Left the door open, or I'm a scullion. Stir thyself." The cavalier stepped out. The door was broad open, admitting sunlight, perfume, and the sound of the fountain in the court. "Move, man, and we're free!" exclaimed Pedro urgently. "There is not a soul in the patio." "Useless, Pedro," said Cristoval, turning away. "The place is surrounded by gods, and the valley full of troops. We should not stir 500 yards. "Oh, the fiend, we can try. 'Tis a flaunt in the face of Providence not to try." He looked stealthily into the court and drew back with an exclamation. "Here cometh Mocho. Shall I throttle him?" "No," thundered Cristoval. Pedro shrugged. "Amigo, thou art an ass, with asinine propensities for thorns and thistles." He pegged across the room and seated himself with some violence, muttering, "This is what cometh of being a cook." Mocho entered. "My friends," said he hastily after their greetings, "we move in an hour toward Cusco. The Inca hath gone to Ollantaytambo with Quehuar and Yumaquilque, who came this morning. The Antes are on the march." "We, my lord Mocho," said Cristoval. "We, Pedro and myself, are prisoners. The Inca refused liberty to leave the palace." Mocho shook his head with a smile. "No, Viracocha Cristoval. There was a council at dawn when the generals arrived, and the Inca hath accepted your service. In truth, you were not prisoners. The Inca could not so soon forget." Within the hour, the two Spaniards were leading down through the park to the valley with Mocho, and the latter said, "Viracocha Cristoval, the Antes are to take the Sacsayhuaman." Cristoval nodded. "Count us with them, Lord Mocho," he said briefly. A few days later, a foraging party of Spanish pikemen and Canaries, leaving Cuzco by the Cuntisuyu road at dawn, found its way opposed outside the suburb of Chaquilchaca by a body of Peruvian archers. The sergeant in command halted in astonishment, then with an imprecation ordered his men forward to cut a way through. Before half a dozen paces had been covered, a flurry of arrows whizzed into their ranks. The sergeant ordered a charge, met at quarter bow shot by a volley, and the head of his detail melted. Another discharge, and the foragers reeled, broke, and stampeded toward the city. They dashed through the dim streets crying the alarm and reached the square just as the garrison of the Sacsayhuaman rushed into it from the north in wild disorder. The fortress had been surprised by an overwhelming force, and the Spaniards had fled without a blow. A few minutes later, half a score of wounded straggled in, some borne by comrades. A number had been left within the fortification, dead or captive, and others had dropped along the road. Now, from the suburbs on the west and south, came the distant howling of the Canaries. A soldier burst into the sleeping room of Hernando Pizarro, admitting with him a confusion of shouts from the square and the blare of trumpets sounding to arms. "We are attacked," cried the soldier. "The fortress hath fallen and the city is surrounded." Hernando was out of bed at a bound. As he rushed out half-dressed, a horde of retreating Canaries swarmed into the square, some wounded, some naked, many unarmed, and all in panic, their savage clamor drowning the shouts of the Spanish officers struggling to form the companies. For a space it was a scene of madness. The Canaries, part terror-stricken by the suddenness of the attack, part infuriated by wounds and the sight of blood, whirled in the square like wild cattle, breaking the forming lines of the infantry, struck at by angry pikemen, fighting back and howling. In a moment began a sputtering zip of arrows from outside, with here and there an answering shriek and plunge of some man hit, and the confusion rose to pandemonium. The sputtering increased, became a steady rain of missiles searching every yard of the place, their flight invisible in the twilight, making the vicious whir or sharp, angry snap as they glanced on the pavement or from the walls, the more sinister. The Canaries broke for shelter in the halls of the Palace of Viracocha, followed by the infantry and Candia's men dragging their guns. Here the lines were hastily reformed. A few cavaliers were in the court, already mounted, but a few only, for Juan Pizarro had gone 3 days before, with almost the entire strength of the horse in a fruitless pursuit of the Inca Manco, whose rescue had been reported by the battered Mendoza and his companion. Hernando had gotten into armor in some fashion and was now in the saddle, adjusting his helmet while he bellowed commands. His handful of cavalry clattered after him into the hail-swept square. The infantry, not 200 of them in all, closed in behind. No hesitancy here, but grim resolution to fight whatever odds they might find. An unreserved, deadly willingness to fight, though the legions of all heathendom were arrayed against them. For an hour the plaza roared, thundered, and trembled, was finally cleared. The warriors of the Inca had fought with courage almost superhuman, but had been met with steel, by the crushing weight of cavalry, by the fire and havoc of guns. They retreated to the streets, and the streets were swept by falconet and arquebus. They were driven to the suburbs, and the attack had failed, but gloom, almost despair, was with the victors. Toward night, as the city grew quiet, Hernando summoned his officers in council in the square. They gathered about him, wounded, exhausted, and filthy with carnage, scowling sullenly beneath their lifted visors, morose and taciturn. The little said was scarcely heeded, their somber glances turning to the grim walls of the Sacsayhuaman, or to the hills around the city, now dark with the legions of the Inca. Hernando heard the reports of the wounded and dead, made no comment, and the council grew dumb. The storm had broken with such fury, with unexpectedness so entire, and its apparent magnitude was so great that hearts before unknown to fear were filled with dread. The minds of the councillors were stunned. The few words ventured by one or another were flat in their inadequacy, and were answered by silence. Hernando at last forced some phrases of encouragement, issued instructions for the disposition of what force there was, and the council gradually dissolved without words of dismissal. Cusco was invested. To oppose the thousands, Hernando had only his infantry, a battery short of ammunition, with 1,000 or more Canaries whom nothing could induce to go into action that day, and whose fidelity in the emergency was doubtful. Of the infantry, only the arquebusiers had signal superiority over the foe, and these were few, their powder limited. What fate had befallen Juan Pizarro and his troopers he feared to guess. Whether they should be able to make their way back to the city was a conjecture which gave little cheer. As evening came on, patrols were kept moving through the deserted streets, saluted with an occasional flight of arrows when they approached the suburbs, but there seemed no disposition on the part of the Peruvians to renew encounter. Night fell as calmly over the brooding mountains as if it were not curtaining the prelude of a weary length of tragedy whose last act would mean the destruction of a civilization. For one heart within the besieged city, crushed and broken by sorrows that had searched and torn its every fiber, the rise of the sun upon the outburst of clamor of conflict saw the last flickering of the desire to live. Shocked and terrified by the tumult outside, the yells of fighting men, the roar of charging horse, and the thunder of guns, dread sounds which told her of agony and death for her beloved people, she closed her ears and prayed to die. Life was too full of horrors. Hers had been shadowed by a pall, lifted once by love, only to fall again with deepened blackness. Behind closed doors, with darkened windows, surrounded by cowering and weeping maids, She knelt through the long hours of anguish, offering up shuddering appeals to be taken away. The Alquipaulo came, flushed with excitement and fierce cheerfulness. He knew the dire significance of the turmoil and bade Rava partake his own hope. The army of the Inca was afield, and deliverance at hand. Alas, no deliverance to Rava from her bondage of grief. She waved him away and wept afresh. Late in the day came Father Valverde from his ministrations to dying Spaniards, and she knelt at his feet, imploring his prayers for her relief. The good priest, shocked at her longing for death, hastened to banish this vestige of her barbarism, prayed beside her for the renewing of her resignation, told her again of his agony and gentle patience, of the mother bereaved, and gave her support. Once more he spoke of the saintly lives of nuns, and she listened with yearning for their holy peacefulness. He left her at last with new hope and a resolution fast growing. Rava would take the veil. The night which closed the first day's struggle was without alarm. The Spaniards slept beside their arms, the troopers in armor, and at the picket line of their saddled steeds. Guards were doubled, and patrols kept the streets. The stars came out, but they seemed rivaled in multitude and brilliancy by the fires of the besieging army, sparkling in a vast circle on the surrounding hills and beheld with awe by the beleaguered conquistadors. To one Spaniard, however, to Cristobal, viewing them from the ramparts of the XXIX, they gave hope and promise. Beside Mocho and followed by Pedro as closely as his wooden member would permit, he had taken part in the storming of the fortress. Later, they watched the struggle in the streets below, and Mocho pointed out the Amarucancha beneath whose roof was Rava. With strained nerves and fevered blood, the cavalier had seen the conflict raging at the very doors of the palace, hardly to be withheld from descending to join in the battle, and deterred only by the manifest impossibility of reaching its front through the masses in the streets. Sick at heart, he had witnessed the repulse, but with new resolution and a solemn whispered oath. All day he had lingered on the parapet, studying the city spread out like a map below him, and at nightfall the sight of the great girdle of campfires brought fresh courage. With such a host, the Inca must triumph. The next morning, news came that Manco had engaged the Spanish cavalry near Yucay. Later, that the Spaniards were in full retreat toward Cusco, and an order was received from the Inca, permitting them to enter the city. On the following day, they appeared on the Chinchasuyu road, uncovered for their passage. The highway passed at the foot of a spur of the hill XXIX, and from the height Cristobal and Pedro watched the entry of the cavalcade. Had it not been for a dozen empty saddles and the litters borne by canaries in the rear, the return might have been from a victory. Pennons fluttered, plumes tossed jauntily on helmets, and as they passed the lines, a trumpeter blew a quickstep. Shortly after the column had entered the city, a chasqui arrived at the fortress announcing the approach of the Inca, and Mocho paraded his antes to receive him. Messengers were sent to the several generals of the divisions surrounding the city, and the afternoon was spent in council with the monarch in the citadel. The doomed city. About 2 hours after darkness had fallen, Pedro appeared at Cristobal's door and beckoned him out. The cook's face was grave. "What is it, amigo?" asked Cristobal as they stepped upon the terrace surrounding the tower. "I know not, nor can I learn, but something is afoot. Come." He led toward the rampart nearest the city. The plain within the fortress was now covered with tents, but as they traversed the encampment, its streets were deserted. From the midst rose the pile of the citadel, Moyoc Marca, dimly outlined in the starlight, and showing a single lighted window below the battlements. At the edge of the camp they passed the embers at the kitchens, and beyond these were a few silent groups of camp attendants looking toward the south, where presently Cristobal descried the motionless masses of the garrison drawn up under arms and facing the ramparts. The cavalier looked about in surprise. "What is the meaning of it, Pedro?" he demanded. Pedro shook his head and stumped on without reply. Passing between two of the battalions, they reached the margin of the plain, and skirting it, drew near the battlements. 3 fires were burning brightly, and the 2 Spaniards caught the pungent, resinous odor of boiling pitch rising from kettles suspended over the flames. Between these and the parapet was a group of officers, and a few paces in their front stood a cloaked figure, motionless and alone. The firelight flashed on the golden eagle of the helmet, and Cristobal recognized the Inca. Halting at a short distance from the fires, the cavalier looked over the scene in mystification. Again he demanded, "What is to do, Pedro? Canst guess? They are heating pitch. Madre, is there to be torture?" "God knoweth," said Pedro. "Wait." With the exception of a small party of soldiers around the kettles, no man was moving. No word was spoken unless by these, and their tense, suppressed tones added to the pervading air of mystery. Two were feeding the fires, while the rest were kneeling or bending over some task whose nature Cristobal could not discern. Presently he saw 3 or 4 rise to string their bows. Aside from their whispers and muttering and the crackling of the fires, the only sound was the sighing of the rising wind, and now from the shadowy city far below, the sweet, distant wail of a Spanish bugle blowing an evening call. Out in the dark valley, beyond the dim reticulation of black streets and pale roofs, was the great cincture of watchfires, glimmering and twinkling as cheerfully as if their omen were as peaceful as the stars. But the night, even in its placidity, seemed portentous, and Cristobal felt a sense of dread as he glanced from the kettles with their wizard-like attendants to the silent, muffled figure of the Inca. "God's mercy, Pedro," he whispered with a sign of the cross. "What is doing? What hell's broth do they brew? Not—" Pedro gripped his arm as a soldier stepped to a kettle, holding an arrow swathed in cotton, and turned toward the Inca. The monarch made a sign, and thrusting the missile into the boiling pitch, the archer drew it forth and held it to the flames. It burst into instant blaze, and he strode hastily to the parapet, set it to his bowstring, and drew until the flame licked his hand. He shot, and with a fluttering hiss, the burning arrow soared high into the darkness, leaving a trail of falling sparks, paused for an instant against the firmament, and fell with ever-increasing swiftness into the city. Cristobal had uttered an exclamation of horror as the meaning burst upon him, and had taken a stride forward to be jerked forcibly back by Pedro with a hand over his mouth. "Silence," muttered the cook. "Dost think to hinder?" "They are firing the city," gasped the cavalier. "Canst prevent it? Beware!" "Rava, safe with Valverde. Come!" Pedro dragged him out of earshot of the Inca, warning him to hold his tongue. A second arrow sped its flaming course, then a third, and at once from 100 points around the doomed capital mounted thin pencilings of fire, answering those from the fortress and falling like a shower of meteors. Arrow after arrow flashed out from the parapet into the surrounding gloom, and Cristobal gazed spellbound. Below where the first had descended was a tiny, wavering flame. While he watched, speechless, breathless, it grew with every second, its base spreading rapidly with ragged outline over the tinder-like thatch of one of the nearer buildings. Beyond, another feeble blaze was springing, and not far from this, a third. The first was now leaping, sending up a tenuous column of smoke which grew ruddy momentarily, and was seized by the wind and swept away toward the eastern hills. The flame waxed with incredible swiftness, lost its brilliance, turned deep and angry, with a lurid veil around it, through which darted red tongues, whipping plumes, and forked lashes. In a moment, the smoke was rolling upward in volumes, showing whirling gaps with depths of murky incandescence, masses of black rising heavily after eddying sprays of sparks and burning fragments of straw. Where the first arrow had fallen was a volcano of fire with smaller craters bursting out on every hand. In the distant suburbs were splashes of flame and towers of smoke in a huge infernal circle, and the watchfires on the hills were gradually blotted out by a broken rufous curtain. Now the roofs of palaces stood out in pallid relief against the inky blackness of the streets, and the golden thatch of the Temple of the Sun was gleaming fitfully in the wavering illumination. From the square, at the first outbreak of the fire, had risen shouts of alarm, the startled clamor of trumpets, then the dismal howling of canaries. But shortly these had ceased, the beleaguered stricken into dumbness by the terrific vengeance with which they were menaced. The city had grown strangely still, as if waiting, aghast for its fate. Cristobal gazed in stupefaction, held in a paralysis by thought of the danger to the loved one within the swiftly growing chain of conflagration. It seemed an age before his tense muscles obeyed his will. A suppressed exclamation from Pedro at last dissolved the spell, and with a groan he dashed toward his quarters. Mocho was approaching, and the cavalier ran against him. "Whither, friend?" demanded the general, detaining him forcibly. Cristoval made a wild gesture toward the fire. "To arm! Into the city! The Nuestra Rava!" He broke away. Mocho looked after him, dumbfounded, and then hastened to his command and called an officer. "Take 50, Rimachi," he said hurriedly, "and follow the Viracocha Cristoval. Obey his orders as mine. He goeth into Cusco in aid of the Nuestra Rava. Go first to his quarters in the Paucar Marca. Speed." Rimachi entered Cristoval's apartment and reported his orders. Pedro followed him in. The cook had come at his best speed, but the cavalier was finishing his arming as he entered. "Wait for me, Cristoval," he panted as he donned his corselet. "Nay," said Cristoval, latching his helmet and seizing his buckler. "This time we part, good old comrade. Thou hast risked thyself too often for friendship's sake. I go alone. Farewell." Pedro wrung his extended hand, swearing and almost weeping at being left behind, but before he could protest, Cristoval was gone. Outside, the whole world to the south seemed aflame. A monstrous reddened cloud leaped and surged toward the heavens, apparently against the very ramparts of the fortress. The plain, its tents, the towers, the battalions of the garrison, and every inequality of the ground were as clearly marked in the ruddy, reflected glow as if by dawn. Cristoval paused for an instant, overcome by the terrible magnificence of the spectacle and the gruesome roar and crackle of the fire, which had grown apace in the short time it had taken him to arm, then consigned himself to the Virgin's care and hurried to the southernmost gate, followed by the Antes. Here the road drops abruptly down the cliff to the terraces of the Col Campata, several hundred feet below. Part of the way was by steps made treacherous by the unusual lights and shadows, and uncertain by the dense smoke drifting from the western suburbs. But Cristoval descended at a run, and was soon at the foot of the declivity. Here he was overtaken by his party, and paused to consider with Rimachi the possible avenues of entry. In front, the nearest buildings were a mass of flames. To the right, he could see the district called Huacapuncu, already burning fiercely in a score of places. On the left, he remembered, was the stream Tulamayu, and after a brief consultation they hastened across the terraces. Through gardens and over walls, they were presently following a street to the eastward, stumbling in the murk. At the edge of the ravine was a low wall, surmounted in a second, and they rushed down the terraced bank to the stream. Cristoval was harrowed by a fear that the almost solid belt of fire before him would prove impassable. The few gaps were closing momentarily, forming a nearly continuous sheet of leaping, whirling flame whose heat reached even to where he stood. The narrow course of the Tulamayu presented the only breach, and this was already perilous, dense with smoke and illumined by a storm of falling sparks and burning brands. He glanced about at the Antes. Their faces were alight and their eyes gleaming with the fire, but they showed no sign of fear, and with a word to Rimachi, Cristoval started down the stream. Shortly they were within the fire belt, heads bent forward, groping through the stinging smoke and rain of embers, blundering and slipping on the water-worn boulders under an appalling canopy. The bed of the stream was pent between walls of masonry with a narrow quay along either bank. The structures on both sides were now topped with spouting flames whipped out overhead by the wind in huge streamers and pennons. The sound of the stream was drowned by the roar and snapping of the conflagration, the crash of falling timbers, and the incessant hiss of firebrands showering into the water. The air grew hotter and more stifling, until they breathed in gasps, but pushed on, dashing water over their apparel to save themselves from being burned alive. Panting and floundering, kneeling from time to time to cool his scorching armor and fill his lungs from the lower air, Cristoval led onward. At length, he could see that the glare in advance was growing less. They had gained the inner edge of the fire zone. A few yards more, and they were in a freer atmosphere and partial darkness, and they halted, leaning against the walls or crouching in the stream to recover from the exhaustion of the ordeal. Cristoval anxiously counted his men. None were wanting, and they groped on, presently passing beneath a bridge. Below was a flight of steps leading to the quay. Cristoval mounted and motioned the Antes to follow. The air was thick with smoke beaten down by the wind, but still dangerously light from the blazing buildings they had passed, and the cavalier felt the insecurity. A few yards away was the entrance of a street leading westward, somewhat darker by reason of being parallel to the line of fire, and he ran his men into its shadow. Now he wished with fervency that he had a guide, for he learned that neither Rimachi nor his Antes were acquainted with Cusco. Cristoval knew where the Amarucancha must lie, and that the street they were on would lead toward it. Further than this, he was ignorant. He knew, moreover, that the palace stood beside the stream Huatenay, and trusted that, the rivulet once gained, he could find his objective with little difficulty. Once within with his Antes, he could wait for a favorable moment to escape with Rava. Cristoval pushed forward through the half-dark, straining eyes and ears. Little could be seen but dim walls looming on either side, with a flying drift of smoke above, racing before the wind and weirdly lighted, curling over roofs, and sucked down in ghostly swirls into the street before them. Now, it happened that, deceived by the apparent length of time during which they had struggled down the course of the Tulamayu, Cristoval fancied himself in the lower part of the city. But the street they were following was the one in all Cusco which should have been avoided. It was the highway leading from the Antisuyu road directly to the Great Square. It was deserted now, however, and Cristoval pressed rapidly on, passing cavernous doorways of palaces, many of them standing broad open as they had been left by their Spanish occupants when the starting conflagration had hastened them to the open plaza. Cristoval passed them cautiously, peering into the dark courts to make sure there were no lingerers. But all seemed vacant, and save for the murmur of fountains caught occasionally, all were silent. At a broad street crossing he halted, half disposed to make farther toward Lower Cusco, suspecting from the nearness of the fire, now only a few hundred yards to the north, that he was closer to the square than was prudent. But the brighter illumination of the intersecting street decided him to continue his way. He was about to advance when Rimachi seized his arm. The keener ears of the Indio had caught a sound. The cavalier listened with concentration. From somewhere in the obscurity came the ordered tramp of soldiers and the murmur of voices, but in the confusion of sounds from the fire, he was unable to determine the direction. Anxious, above all things, to avoid the mishap of an encounter that would be most certain, whatever the result, to abort his plans, he turned to motion the Antes back into the shadow of the street from which they had emerged, when an abrupt challenge from the darkness ahead left no doubt of the source of the sounds. Standing in the half-light of the crossing, he and the group about him were more plainly visible than he had thought. Before he could effect a retirement, he received a second challenge, and a party advanced from the darkness at a run. It was too late to retreat. A score of pikes and halberds charged into the light. With a shout to his men, Cristoval drew and attacked. The Antes, excited by the conflagration and maddened by burns, needed but the word. They rushed with a yell that startled even Cristoval by its ferocity and drove into the Spanish patrol with a savage impetus which would have shaken a regiment. The fight was terribly brief. Cristoval had hardly flashed his blade in the first collision before the party was swept away from him by the charge of the Antes. The Spaniards recovered, resisted sharply for an instant, then broke for the square with the Antes in hot pursuit. But a stubborn opposition would have been less disastrous than this victory. Already a trumpet was sounding, alarmingly close at hand. In quick realization, Cristoval rushed after his men, ordering them back, collaring a few whom he was able to overtake, only partly successful in staying the chase. Before he ceased, he saw the dim lights of the open square a few steps distant, heard the shouts of the startled Spaniards and the uproar of moving cavalry. The Antes in front, aware of their peril, came flying back, and he joined their retreat just as a party of horse entered the head of the street. It was a dash now, for life. Cristoval noted the interval before the trot behind broke into a gallop. Weighted by his armor, his speed was slow, and he heard the Antes pass him in the darkness. The street was clamoring with the din of hoofs, nearing every instant. He stumbled over a prostrate form and almost fell, recovered, and sped on. The fleet Antes had left him far behind, and he was flying alone with death at his back. Now the troop was almost upon him. He was lost. No, a doorway. He flung himself into its shadow headlong, and the charging column went past with a roar that shook the earth. By the grace of heaven he had not been seen. Or, if seen by the foremost troopers, those behind had forced them past, and for a moment he was safe. For a moment only, for infantry would follow, and as the last files thundered by, he staggered to his feet and hurried after. Ahead was the broad thoroughfare where he had stood with Ramachi, and in its light he could see the glint of the helmets of the troop. An instant, and they had vanished into the darkness beyond. Could he cross the lighted space unseen? He was panting with the weight of his steel and the previous exertion, and his pace slackened. When he reached the corner, he was stumbling and plunging with weariness, and he paused to breathe and reconnoiter before venturing to cross. Toward the Tolamayu, he heard the uproar of the still receding troop, and a glance up and down the lighted street showed him that all had kept on in that direction. But behind was the rushing of many feet. The infantry were following. He dashed across the open, conscious of the fierce glare in the north, already perceptibly more intense, and gained the farther obscurity. He remembered the open doorways and struggled forward with desperation. As he turned into the shelter of one of them at last, a glance over his shoulder showed him morions gleaming in the firelight at the crossing. He had strength to swing the ponderous door and place the bar, but no more, and sank down beneath armor that weighed a ton. He lay straining to suppress his heavy breathing that he might listen for the approach of the infantry. He heard them presently, and rose to his knees, gripping his sword. They seemed so long in passing that he fancied they were gathering about the door, and expecting every instant to hear it assaulted, he gained his feet, praying for new strength to fight. But they passed, and the street grew quiet. Still he hearkened, minute after minute, for sounds which might indicate whether the Antes had been struck, until, after what must have been an hour, he heard the troop straggling by on its return to the square. An interval, and a party of the infantry tramped by in the same direction, and he surmised from the smallness of the number that it had divided into squads to search the streets. After this, a welcome silence. Exhausted, desperate at the catastrophe which had so abruptly blocked his project, the cavalier entered the court to seek the fountain whose plash had been torturing his thirst. The place, evidently one of the numerous palaces, was quite deserted. Doors stood open upon dark chambers, but there was neither light, sound, nor sign of life, and he traversed the dusky courts in solitude. In the burning palace, on the rampart of the XXIX, apart from his generals, wrapped in his cloak, and shrouded more impenetrably by something which forbade approach, a dark silhouette against a sky wilder and more terrible than words can describe, unspeakably solemn before the havoc wrought at his command, stood the Inca. In his grim silence and immobility, in his relentless wielding of a power little less absolute than that of a god, he took on the sinister majesty of the spectacle his fiat had created. When flame followed the fall of the first arrow, he had buried his face in his cloak. Slowly lowering his arm, and he had looked on with countenance inflexible as bronze while destruction progressed in leaps and bounds. After this, not the tremor of a muscle. To his nobles, quailing and awe-stricken at the sublime horror of the scene, he was never before so much a king, such his aspect, for the emotions sternly repressed, but racking him to the soul. What words! The sacred city, the favored of the sun, the home and the monument of the loving care of a mighty line of monarchs perishing under his hand. The city whose splendor had been the work of generations of great kings, for whose glory countless thousands of their subjects had toiled, had fought, had died, given by him to demolition, doomed by the mandate of one who had received the lautu from the profane hand of a ravager, who had suffered the scorn of an ignoble band of licentious and greedy invaders and had lived, who had worn fetters like a criminal and had lain in prison under the eyes of scoffing guards. That he, O Inti, that he, still wearing the marks of his bonds like a released slave, should be the destroyer. Could Cuzco but have fallen beneath the hand of a hero, even an enemy, and could he have fallen with it, its defender, he had been worthy to take his place with the shades of his ancestors. But he had himself led the enemy to its palace doors, had seen them plunder its temples, ravish its vestals, and befoul its most sacred spots. and now he was giving Cusco to the flames. Would the sun ever rise upon him again? Ah, but could he dare to address a prayer to that god while Cusco remained unpurged? By the great Inti, the fire should do its purifying work. From cottage, palace, and temple, the stench of the Viracocha should be burned. Should the last wall be leveled to the earth, the last stone of its streets upturned, no vestige of their defilement should remain. Cusco would rise again, and the Viracochas be forgotten. Let the dead Incas look on whilst he wiped out the stain of the ancient city's dishonor and his own. When at length the sky was graying and he turned away, facing his generals but seeing none of them, they beheld a countenance aged as by years since he had last spoken. In a night the torture of mind and heart had molded lines usually beaten in only by the blows of long and hard experience. At the door of his apartments he dismissed his attendants with a word, but, alas, a king before men, alone he was a mortal man. He knelt and prayed for tears. Resting upon his shoulders with the burden of an empire was now the weight of a monstrous tragedy, but upon his heart the unutterable sorrow of a brother and a lover. Within that dread circle of fire were loved ones, and among them the sweetest of consorts. No man looked upon his grief. No man but can know what his grief must have been. The sun rose upon a scene of devastation shorn of its splendor. Around the city was a belt of blackened ruins from which rolled a volume of smoke, which partly obscured the fiercer burning within. To the westward, the direction from which the wind had blown, this district was broad. The fire had been driven rapidly across the suburbs toward Cusco proper, and the houses being largely of adobe, the destruction was complete. Below the fortress, in the quarter of the palaces, the fire had to fight its way across the wind, and its advance had been less swift. Here the buildings were of stone, and through breaks in the murk were visible walls intact, surrounding desolate courts with charred skeletons of trees. To the east, the city was hidden in the huge, surging cloud drifting sluggishly off toward the mountains. From the ramparts little could be seen of the fire except occasional glimpses of flame through the rifts, and as Pedro stumped to and fro on the parapet, fuming and praying, harassed by fears, he could only guess at the perils by which Cristobal was surrounded. Before the sun had lifted above the mountains, the Antes began straggling in, smoked, scorched, and many of them wounded, bearing the tale of their encounter. 10 or more did not return. Rimachi was one of the last to come, and having reported to Mocho, the latter sought the cook with the news of the probable fate of the cavalier. Pedro made no reply, but turning with his face painfully twitching, he hastened to his quarters, to be seen no more that day. Once more to Cristobal. Assuring himself that he was the sole occupant of the building, he explored the several courts for its exits, and found, in the rear, the door of a passage which led to the broad street he had recently crossed. This might serve as a line of retreat. Patrols were still moving in the streets, and fixing the location of the passage among the intricacies of dark chambers and courts, he sought next, like a prudent soldier, for the kitchens and larder. This quest was difficult, for the operation of making a light, even could he have found a lamp, would have demanded more time than he could spare. Trusting to his sense of smell, blunted though it was by smoke, he wandered from one room to another, his steps, the rustle of his armor, and the clank of his sword rousing uncanny echoes from the lofty walls of stone. At last he stumbled upon a table still spread with an abandoned supper, and groping among the viands, he hastily made a meal. A glance at the sky from the court showed a noticeable advance of the fire, though the direction of the wind held it in check and carried the sparks and brands off to the eastward. While he stood, he heard the clatter of troopers in the street, but it died away presently, and he made his way to the postern. At the end of the passage he reconnoitered the street, now more brightly illumined than before, and was about to leave his hiding, when 2 horsemen trotted into the light and halted at the crossing, their lance heads glittering in the firelight. They were too near to leave a possibility of his quitting the passage unseen. Furthermore, he recognized the unwelcome fact that they were there en vedette and would remain. Evidently, the attack upon the patrol had made the Spaniards vigilant. Cristobal set his teeth. Here was a situation by the fighting saint. Trapped in a building which would be afire before many hours, with a prospective choice of being burned alive or run through by a Spanish lance in the effort to escape. For a bad quarter of an hour, he watched the troopers with an interest his countrymen had seldom roused in him before, consigning them in vigorous whispers to divers painful fates, until, observing one of them hitch himself in his saddle into a lounging seat, he gave it up and groped back into the palace. There was one other exit, the door by which he entered. The darkness of that street might favor. He would try it. In the main court nearest the entrance was the fountain, a pool of some 10 feet in diameter with steps descending to the water a yard below the level, and surrounded by seats and parterres full of shrubbery. He stopped there and drank deep, for the fire and cinders would not out from his throat. Then to the door. He laid aside his buckler and put hand to the bar. Cautiously now, Cristobal, for with sentinels near, this business should be of an inconspicuous kind. The timber stuck slightly, then yielded, slipped from his grasp, and fell with a crash, loud as the crack of doom. It was answered at once by the sound of a horse spurred to a trot, and snatching up his buckler, Cristobal retreated to the parterres. He gained the shelter just as the trooper pushed open the door. He rode in and halted near the entrance, peered about in the obscurity, called twice or thrice, then rode slowly about the enclosure, looking into the darkness of the open doors. Cristobal watched him, praying that he might push on into the interior courts, or that he might dismount. In the latter event, he should find what he sought with a vengeance, and that horse would change owners. But the trooper soon returned, scanning the parterres as he passed. At the entrance, he halted and surveyed the place again, only half satisfied. Finally, he rode out. Cristobal followed cautiously to have a look at the street. No hope there. The soldier had taken position a few yards away, and there remained while the prisoner returned to the fountain and had another bad quarter of an hour. There was no choice but to stay where he was and pray that the sentinels might be withdrawn at daylight or be driven from their posts by the approaching fire. Then, provided he was not roasted to death in the meantime, he might escape. He sat through the night, going at intervals to the doors in faint hope, returning with disquietude more profound, to watch the relentless nearing of the conflagration. At last came the dawn, more depressing in its ghastly light than the night. He stretched himself beneath the shrubbery. As the morning advanced, the wind veered farther to the south, and this, he hoped, would retard the progress of the fire in his direction until the evening. Cristobal was blessed with a sanguine temperament, and was, moreover, like most men who follow peril, a fatalist. Death had stood so often beside him, and had so often withheld the blow, that he had lost the appreciation of danger while he could look forward to another minute of life. Now, there were hours before him at least, and faith that good fortune or resourcefulness would open a way of deliverance. Therefore, why not be comfortable while comforts were at hand? He remembered the spread table. He crept from concealment, went to the door for another look at the sentinels, and entered the dining hall. He had seated himself when he perceived that the tableware was silver. He rose abruptly. "Oh ho! That meaneth the tenant will return, else the tenant is not a Spaniard." He selected a generous double handful of the victuals, and returned to the fountain. Going to another chamber, he brought forth a rug which he deposited beneath the thickest of the shrubbery, and there made his breakfast calmly. Now began a weary watch, broken by short spells of uneasy sleep and startled awakenings. Once, roused by voices in the court and hurried steps, he saw 2 canaries, evidently servants, enter the dining hall. They came out with the silver, just as a cavalier, a stranger to Cristobal, emerged from another room with a bundle of papers and wearing apparel. The man was in full armor and looked haggard and anxious, but seemed intent only upon the movements of the canaries, whom he ordered impatiently to hasten. He followed them out at length, and again the court was quiet. After a glance at the whirling bank of smoke to the north, Cristobal stretched himself out once more, and soon was slumbering. Toward midday he started out of a tortured dream and sat up. The sun was high in the north, rushing, as it seemed to his bewildered eyes, madly across the sky, a mere disk of burnished copper, now deepening into bronze, now flashing into a brazen glare through the scurrying cloud, but unutterably strange and unnatural, Before he had fully gained his startled senses, he was on his feet and had crossed himself a dozen times, only to grin blankly at his own consternation. Another instant revealed the real peril, grave enough. The flames seemed leaping from the roofs across the street, and the sinister roar and crackle were terribly distinct. Cristoval crossed himself again, took up sword and buckler, and ran to the door. The roofs opposite were untouched, but their immunity would be short. The crossing where the sentinels had stood was vacant. A glance in the opposite direction promptly dashed his hope. The street partly cleared of smoke for a moment, and at its foot were cannoneers and one of Candia's guns covering the bridge across the Tolamayu. They were looking alertly toward the suburbs, and one held a lighted match. Cristoval rushed to the door in the rear. A survey from the end of the passage was sufficient. At the first corner to the south was a cluster of pikemen, evidently part of a column which occupied the cross street. The prisoner slowly regained his concealment. For the next hour he gloomily watched the fire, until, convinced by the rate of its approach that it was farther away than he had thought, he dozed again. While he slept, the wind shifted to the north. Sometime in the afternoon, late it seemed from the uncertain light, he was awakened by the report of a falconet and smiled grimly. "The Inca's forces are attacking," he muttered. "May no man of them fail to duck in time, and may they come this far. It would, Mother of God." A crackling sound heard vaguely had started him to his feet. He struck aside the foliage. There was no sky, only a flying mass of gray and white, near enough it looked to be touched with his hand. The palace was afire. At a bound he was clear of the shrubbery. The roof over the entrance was a solid flame. While he stood transfixed, it swept forward right and left with the speed of wind. He dashed through a shower of fire to the doors. The building opposite was a furnace. "Bang!" snapped the falconet at the foot of the street. He rushed to the rear, racing with the flames roaring along the roofs on both sides of the court, and reached the passage, now full of smoke. From its mouth he saw the pikemen looking toward him at the fire. Should he venture a dash to cut through their lines? Hopeless, hopeless, but to be burned alive. Yet the main court was broad. Would he not be out of reach of the flames in its center? It was the one chance. A flash of fire overhead drove him back into the palace. The passages and rooms were dense and stifling, and once he lost his way, found it again, and crept the rest of the distance to the court on his hands and knees, reached it, blind and half stupefied. Gasping and choking, he dragged himself to the shrubbery, only half conscious of the leaping, blazing tumult surrounding him. The entrance had disappeared, curtained by burning thatch fallen from the eaves. The air was growing hot, and the open doorways, which before had been obscure, now showed a dull illumination. For a few minutes the atmosphere was fairly free to breathe, but as the roof timbers began to give way, the rooms filled with burning straw from above, and great spurts and volumes of smoke rolled into the court from the doors and windows. Cristoval lay with face pressed to the earth for its coolness and the stratum of purer air. Overhead the leaves were shriveling and drooping. Burning wisps of thatch, then sheaves and armfuls were soaring upward in the blast and strewing the ground about him. He was protected by his armor but in danger of suffocation, and his breathing grew momentarily more labored, until every inspiration was like a draught of fire itself. Cristoval was coughing and breathing stertorously, sweating in his mail. Nothing was visible now but the hot white shroud through which the nearest shrubs showed like dim skeletons. Strangely, at times they were all in motion, going round and round, vanishing for moments to reappear slowly and resume their wavering reel. He wondered at it very little, occupied mostly with the effort to breathe, the pain of it, and the torture of the heat. He had ceased to think, connectedly, of anything, but a series of rapidly moving pictures traversed his brain, chiefly of Rava and Shilkala, with others interspersed, of no relevancy. His head was aching and singing wildly. Or was it the whistling of wind through a ship's rigging? It was that, for he felt the roll and plunge. Madre, dreaming. He saw Pedro, then Father Tendilla, then Rogelio. Something was burrowing beneath his chest, squeaking pitifully, and roused him. A coy, guinea pig. Another scurried past, and languidly he wondered whither. Toward the fountain. Shizu. At once his mind cleared. Why had he not thought of it before? He began crawling toward the water, reanimated by hope which, but now, had gone. Slowly, for his way was strewn with fire, and his steel of crushing weight. Miles away, the pool, hardly to be attained, but reached at last, and he rolled in at full length. The shock revived him, but before he could struggle to his knees, he thought he must drown. Once upright, he found the air cooler and far less stifling. As he knelt, the water came to his breast, and now he was safe at least from being burned to death, if not from asphyxiation. It was minutes before his thoughts became connected, and then he saw the kois cowering on the steps in front of him. Beyond the rim of the pool, nothing could be seen for the smoke. On every side was the roar of the burning and the muffled crash of falling beams. The air was full of dropping brands, spitting and hissing as they touched the water, or starting frenzied squeaks when they fell upon the rodents. Moved by their common suffering with himself, he dashed water over them with his hands, only half sensible of the mercy of the impulse. The smoke thickened from minute to minute, and the heat, even in the pool, grew maddening. But by frequent immersions of his head and face, he retained his senses, wondering in a stupid, dreamy way how long he could endure. At last, daylight was waning. The thatch had burned out by this, and the smoke became less dense, permitting occasional glimpses of the flames still tossing about him. He was growing chilled and stiffened by long immersion, and rose to his feet from time to time, first dropping his visor to protect his face. Through the obscurity he could see the dull red of the doorways, and the walls with their topping of fire. But as evening came on, the heat grew less intense, and he found that he could stand, dipping at intervals to cool his armor. Night fell and grew late. The worst of the fire had passed to the southward. Around him the flames barely reached above the blackened walls, though the glare from the doors revealed the desolation of the court. It was hideous and infernal, and he was seized with a frantic longing to be away from its horror, but hours dragged before he could even quit the pool. Slowly, however, the fire subsided, and he mounted the steps unheeded by his fellow refugees. Now he could see the entrance, with fragments of the doors hanging to the hinges and still feebly burning. He would attempt it. He found his sword and shield among the leafless stalks of the bushes, and after a final plunge in the pool, left the court. Filling his lungs, he bolted through the door and into the street. It was full of embers, starting into flame and swirled about by eddies of hot wind. He could see but a short distance ahead, but with a hurried prayer he dashed forward through the stifling heat. The end of the street was not far, but before he had reached it, his feet and legs were blistered. In his struggles for breath, and in the dread doubt whether he would attain his goal, he hardly felt the pain, but rushed blindly on, plowing up a spray of fire in his passage. At length, the foot of the street, and he staggered into the open, across the quay, and down the steps to the stream. At the farther end of the bridge was the falconet with its gunners. The fire had not crossed the rivulet, but the heat had driven them to the opposite side. One of the cannoneers beheld Cristobal rushing through the fiery dusk of the street, and his affrighted exclamation drew the attention of his mates. They saw the arch-fiend, clad in red-hot steel, with blazing eyes and brandishing a sword of flame, charging toward them through a burst of fire. There was one gasping yell, and they fled into the darkness. The lurking Morisco. During the half-hour it took the sergeant commanding the gun to reassemble his panic-stricken cannoneers, Cristobal was passing slowly down the Tolamayo, secure in its shadows. In his thankfulness for escape from death, his scorched feet and legs seemed naught, and he was eager only to pass the fire ahead, cross the city to the other stream, and find the Amaru Concha. To find the Amaru Concha, for not an instant did his purpose flag, nor would while he had strength to creep. He reached the point where the stream is bridged by the Rimek Pampa, climbed a stairway, and found himself at the edge of that square. The entire district south and east had burned the night before, and the ruins were still smoldering, with small fires here and there in the debris lighting up the plaza, but rendering its greater extent the more obscure. To the northeast, the suburbs of Tokokachi and Munechenka were burning fiercely, but the advance of the conflagration thence had been retarded by the wind, so that between the burning zone and the Tulamayu lay an area yet untouched, while the fire which had swept over him was now in the rear. In the west was a huge roseate bank of smoke, rolling upward in colossal and endless transformation. Overhead were fragments of sky, densely black, with sickly stars briefly seen, then extinguished by the pallid fleece whirled and driven by the wind. Everywhere above the horizon, a stupendous activity impressive in its silence. Cristoval turned from it oppressed to listen and reconnoiter before venturing from shelter. About him, gloom and stillness profound, the desolation of vacant streets, the mournfulness of abandonment, and overall, a wan, unnatural twilight. He felt the weight of loneliness and a vague dread of the shadowy thoroughfares and somber buildings. He shook it off with resolution and stole out into the street. Not far ahead, an intersecting way admitted a narrow illumination from the north. He was within 50 paces of this when a dim figure crossed the light and vanished in the darkness beyond. It appeared and disappeared so quickly and silently that he was uncertain lest he had been deceived by a swirl of smoke. He paused uneasily, unresolved whether to advance or go back. No Spaniard that, he reflected, and cierto, not a sentinel, a mere rag of a figure, if not a rag of mine imagination. But what an unholy shivery manner of gait, a flit, and 'twas gone. Murder! I had liefer seen a pikeman. He stood for a moment peering and hearkening, then advanced with drawn sword. Arriving at the strip of light, he crossed it hastily and halted by the wall. Farther up the street was another lighted spot, and he watched it with vigilance. Again the form seen for an instant and lost in the gloom. Now Cristoval's courage was proof as his own mail against tangible danger, but volatile as ether before the uncanny or mysterious. The fleeting form was both. The cavalier was daunted and admitted it to himself, but he braced himself with a sign of the cross and stole forward. After all, he muttered, belike 'tis naught but some poor devil of a native burned out and homeless. But the fiend take a man who moveth with so ghastly locomotion, neither a walk, trot, nor canter. Anyway, he seemeth to have as little appetite for me as I for him, and man or spook, I'll not crowd him, I swear it. At the next corner he halted, inspecting the dimly lighted street for signs of soldiery, but no living being moved. The spectre-like stranger had vanished. While the cavalier stood, he heard distant cavalry. It was wholesome and earthly at least, and although it called for caution, yet it was in some sort reassuring, and he went on in greater ease of mind. A few minutes later he entered another square flanked on the left by a large edifice recognizable by the glow on its gilded roof as the Temple of the Sun. He had his bearings, and knew that the Huatene was not far beyond. The plaza was the ancient Coricancha, or Place of Gold. Halfway across he heard horses once more, approaching, and not distant. The great door of the temple stood open. He hurried to its shelter as a patrol of cavalry trotted into the square. They were coming in his direction, and he entered the building. The darkness was absolute, but opposite was another door, faintly lighted by the reflection from the heavens. He stole toward it with reluctance, awed by the vastness of the hall, whose walls sent back sepulchral echoes of his furtive tread. High up, indistinctly outlined windows revealed the loftiness of the interior, which seemed to be unsealed. The place was lugubrious, as if tenanted by ghosts of votaries of the ancient faith mourning its desecration. So thought Cristoval, and hastened his steps, then stopped. There had been a movement in the doorway in front of him, a mere blur and gone, noiseless as a shadow. There was a trickling chilliness under his backplate, and again he made a sign of the cross. The place was unholy, accursed by pagan rites. He must out of it. Should it be to face the patrol, or the other? The open air of the court was nearer, and he quickened his pace to gain it, assailed by a multitude of whispered reverberations, chased as he knew by devils, spooks, goblins, and lemurs. In the court he was sweating but cold. It was bare, ghostly, and surrounded by buildings with broad open doors into which he did not look as he sped across toward a gate that stood ajar. Outside, he breathed more freely. He was in a garden with trees and shrubbery, and these, even in the dark, are always friendly. There were avenues, but the ground had been upturned by his countrymen for buried treasure, and he could follow none. He turned across what had been a lawn, descending from terrace to terrace, burdened by the sense of being watched by the lurking stranger, nor paused until he had placed distance between himself and the unhallowed temple. Now he could hear the ripple of a stream, and knew that he was at the Watanabe, but kept on, looking for a stout bush he could have at his back, and with a vigilant outlook for the other tenant of the garden. He was now fully aware of his burns, but dared not remove a jambe to ease them. He seated himself presently, but after a minute's rest, the sensation of being under espionage became unendurable. It chafed him, and with the irritation of his burning feet and legs, roused a bloodthirsty desire to hunt the lurker and determine whether he was substance or shadow. He thought better of it. A few minutes now would bring him to the Amarucancha, and impatience pushed him on. He had gained the lowest terrace when the mysterious form appeared again, directly in his path, 100 feet away. It rose as if out of the earth, retreated a few paces, and vanished into the shadow of the gully, leaving Cristoval in dismay. "Santa Madre," he gasped, and stood irresolute, wishing with ardor for a crucifix. The figure was so wholly spectral that the thought of following it into the darkness started his courage oozing as quickly as it did the perspiration, yet there was no help for it unless to return through the temple. The stout cavalier was in a wavering frame of mind. Then it stole over him that this shadowy creature was interposing between him and Rava. He sprang down the bank with an oath. Were it Satan himself, he would dispute such hindrance. He stumbled among the boulders, straining his eyes for a sight of the figure, furious to test its reality. But he plunged forward resolutely. Above the temple, he came to a stairway leading to the quay, and mounted it, intending, if the streets were quiet, to leave the stream. As he raised head and shoulders above the parapet, an arrow, coming with terrific force, struck the bars of his lifted visor and splintered with a crash that made his ears ring within his helmet. At the same instant, the figure rose a few yards ahead and sped away through the darkness. Notwithstanding the shock, Cristoval's dread vanished in a flash. "Aha! Thou flitting, gliding, misty son of an imp of perdition, then thou art real." He dropped his visor. "By the saints, 'tis a burden off my mind. I thought thee a ghost, but that was no ghostly arrow, my word for it. And it was good archery. Bien, I'll keep thee in mind until I can teach thee thou art shooting at a friend." Convinced now that the stranger was a native, bent on vengeance on his own account, Cristoval descended again and pushed on up the stream, infinitely relieved in spirit. But thereafter he kept his visor closed. At length the black buildings on either bank came to an end at the great square, and with beating heart the cavalier recognized the pile on the right as the Amarucancha. He crept cautiously up the steps by which the Inca and Meta had descended on the night of their attempted escape. Here he could look out upon the plaza, so near that he heard the Spaniards' voices. The fire had eaten from the direction of the Sacsayhuaman to its margin, and like the Rimac Pampa, it was partly illuminated by burning ruins. In the middle were awnings and tents occupied by his beleaguered countrymen. Near the camp was the picket line with the steed saddled, and in front of it a detachment standing to horse, ready for instant action. Cristoval took it in at a glance. Then his eyes sought the palace before him. Immediately opposite was a door. Would it be locked? Locked, no doubt. And would he dare to knock? First he would try its fastenings. Cristoval was shaking at the knees and so intent that he had forgotten prudence. He was about to steal across the quay when he was arrested by the tread of an approaching sentinel. The cavalier retreated down the steps with a flash of sudden heat over his body. 10,000 devils! Here was a condition unforeseen. Standing in the water and leaning against the shadowed wall, he thought with diligence and many whispered interjections. With the square so near, he could not overcome the sentinel without an alarm. The attempt might serve as a last resort, but he put it aside to debate 100 impracticabilities. After a time, he crept up the steps again and stole a look at the soldier. The latter was keeping close to the palace wall, and for a pikeman his vigilance seemed preternatural. Had he divined his surveillance by a pair of watchful eyes and a head simmering with plans for his quick extinction? But he had not. He paced so many paces to the south, turned with a glance at the sky, paced so many more to the north, turned with a glance at the sky, and so for an hour, when he challenged the relief. Meanwhile, Cristoval descended and stood meditating furiously. Assuredly, the chance for entrance here was slight. He picked his way carefully down the stream, ascended by the first flight of steps to the opposite bank, and started toward the square in the shadow of the buildings. At its edge, he descried another sentinel and turned back. At a bridge past going up, he crossed the rivulet. At the farther side, he glanced back up the street toward the western line of fire, now sweeping rapidly forward, and once more caught sight of the flitting figure crossing the light, slinking toward the plaza, but lost at once in the darkness. "Aha, my friend," muttered Cristoval, "thou art off the scent. Keep off it, thou heathen, or I may warm thy legs with the flat of my blade." He moved up the quay with a slight hope of finding an unguarded door into the palace. 20 paces more and he was startled by a long-drawn yell of agony from the direction of the square. The stranger had attacked a sentinel. "Holy Mother!" he exclaimed. "The skulking archer hath scored!" The whispered words had not been said before a second cry arose, fiercely exultant. "Allah il Allah!" Cristoval started at the words and crossed himself. The cry was answered by a shout and a rush of soldiers. Cristoval glanced about for a stairway to descend to the stream. None at hand and no time to search. He dropped his buckler over the parapet, lowered himself by his hands and let go. An instant to regain his shield, and he fled down the rocky bottom as a platoon galloped along the edge of the square, divided at the quay, and a party clattered toward him, following the bank on his right. It divided again at the first street, but as he blundered on through the darkness, a squad passed him, going down the stream. The square was in an uproar. Far off somewhere, Cristoval heard the cry again, "Allah illallah," and stopped. "Jose, as I'm a Christian." He reached the temple garden, blown by the flight, and threw himself upon the bank, nearer despair than he had been since entering the city. Only a miracle would admit him to the Amarucancha. He lay for an hour listening to the patrols, now near, now far, before he rose heavily and looked about. It was necessary to seek a shelter for the coming day, but where he should find security at once from the fire, from Spaniards, and from the equally hostile Morisco, was a question which taxed him to answer. He now had a wholesome dread of buildings, and finally decided upon the garden itself, whose thickets would afford concealment against any but a systematic search. He found a coppice on one of the upper terraces, and having removed his jams and solarets, bandaged his blistered feet with his torn-up kerchief, and crawled into the lair. Physically tortured by burns, mentally by anxiety, he lay broad awake until after sunrise, watching the advancing fire, laboring with the problem before him, and wondering at the presence and hostility of Jose. It was late in the day when he awoke and looked out. A strong westerly wind was blowing, and he saw at once that the conflagration was making rapid headway toward the quarter of the palaces. Would reach it by nightfall, if not before. He groaned at his helplessness, forgot his pain, forgot the hunger and thirst now assailing him, and lay the day through, feverishly watching the progress of destruction. The hours dragged. The air was hot, dry and stinging with the reek of burning. His throat was parched, his lips split and bleeding, and his face from the heat in the palace was raw and so badly swollen that his eyes were almost closed. His burns were maddening. But all his torture of body was a trifle, was nothing, to the agony of beholding the inexorable approach of the fire to the Amarucancha. By evening he was feverish, and lay reenacting every minute circumstance of the preceding day and nights, went through new struggles quite as real and of worse torment, and suffered horrors unspeakable. When night fell, he awoke bewildered, unable for a time to untangle the actual from his delirium, and lay staring at the ruddy light, straining to comprehend its meaning. It came like a flash, and he sat up, groping for his arms. Grieved and shod, he staggered out, aching and giddy. His first glance was toward the north. God of heaven, the Amarucancha! The fire had crossed the stream. The temple loomed black against an appalling background of flame. He reeled and went upon his knees, weak with fear, was up and rushing forward, crashing through shrubbery, colliding blindly with tree trunk and branch, until he reached the court, across it, and into the hall of the temple, its ghostly terrors forgotten. Through the entrance streamed a broad light from the Coricancha. The center of the city was a vast furnace, a hell, with flames leaping and whirling with the roar of breaking surf. The long night which followed seemed as unreal in its horror as his delirium. Cristobal went fire-mad. When he came to his senses hours later, it was as if awakening from a hideous dream. He had indistinct memories of insane dashes into flame-swept streets, beneath infernal incandescent canopies, past doorways belching red-hot blasts, of terrible repulse and flights for life, of renewed attempts and bewilderment in fiery labyrinths whence escape seemed impossible, of weeping, laughing, and shouting frantically for Rava while he battled, of a long detour later through dark, fuliginous thoroughfares, hot and stifling as ovens, of finding himself wallowing in a stream, drinking and praying, and at last, of bursting from the darkness upon a squad of startled soldiers and of fighting with the fury of a maniac. How he escaped, he knew not, but while he fought, welcoming wounds that seemed to ease his burns, he heard again the shrill, weird cry, "Allah il Allah," saw a pikeman fall with an arrow in his brain, then another, and fled alone, unpursued. After this, dim wanderings through a Cimmerian wilderness of streets, black, desolate, stinking of dead embers, and of eternal length and intricacy, but cool. At last he heard a fountain, staggered into a ruined patio, drank deep, and dropped into the nearest corner, asleep in an instant. High noon roused him to consciousness of suffering. His swollen eyes would hardly open, and as he moved and groaned he heard a voice beside him. "Allah Akbar, I thought thou wouldst sleep to thy death. Hola, canst see, Cristobal? Dost know me?" Cristoval's smarting eyes came open with a start, and he stared up at a lank figure in burnous and turban, bending over him. "Jose!" he exclaimed thickly, his lips cracking with the effort, and he sat up, feeling for his sword. "No need for that, my friend," said the old armorer. "But look thou, Cristobal, call me not Jose. A curse be upon the name. I am Abul Hassan Zegri. Be thankful that 'tis is Abul Hassan Zegri, and not one of thy countrymen. What, Cristobal, dost doubt me? Man, had it been my purpose to do thee harm, I would have saved thee the trouble of awakening." Cristobal regarded him distrustfully a moment, and offered his hand. He was in a roofless, blackened apartment, off the court he had entered in search of water. The armorer had dragged him from the fountain into better concealment. "Canst drink?" asked Abul Hassan, tendering a smoke-stained vessel. The cavalier drank with avidity, nodding his thanks. Never a draught more delicious, never a drinker more grateful. The Morisco watched him in glum silence, brought more water, and still not enough. "Oh, let that suffice, Cristobal," he said at length. Cristobal groaned, but yielded. "Madre," he mumbled, conscious of his weakness, "what aileth me?" "What aileth thee? Thou art a fool, a madcap," replied the Morisco bluntly. "What harebrained motive hath possessed thee, Cristobal? For 2 nights and a day I've seen thee in the city, careering like a Santon pursued of devils." "Por Dios," growled Cristobal. "Thou wast not far from putting an estoppel upon it, Abul Hassan. When I split an arrow on thy casque, I did not know thee, Cristobal, save as a Spaniard, and thou hadst followed me. For what purpose?" "I was not in purpose to follow thee. It was a chance." "Then it might have been a costly chance, for I had it in mind to kill thee until I found thee killing pikemen. What dost seek in Cusco?" "The Nusta Rava." "Ah." Abul Hassan studied him narrowly, then asked, "Hast friends outside among the Indios?" Cristobal nodded. "As soon as thou canst move, we'll seek them," said the other. The cavalier shook his head. "I must find the Nusta Rava," he answered with resolution. "Galimatias, bosh! Thou'lt find the garrote. Dost know how long thou hast lain thus among these cinders? This is the 2nd day. I found thee yester morning, but canst eat?" The Morisco had a pouch well supplied, and the cavalier broke his long fast. He wasted no time in words while a morsel remained of his prudent allowance. But finished and refreshed, he asked, "And thou, Abul Hassan, why art thou in Cuzco?" "I am here to be near mine enemies." "Thine enemies?" "The enemies of my race," said Abul Hassan with a quick flash in his eyes. Then, regarding the cavalier steadily, he added with increasing energy, "And of my faith. For hear me, Christoval, I am no more a Christian. I am a follower of Mahomet, an unworthy Mussulman whom Allah hath punished for his apostasy." Christoval stared at him, horrified, and crossed himself. At the gesture, the old man spat upon the ground in sudden rage. "Ah, the cross!" he cried, his face drawn in repugnance. "The cross, the sign accursed, the sign which hath been stamped upon every atrocity the minds of fiends of Christians can invent, the sign under which murder, torture of body and soul, wreck of hearts and minds have been works of piety. I scorn it, spurn it, and hate it with a living hatred." He spat again and turned away, his gaunt form trembling with passion. Christoval had gained his feet, suspecting a madman. Abul Hassan controlled himself and faced the cavalier. "Forget the words, Christoval, if thou canst. I would not offend thee, but I have suffered much. Behold me, an old and broken man, but hunted. Once I had loved ones, so, Allah, thy wrath is hard to bear." He bowed his head, and Christoval said hastily, "Say no more, old friend. I owe thee much, and thy words shall not stand between us, nor thy faith, for by heaven, I've known other gallant men who were not Christians. Let it pass, Abul Hassan." Christoval changed the subject, and presently the Morisco resumed his usual composure. All that day they remained in hiding. Food and rest restored some of the cavalier's strength, but realizing the futility of a hope to accomplish his purpose in his present condition of body, he agreed reluctantly to the wisdom of leaving the city. Late in the evening they started, but though they were in the western suburbs, Christoval was so crippled by his burns that notwithstanding his companion's assistance, they were long in clearing the ruined outskirts. In the open country at last, the Morisco left him concealed while he went to the Peruvian lines for help. He returned with a hamaca and bearers, and Christoval was borne to a hamlet among the foothills on the western margin of the Bolson of Cuzco. Here they found simple medicaments, and when Pedro appeared, 2 days later, he found his friend much as he had come upon him in Chilcala. The cook stumped into the cottage without a word. Christoval was lying, smeared to his eyes in grease with bandaged limbs, and Pedro looked him over with great severity. "Well, stew me," he exclaimed with bitterness. "If thou art not done brown, Christoval, then I'm no cook to judge. Broiled to a turn, roasted with a crust, and a complexion like a boiled ham in the summer sun. Damnation, man! Thou'rt overdone, dost not know it?" He paused, regarded the cavalier for a moment with increased sternness, then resumed reproachfully, "Ah, but no. Thou hadst no need for Pedro, an experienced cook who would have taken thee out in time and mayhap saved the gravy, but must go and cook thyself like a bedeviled phoenix." He paused again, and Christoval smiled slightly, waiting for the storm to pass. "Grin," blurted the cook with irritation. "Thou art as cheerful-looking as a smoked herring. But what the fiend dost think I have had to grin about these several days? 'Tis the second time I've mourned for thee as dead, and twice too often." Christoval extended a bandaged hand, and presently the severity faded from Pedro's countenance. He touched the hand, swore a little, and seated himself. "Well, curse it. I'm glad to see thee once more, Christoval, cooked or raw. But I tell thee, old friend, my belt hath gone loose from worriment." The barricades. The fire had burned itself out and left 2/3 of Cuzco in ruins long before Christoval was in condition to mount. In the meantime, it had required all of Pedro's persuasion, entreaty, expostulation, and threats to keep him on his couch. Haunted by the conflagration and visions of Rava in the perils which he had just escaped, he taxed the cook's abundant patience to extremity. The Spaniards' daily sorties were inflicting heavy losses upon the Inca's devoted troops, most of whom, for the first time confronting cavalry and firearms, were led by ignorance into useless sacrifice. When Pedro brought accounts of these engagements, the cavalier groaned and fumed and groaned, and at last declared vehemently that he would lie inactive no longer. The brunt of his unrest fell upon Pedro, for the old Morisco, having seen him in good hands, had stolen away with replenished quiver, to lurk among the ruins and spread death and terror among the ancient enemies of Granada. One day, intelligence came that the XXIX had been stormed by the Spaniards and taken. Juan Pizarro had lost his life leading the assault. Mocho and his aunties had been relieved a few days before, and Meta, the new commander of the fortress, driven with a remnant of its defenders into the citadel, and seeing that the place was lost, had wrapped himself in his cloak and plunged from the battlements to death. Pedro brought the tidings, a double sorrow to Cristobal, for Juan Pizarro had been steadfastly his friend. The cavalier rose abruptly. "Look thou, Pedro, tomorrow I ride. These poor devils of Indios are throwing brave lives away for want of knowledge. 'Tis as if they were children dashing themselves over a precipice without warning. They know not even where a Spaniard is vulnerable in his armor. Why, man, were they mine enemies, it would sicken me to see them fight at such hopeless odds. And now, with Juan dead, Rava will be more than ever in danger. I go tomorrow." Pedro scrubbed his forehead vigorously and growled, "Cristobal, thou'rt an unringed bull-calf, and I'm of a notion to choke, pear, and strait-jacket thee. What canst do in thy condition? Thou art sore-footed from thy burns, and wilt shed thy blisters like a lizard his skin before thou art in the saddle an hour. Thou art bad enough and not over-amusing as it is, but what wilt be with legs like two peeled carrots?" "No worse than now," replied Cristobal doggedly, "and at least not idle. But what dost think to do, to fight thy way to the Nusta Rava?" "That, if possible. At any rate, to teach these people that cavalry is not to be stopped with bodkins, nor chain-shot with wisps of straw." "Well," admitted Pedro thoughtfully, "it would be a God's mercy." The next morning, with Marcumi and Ocalo following, they made a long detour of the Peruvian lines to the camp of the Antes, east of the city. Although the ride was full of pain, the activity was a relief to Cristobal, and as the sun rose upon the valley full of martial sights and sounds, his spirits rose with it. Near midday, they were guided to General Mocho, who was on the lines with his troops. They found him with a group of officers on a rise of ground in advance of his battalions, overlooking the ruined suburb, Tococachi. He hastened forward to meet them, greeting the cavalier with warmth. The latter lost no time in broaching the subject. Mocho interrupted to summon his officers. They gathered round, listening intently while the cavalier, with his usual brevity and clearness, laid the project before them. While Cristobal and Pedro refreshed themselves, Mocho went to the pavilion of the Inca on the heights east of the city. Soon chasqui were flying to summon the generals in council. Evening came, with notes of evening calls from trumpets, conchs, and drums, and the movement of battalions relieving those on the line around the city. Then, night with its myriad stars, myriad fires on the hills, and silence. But in Cuzco's blackened purlieus, the besiegers were toiling through the hours. Near midnight, Cristobal returned with Pedro from observing the operations which his council had set afoot, to have a few hours' sleep. Toward morning, he was roused by Pedro. "Come, Cristobal, up and helm. The things are ready to simmer. Stir, man. Thou hast piped, bassooned, and hot-boyed until the night hath shuddered and my mule hath wept. Stew me, Cristobal. Had I a sleeping voice like thine, I'd gag myself with a saddlebag, or wear a coffin for a night-robe. Wake up, thou scorched hurdy-gurdy. 'Tis the prime hour of chilly misery and the last watch of ghosts and goblins. Ah, curse it! I would I were a barber and no cook. See what it hath led to, this culinary art. Hola, art awake at last? Well, here is a bite I've spread for thee. Eat, and ballast thy treason, since thou art on treason bent, whilst I look to our saddles." He went out into the darkness where Ocalo and Marcumi waited with their steeds, while Cristobal, now alive, attacked a cold luncheon laid by his thoughtful comrade. He finished hurriedly and left the tent. The two Spaniards were quickly in saddle, and with Ocalo and Marcumi following, crossed the camp toward the Antisuyu road. This highway, connecting the capital with the eastern provinces, becomes the street in which Cristobal and the Antes encountered the patrol on the first night of the fire. A few minutes' ride brought them to the road, now occupied by a waiting column. Turning toward the city, they were presently in its outskirts. Here they found Mocho with his staff, and dismounting to join them, Cristoval felt his arm touched. He glanced round and beheld a tall figure, clad and armed like the Antes, but wearing a turban. "Abul Hassan," exclaimed the cavalier, extending his hand. "I am rejoiced to see thee, old friend. Dost take part with us? I would thou hadst a horse and thine accoutrements." "With the help of Allah I shall have both before the sun setteth again," replied the Morisco calmly. He motioned toward a group of 20 or more men with lassos standing near. "Thy herdsman, Cristoval. I have heard of thine expedient, a most excellent one." "I pray it will prove so," said the other, "and that we soon shall see thee mounted. When equipped, seek us. We'll find thee occupation." The Morisco nodded grimly, and Cristoval and Pedro passed on to Mocho. In front were men at work in the darkness, and the general gave his hand, saying, "The task is well advanced, Viracocha Cristoval. Let us move forward." He led the way into the street, which had been made, in pursuance of Cristoval's instructions, a confusion of half-burned timbers, pieces of furniture which had escaped the fire, and all manner of debris. Heaped, lashed together, and interlaced, they formed an entanglement difficult for men on foot, and for cavalry barely surmountable. The adobe walls on each side had been pierced with loopholes for the archers, and the side streets barricaded against flanking. The party picked their way slowly, climbing over here, bending to pass under there, while Cristoval inspected, commended, or advised, until they had penetrated far into the suburb, where the workmen were still toiling. Until near dawn, they directed the Antes pouring silently into the suburb and occupying the ruined buildings along the obstructed way. Cristoval saw the men with lassos properly placed, and the party returned to the outskirts. A few minutes later, a company of warriors made its way through the entanglement into the city, going forward to draw a Spanish attack. Cristoval and Pedro stood near the group around Mocho. The sky was light when far in the distant streets they heard the war cry of the Antes. Immediately followed the hoarse shouts of the Spaniards, shots and trumpets calling to arms. The sounds were faintly borne on the morning breeze, but full of portent, and echoed in many a warlike heart among the ruins of the suburbs. Mocho moved forward, giving Cristoval a wave of the hand as he passed, and a rustling and shuffling rose in the road back of where the two Spaniards stood as the waiting warriors took their places in column. As Cristoval mounted, he heard a grunt and a sigh from Pedro, then the creaking of the saddle as the cook swung from the ground, and the two picked their way slowly down the littered street. Arquebuses were crackling, and now the heavier and sharper report of a falconet. The firing ceased and arose the nearing din of cavalry. The decoying party of Antes was flying before it in a dash for the fatal entanglement upon which the Spaniards were blindly rushing. The Antes reached it, were dimly seen by Cristoval as they leaped into the debris. Then came the crash of breaking timbers when the pursuing troops struck the obstruction, a confusion of yells and Spanish shouts of warning, drowned by the war cries of the tribesmen behind the walls as they delivered their terrible volley. A wild, tossing disarray of horses and riders, plunging and falling among the snapping beams, ridden over by the resistless torrent from behind. Men and animals down and struggling in the wreckage, crushed beneath those borne onward by the momentum of the charge, and assailed by the hordes of Antes rushing from the buildings. Riderless steeds, maddened by fear and wounds, careered wildly forward, or turned to the rear and added to the chaos. Troopers retaining their seats were blinded by the tempest of arrows and javelins, and could only shelter themselves behind their shields, bending low over saddle bows to avoid the hail. Still, they were forced on up the narrow, encumbered street, which roared with tumult indescribable. Now Cristoval heard a Spanish voice rising above the clamor, "Forward, forward, forward!" and the notes of a trumpet, broken and faltering before it could blow the command. The column must fight through or be crushed by those in the rear. The leading riders pressed on, sabering at the multitude crowding from all sides. Cristoval advanced with Pedro to meet them. A lasso serpentined through the haze of flying arrows, settled over the foremost trooper, and jerked him from his saddle, to be lost among the Antes as if swallowed by the sea. Other sinuous lines shot out, fastening upon the Spaniards and dragging them to quick obliteration. Those in advance paused, fear-struck by a weapon against which their blades were powerless. They saw comrades totter and go down, turned in panic, and Cristobal was among them. Fell and relentless purpose in this cavalier, his arm nerved and strength doubled by thought of Rava. The nearest troopers, dismayed and disordered, opposed feeble resistance to the furious onslaught of Cristobal and his comrade, while those behind, aware of a new check to the advance, the cause of which they could not see, raised the cry, "To the rear!" It was caught up at once, and now, panic and disorder tenfold. As Cristobal fought, he heard a cry rising shrill, "Allah illallah, Allah illallah," and Abul Hassan was beside him, mounted on the steed of some fallen Spaniard. Into the fray the Morisco, reckless of want of armor, fighting with the ferocity of a demon. The retreat was more disastrous than the advance, but slowly the troop fought back to the open street, shook itself free, and fled. The jaunty sorties were to be made no more. At Hernando's council that night, once more glum taciturnity. From dawn there has been, on every hand, sharp repulse unexampled since the siege began. Many saddles empty for result, and a general call for surgery. Every street by which many a brisk sally has been made in previous weeks now impassable for cavalry, and barricades pushed within bowshot of the square. The abrupt change in the tactics of the besiegers is ominous. The presence of Peralta, for the identity of the cavalier seen and felt fighting among the Antes is not doubted, is significant, and the price on his head is doubled. Toward evening, Cristobal was joined by Pedro at the edge of the barricade. The cavalier had laid off his helmet and was begrimed to the roots of his hair with ashes and black dust from the charred timbers, his face streaked with perspiration, his reddened eyes gleaming strangely through their surrounding sootiness. He turned to his comrade and said with a grim smile, "Aha, Pedro, we seem to have put them on the defensive yonder in the square. What sayest thou?" "Why, I say first," returned Pedro, eyeing him sharply, "that if I caught myself with a grin as weird as that of thine, I'd wear a wooden face as well as a wooden leg. Untwist thy features, man. Thou hast the look of a devil. Ah, now I'll reply to thine observation by saying that I'm hungry, and as for those knaves in the square, we have them where they will stay for a spell or longer without being told. So let us go and eat." Cristobal, about to reply, noted a sudden silence among the Antes. Every one of them was on his knees and bending toward the 3 or 4 nobles who had just drawn near. "Madre, the Inca!" exclaimed Pedro. Then he growled beneath his breath, "Now look at these pagans. Every man doubled up like a razor, and everything dropped without a word of warning. Suppose the Inca had come about this morning, Cristobal. We had been undone." Cristobal made no answer, for an officer recognized as Kewar was beckoning. The 2 Spaniards halted a few paces from the monarch and saluted, awaiting his pleasure to speak. His countenance, more bronzed and sterner in its lines, wore a trace of friendliness not there before. The Inca studied the grim, murky visage of the cavalier before he spoke. "Viracocha Cristobal," he said at length, "General Mocho hath told me of thy gallantry today, and thine, Viracocha Pedro, and I see evidence here of thy zeal and soldierly skill. My warriors owe thee a measure of success and hope thus far wanting. What thou hast accomplished hath mine appreciation and gratitude, as hath all thou hast done hitherto. There is more that I would say to you, Viracocas, but at a fitter time. Tonight you will sup with me, both." The Inca gave a hand to each and turned to continue his tour of the suburbs. The 2 Spaniards supped with the Inca at dark, in the open, at a table lighted by a circle of fires. Of the score present, several were officers met at Ollantaytambo. Among the strangers, the Vilac VMU, now in warrior's garb. A number besides Mocho bore marks of recent fighting. The formality imposed by the presence of the monarch was lacking, and he met his guests with a revelation of his personality unexpectedly agreeable to Cristobal. As guest of honor, the cavalier had opportunity to correct the impression gained at their first interview that the young potentate was a mere barbarous tyrant. By the end of the meal, when Manco pledged first him, then Pedro, clinking their cups of chicha with his own, a friendliness was established which neither Cristobal nor his host could have foreseen. In quiet moods, the resemblance of Manco to his sister Rava was pronounced, and there were moments acutely painful to Cristobal, when some inflection of the Inca's voice, some gesture, or an evanescent expression of his eyes brought a quick vision of the loved one. But the XXXIV was not mentioned. Indeed, the captives within the city were not referred to, nor any of the losses sustained since the beginning of the siege. This was demanded by Peruvian stoicism, and for all said that night the misfortunes of Tavantinsuyu might have been unfelt. As they scorned manifestation of physical pain, so they hid mental suffering beneath an exterior of grave impassibility. At Mocho's tent, some hours later, when Cristoval was taking leave for the night, the general said abruptly, "Viracocha Cristoval, thou hast done for us today that for which words cannot thank thee. I will not try. But the Antes, their officers, and their general are thine. Command them. Lead them whither thou wilt, and thou'lt find the last living man of them behind thee." The cavalier replied with a grip of the hand. He had few words, but when he went to his quarters he felt a sudden hope. With those fierce battalions, might he not search every nook of Cuzco? Mocho knew the object of his quest when he entered the burning city, and his tender was significant. That night there was little sleep for Cristoval. At dawn he sought the prisoners, found one whom he knew, and questioned him concerning the XXXIV. Was she alive? Alive and safe in the Aclahuasi with the rest of the royal household, Father Valverde guarding like a hawk. All had been removed from the Amarucancha before it burned, and the Aclahuasi was one of the few buildings to escape the conflagration. Cristoval waited to ask few more questions. With Mocho and Pedro, he held council for an hour. At the end of it, the two Spaniards mounted and, making a detour of the suburbs, entered the Rimac Pampa, crossed the Tolamayu, and reached the square called Coricancha, in front of the Temple of the Sun. This quarter was held by the Piros and Conibos, and once more Cristoval greeted Matopo, whom he had not seen since leaving the Urubamba. From the Coricancha, a street led north to the square occupied by the Spaniards, and from the barricade thrown up by Matopo could be seen the Acalahuasi at the head of the thoroughfare with the Amarucancha on its left across the way. Plainly visible also was a Spanish breastwork defending the square with a falconet scowling from its single embrasure. That night, Cristoval and Mocho consulted with the Inca regarding the captives within the city. Day came with a heavy sky and threat of rain. During the morning, sorties were attempted by the Spaniards, evidently for reconnaissance, for after brief skirmishing in the littered streets, the attacking parties withdrew. The afternoon was spent by Cristoval in making a tour of the suburbs with the Inca, inspecting the barricades, suggesting improvements, and perfecting or advancing the investment. With darkness came rain and a rising wind. The night would favor. Toward midnight, Cristoval rode with Pedro to the Coricancha. The square was massed with Antes, and in advance, near the barricade across the street to the Aclahuasi, was a picked body, among them their general, equipped with captured arms and armor, a resolute band, which Cristoval surveyed with satisfaction. A night attack and a deliverance. The rain fell drearily, driven and swished by flaws of the wind, which, as the night deepened, increased to a gale, moaning and whistling mournfully through the ruins. The hours lagged, measured by the brusque challenging of the Spanish sentinels at each relief, distinctly heard above the storm. Still the cavalier withheld the word for the advance, biding the night's most sinister hour. He waited with apparent patience, but outwardly calm. Within was a turbulence of mingled hope and anxiety, eagerness and doubt, throngs of dear anticipations and clouds of dark misgivings. He was a lover with the possibility of meeting his beloved ere the night was spent, but while his heart palpitated at the thought, it sank at the attending uncertainties and at all that must intervene. He turned abruptly, not daring to dwell upon a happiness so unassured. Mocho looked toward him. "Do we move, Viracocha Cristoval?" "In God's name, yes. Let us go." Mocho muttered a word to the nearest Antes. As it passed to the rear of the column, a movement followed, barely audible. Cristoval unsheathed his sword and laid aside belt and scabbard. Pedro imitated with a sigh and murmured, "Well, this is what cometh of being a cook. Would I were—" He did not finish. He had muffled his peg, and followed the cavalier noiselessly as the latter stole out through a breach in the barricade to the open street. Mocho, Abu Hassan, and the squad of mail-clad Antes were close behind. Then the main body. With the advance were two men armed with sledges. Cristoval moved forward in the darkness with caution, pausing at moments to bate his breath and listen. Along the wall of the roofless palace of the priesthood of the sun, past black doorways full of subdued echoings of the dismal plash and drip in the courts within, until they reached an intersecting street. Only this short distance covered. He seemed to have traveled an hour. Looking back, he found his party close upon him, motionless, dimly seen in the faint light of the crossing. Forward again, counting his steps. 300 paces, and he halted. Here was the XXIX, its thatch saved from the fire by miracle. On his left, the Amarucancha, blank walls with a few roof timbers vaguely outlined against low-hanging clouds. The gate of the convent must be near, and he waited to allow the tribesmen to pass the barricade. The movement of those nearest him ceased. There was no sound from the rear, and for a time as he stood looking back into the gloom, Cristoval feared the Antes were not following. A figure appeared before him as silently as a phantom, and stretching forth his hand, he felt a quilted tunic. At once another was beside him, and a third, and the cavalier could see the stealthy movement of hundreds creeping forward with the still tread of pumas. Slowly they massed, and touching Pedro's arm, Cristoval advanced. In front, through the cleft between the black walls on either hand, was a pale flickering from the square, where the fires were struggling in the rain, ruddily lighting the mist when a blast started a few scattered sparks, subsiding to a feeble glow until the buildings melted into obscurity. He could descry the breastwork across the head of the street and the embrasure from which a falconet commanded the approach. He looked in vain for a sentinel, but presently the faint ring of a grounded halberd. The sentinel was there and awake. Groping along the wall on his right, he came to a recess, the gate. Pedro and Mocho halted beside him. Passing his hand over the doors, Cristoval felt the padlock, which rattled slightly under his trembling fingers, and he drew back. Mocho pushed the two sledgemen into the gateway, and they placed themselves with hammers poised. The Antes were now moving past, led by Abul Hassan, and a detail detached themselves and halted, ready to follow into the XXIX. Minute after minute fled, and the warriors crept on toward the square, while Cristoval waited, shivering with excitement until he clenched his teeth to prevent their rattling. Hours, he stood before the gates behind which he should find joy or despair, listening for what would be the signal. The movement of the Antes was hardly audible above the wind and rain, though as one after another brushed past, he heard their breathing, strained with the tension of coming battle. The street was dense with them, their bent bodies and constrained, fearfully slow advance as expressive of fierce intentness as if it could be read in their faces. But gods, would they never reach the square? Had the Morisco halted? Cristoval leaned forward and glanced up the street, a quivering level of brazen helmets, half luminous in the reflection from the firelit haze ahead. As he looked, a shout rose from the sentinel, hoarse and startled, cut short by the deafening war cry of the Antes as they rushed. "Strike! Strike!" shouted Cristoval, and the gates thundered and crashed under the sledges. Stroke after stroke fell upon the resonant panels, shattering them to fragments. The street bellowed and howled. From the square, wild shouts, the sharp blasts of a trumpet, the roar of the assaulting Antes, a shot, then a second, and a broken fusillade. A flash lighted the dripping walls, and an ear-stunning report rent the heavy air. The rampart was high, and before the Antes were over, a soldier had seized a brand, rushed to the piece, uncovered the vent, and fired. Unheeding wounds and death, the Antes were on the parapet, and the gun dismounted. They were over the work and into the square, driving the half-formed infantry before them. But for days, no horse had been unsaddled, no trooper out of his armor. In a moment, the earth was trembling with their onset, and the Antes were hurled back to the barricade. Here they stopped and fought, hand to hand. At other points now, the yells and turmoil of assault, the flash and roar of guns. A few defenses were carried, and the Peruvians plunged into the square, to be met and broken by flying squads of horse, driven back into the streets and slaughtered by the artillery. But the Antes held the rampart, and the gate of the XXIX was broken through. Followed by Pedro, Mocho, and a score of warriors, Cristoval dashed into the enclosure. The darkness was pitchy, and he went headlong into a copse of shrubbery, stumbled through into a path, lost it at once, and lost himself in another thicket. Half a minute had separated him from his friends. He groped about in bewilderment, blundering on, heard voices and shouted, answered as it seemed from every point of the compass. One voice was Pedro's, but heaven alone could have sent a clue to its direction. He was in a great garden, dark with foliage intersected by a maze of paths. He crashed forward into another graveled walk and brought up against a wall. He was across the enclosure and felt a pavement beneath his feet. He could discern doorways, numbers of them, all alike. Some open with empty dark chambers, some closed. He followed to the right, trying the closed ones, finding them unlocked and the rooms vacant. No sign of life, and he hurried on with sinking heart, sick with the fear that he had come too late. The night was hideous with the clamor outside, but he gave little heed, intent only on his quest. He heard a step, and ran against someone in the gloom who sprang back with a familiar exclamation and engaged him. "Pedro!" he shouted, and the cook responded, "Thou, Cristoval! Heaven be praised! Where the fiend are we? Where are the others?" "Only the fiend knoweth. Come." They hastened along, throwing open doors, but finding everywhere darkness and vacancy. Cristoval's hope was fast going. Oh my God, he muttered over and over. "Where is she? Rava, Rava!" he called. "Answer, in the name of heaven." Suddenly, a gruff voice commanded in Spanish, "Halt!" Cristoval sprang forward. Again the summons, "Halt!" and a burly form loomed in the darkness with a mace raised to strike. "Halt! I command you in the name of the Holy Church!" "Father Valverde!" cried the cavalier. "Hold, man, I am—" The mace descended with sturdy force, dexterously caught on Cristoval's buckler. In an instant, the priest's heels were kicked from under him, and Cristoval strode past, while Pedro seated himself upon the prostrate ecclesiastic. Without hesitation, Cristoval tried the door Valverde had been guarding. It was fast, and he hurled his weight against it. At the second assault it yielded, burst open at the next, and the cavalier found himself in a dimly lighted room, facing a group of shrieking women clinging about one who confronted him with unwavering, courageous eyes, but with no sign of recognition. He stepped forward and halted, strove to speak, and failed and stood overcome, while the women, made hysterical by the tumult beyond the convent walls, wailed at his dread appearance. He had forgotten his lowered visor, his bared sword, and the seeming menace of his attitude, and could only murmur hoarsely as he advanced, "Rava, Rava, dost not know me, Cristoval?" She cowered away, glaring in terror and anger, but with no word. He halted again and lost his voice, standing before her helpless in a sudden fear. "Rava!" he cried in desperation. "Rava! In God's name, child, hast forgotten me!" Then thought of his visor and raised it. Her expression changed slowly to one of wonder and unbelief, and she raised her hand to her heart, growing suddenly more pallid. In the semi-darkness of the room, she was uncertain until he spoke her name again. Then she stretched forth her hands, took a step forward, and sank with a sob into the arms of the Nusta Oclo. In a second, Cristoval had her in his own, pressing his lips to hers, to her forehead, and to her eyes until she opened them, but quite too choked himself to speak. This stalwart cavalier, and half blinded by something he feared she would see. "Oh, is it thou, my Cristoval?" she murmured, raising her hand to touch his swarthy cheek, only half convinced by her eyes. "Ah, my love, I thought thee forever lost." And in a passion of weeping she put her arms about the steel-covered neck, pressing her cheek upon his breastplate, insensible to its cold and hardness, conscious only of a joy beyond belief. They were oblivious of those around them, of the din of battle coming through the open door, forgetful of all but one another, and might have remained fatally so, had not the Auquipauyo rushed in, followed at once by Pedro and Father Valverde. The bishop had been disarmed, and was flaming with rage. The youth, wild-eyed and pale with the excitement of the night, halted at the astounding spectacle of his sister embracing a viracocha. Before he had recovered, Mocho dashed in and seized his arm. "Auquipaulo!" cried the general. "There is no moment to lose. Assemble the women and get them to the gate. Hasten!" Mocho in armor was unrecognized. Paulo wrenched himself free and demanded angrily, "Who art thou?" "Oh, Supe! I am Mocho! Fly, Paolo! Cristoval, do not tarry! Lead the Nusta to the gate!" Paolo stared for a second, then hurried out to collect the rest of the household. Mocho turned to the wailing women. Cristoval was gently forcing Rava toward the door when Father Valverde, as suspicious of the cavalier as of any other soldier, interposed. Planting himself in front of the two, he commanded sternly, "Peralta, forbear, release the maiden, she remaineth here." Cristoval surveyed him in astonishment and anger. "Remaineth here, priest! Art mad? Out of the way!" "Release her," commanded Valverde, advancing to restrain her. Cristoval interposed his buckler and thrust him roughly back. "Release her," thundered the bishop. "Pass me on pain of the wrath of the church, her holy guardian. Rava, beware this man and remember thy promise. Peralta, this maiden is for no man." The cavalier laughed in his face. "Stand aside," he cried savagely. "Thou art in peril, Valverde." Valverde raised his hand in menace. "Excommunicabo te," he began solemnly, and Cristoval blanched, then replied fiercely, "Excommunicate and be damned, I defy thee! By what right this interference? Aside, lest I forget thy gown!" He strode past. Valverde, white with passion, would have sprung upon him, but Mocho, furious at delay, thrust himself between with his sword at the bishop's breast, his eyes blazing with vindictiveness. "Back, Viracocha, or by the great Inti, I will lay thee open." Valverde recoiled, and Cristoval hurried to the door with Rava, followed by the women, whom Mocho drove after them with scant ceremony. They were soon at the gate with all of the household that could be collected. But many of the terrified women had hidden themselves, and there was no time to search. Outside, the conflict was still raging. The Antes were holding the breastwork with desperate valor and determination. Abul Hassan at the front, for the hour a madman, a Moslem fanatic. Pity the Spaniard who came within reach of his terrible blade. Ocalo and Marcumi, with the other armored Antes, fought beside him, tigers. At the gate, the street was a mere madness of warriors struggling to the places of those who fell. Mocho and Cristoval forced themselves into the throng, leading the convoy of women surrounded by the detail which had followed into the Aklawasi. It was minutes before they could make an avenue through the tribesmen, but at length they gave way, and leaving the two Spaniards to take the rescued to the rear, Mocho turned back to the rampart, which must be held until the women were in safety. Slowly, Cristoval forged through the press, keeping close to the wall, and at length the worst was past. 100 yards more, and they were at Matopo's barricade and through the breach. Rava was delivered from her peril. Cristoval sought her in the crowd of hysterical women and reached her side. No time for words. He embraced her once, and before she knew his purpose, he was gone. Now she was safe. His duty lay elsewhere. The Antes must be withdrawn. Once more to the front, crowding, staggering, almost fighting his way through the mass, Cristoval became aware that Pedro was behind. He turned and shouted into the cook's ear, "Back, Pedro! For the sake of heaven, go to the rear!" There was scorn in Pedro's voice as he leaned forward and roared, "Infierno!" Of damnable obstinacy, this cook. Cristoval pushed on, every step more difficult. Here was an officer. The cavalier seized him by the shoulder, bellowing and gesticulating that the Antes must be retired. Hopeless. Mocho was at the front. Retreat and leave their general? Forward then, the cavalier, and at last, the breastwork. Here was hell's own fury. The work had been lost and retaken repeatedly by the Antes, and was half demolished, its crest a rampart of dead. Mocho's men had just been swept from it, and the Spaniards were in the street. The square and its approaches at other points had been cleared, and many of the troopers had dismounted to fight here. Their weight had turned the tide, and Mocho had lost some dozen yards. Cristoval reached the point of contact, Pedro close behind and roaring a battle cry. In the pressure, the foremost of the foes fought shield against shield in a swaying, howling death struggle of men benefit of reason, the more horrible for the darkness. Cristoval could see nothing, or vaguely a wild surging around him. Knew that he was in touch with the enemy only when his buckler rang with the blow of a mace. Then he fought. For the rest, a mere delirium, hardly to be remembered. He heard Mocho's war cry, the Morisco's howl, and knew they were alive. Pedro was beside him. Their two fresh blades in the narrow thoroughfare turned the tide once more, slowly at first, then with a rush, and Cristoval was atop of the breastwork. Battled here a brief minute and was hurled back by a fresh charge from the square, but with the memory of having seen a spark of fire. A spark of fire, trivial. But what if it were a lighted gunner's match? Cristoval gave voice, found Mocho and roared a warning. A Spanish trumpet was blowing the recall, and the charge had been arrested. Mocho was ordering back his men, but as well shouted a mountain torrent. They bore forward with resistless pressure, and Cristoval was forced against the rampart, fighting them back and shouting with all the strength of his lungs. Futile. They passed and were mounting the rampart. As he stood on the debris at the foot of the scarp, he was head and shoulders above the work, and glancing up saw again the spark of fire, just as he felt himself seized by a strong hand and dragged back toward the wall of the XXIX. Pedro shouted something, drowned by an explosion that shook the earth, and in the flash he saw horror not to be told. A gun had been dragged to the top of the breastwork and fired in the very faces of the Antes. Horror not to be told, not to be imagined, while Falconet and Arquebus raked the street. Pedro held the cavalier with firm grip as they crouched beneath the spurts and flashes of the fire overhead, their ears benumbed by the repeated shocks. At length, the rush and yells of the retreating Antes died away, and the arquebus fire was stopped, but the Falconet still roared, though with longer intervals between the shots. Cristoval counted the seconds intervening. There would be time enough to allow a dash to the gate of the XXIX, where they would have cover until the firing ceased. He spoke to Pedro, no fear of being overheard, for the night was full of voices raised in every intonation which agony could wrench from human lips. Between explosions they reached the gate through the stinging atmosphere, but as they turned into its shelter, Cristoval halted his comrade with a hand upon his arm. From the enclosure came the sound of Spanish voices, and lights were flitting. Valverde had reported the invasion, and the place had been entered through another door. A party was coming toward the gate. No alternative, then, but to keep the street, count the seconds, and before each discharge, throw themselves upon the pavement behind their bucklers. These, faced with steel, might deflect the slugs and fragments with which the gun was charged. The intervals lengthened to near a minute, the firing being a mere warning against renewed attack, and the street had not ceased to reverberate after the next explosion before the two were away. Poor Pedro's speed was not high, and Cristoval moderated his own, counting as he ran. "Down!" he cried at the limit of the period of safety, and they went upon the ground full length. Now the report and the deadly blast flew over. Cristoval was up and speeding, the cook close in his rear, then down once more and waiting with nerves a-quiver. Again the report, but this time with a thick patter of the projectiles on every hand as the charge spread with the increase of range. With a call to Pedro, the cavalier sprang to his feet and dashed on. Twice more he dropped and covered himself, gained the barricade, and was through the breach. He turned with a shout to his comrade. There was no reply. Cristoval called again, answered by the moaning of the wind, a sound unnoticed since they had left the barricade. He could not have said how many hours ago. Someone laid hand upon his shoulder. Mocho, bandaged. Cristoval gave his hand a silent pressure and shouted again. There was a flash far up the street, the report, and the barricade sputtered. Antes gathered round, and the cavalier turned to them, seeking hope against despair. "Hath he been seen? The Viracocha Pedro? Quick, hath he been seen?" They communed among themselves, and the question was passed back. Mocho answered after a silence, but Cristoval was straining his eyes toward the square. He knew the reply before the question had left his lips. "God have mercy. I fear for him," he was muttering. "Oh, God have mercy." Once more the street flashed and roared, and Cristoval started forward. Mocho halted him. "Stay, friend," cried the general. "Hast lost thy mind? Whither?" "I must find him," said Cristoval, and was gone. The way was littered with wounded and dead, gruesome obstacles over which he stumbled as he crouched along, groping among the bodies for one in steel, but counting with diligence. He had not gone 20 paces before Mocho was beside him. The cavalier dragged him into a doorway. "Lord Mocho, thou must return." "With thee, not before," replied the general. The falconer spoke again. Cristoval stood irresolute, then exclaimed, "Rashness, my lord, but I am grateful. Come, keep close and drop at my word." They sallied forth on their desperate, almost hopeless errand, searching for a few brief, fevered seconds, then prone to wait for the deadly flurry. Thus they proceeded slowly, far up the street. The interval between the shots had grown, near 5 minutes, was the cavalier's rough guess, and they covered the ground more rapidly. At last, the firing ceased. The searchers were in front of the XXVIII and turned back. They must hasten, for dawn was at hand, and through the powder smoke the mangled forms on the pavement were indistinctly visible, a grievous sight to Mocho. Should the veil lift, the hunt would end abruptly. Now, however, it went on without interruption. Somewhere near the cross street, a suppressed exclamation from the cavalier drew Mocho to his side. He was bending over a prostrate form in armor, and the general, as he neared, heard a sound very like a sob. Pedro lay face downward and quite still, but as Cristoval gently rolled him over, he groaned slightly, and they knew him to be alive. Silently they raised him and started on their return. In the last few minutes the light had grown appreciably, and the street was almost clear of smoke. In the direction of the square they heard voices, a Spanish search party, looking for their own wounded. Cristoval glanced back, and they pressed on. The barricade was but a few yards away when there was a shout near the XXVIII. They had been observed. Another shout, and the report of an arquebus. Poor marksmanship, thought Cristoval. A second shot, and a ball struck the pavement close by, and with a vicious sing and spat hit the barricade. A third, and Cristoval stumbled to his knees with a quick catch of breath. He staggered up at once, his face white. "It is naught," he replied hurriedly to Mocho's startled question, and glanced anxiously at Pedro, from whom the jolt had started a groan. They passed the barricade, laid their burden on the ground, and kneeling beside him, Cristoval rapidly removed the armor. There was a ragged hole through Pedro's corselet beneath his right arm, one more ragged and terrible in his side where a projectile had torn its way, but a hasty examination showed that it had passed entirely through. Cristoval worked quickly, cutting away the clothing, and while water and bandages were being sought, laid aside his own helmet, conscious that a numbness in his shoulder had given place to pain. But he finished with Pedro's wound and rose, somewhat giddy, to ask assistance in disarming. Matopo was beside him. Cristoval grasped his arm. "She is safe, Matopo, the Nustarava," demanded the cavalier. "Speak, thou hast seen her in safety." "She is safe, Viracocha Cristoval," answered an even voice behind him, and turning, he beheld the Inca. Paulo was at his side, and nearby a group of nobles. Manco extended his hand and continued, "She is safe. I thank the great Inti and thee." Cristoval took the proffered hand, but the reaction from hours of strain was upon him, with the realization that he had found his love and led her out of danger. The agony of months was ended. "Sapa Inca," he began unsteadily, but could say no more, and Manco, as he released his hand, felt it shaking. The young monarch eyed him gravely, his somber eyes growing thoughtful, then kindly, when he said as if in obedience to an impulse, "Viracocha, should I try to tell thee my gratitude, the words could but make it seem unequal to thy gallant service. Once I offered thee a gift. Now I offer thee another which hath no value but the honor which it beareth with it, and the esteem which I wish it to express." He drew from his bosom a lautu, woven of vari-colored cords and threads of gold and silver. Braided in the fringe were strands of the imperial red of which his own diadem was made. He stepped forward, and pausing slightly, said, "I beg thou wilt accept it, Viracocha Cristoval." The cavalier replied earnestly with a quick rise of color, "My lord Inca Manco, I accept it most gratefully and proudly." "Then I make thee an Inca of Tavantinsuyu by privilege," said the monarch, and placed the lautu upon Cristoval's head. He touched the red in the fringe. "This, my lord Cristoval, I bestow as a mark of especial confidence. Thou knowest its significance and power, for I am not the first to give it thee." He turned to Pedro. "For thy brave comrade I shall find another expression of my gratitude. He must be brought to my headquarters, where there are tents for you both." He made a slight gesture to stay Cristoval's words of thanks, and giving his hand once more, he added, "The Nustarava, my lord, will thank thee for herself." As the Inca moved away, his nobles gathered round the cavalier with words of friendship. Paulo had taken both his hands, saying something eagerly, but his voice seemed strangely far away. The earth was rolling and whirling, and Cristoval heard someone exclaim, "Great Inti, he is hurt!" Mocho was supporting him, and he knew no more. They found a wounded shoulder, not dangerous, but much blood had flowed, as they discovered by his saturated clothing. A tie of mingled blood. Cristoval became languidly conscious of the swaying of a litter. Then he was being lifted to a couch in a tent softly aglow with morning sunshine, and heard friendly voices around him. He opened his eyes, and with an effort whispered an inquiry for Pedro. "He is being cared for, my lord," said an officer bending over. "He is badly hurt, but hath asked for you. Otherwise his mind seemeth to wander, for he muttered something which Makumi translated as a request to be stewed. We did not heed him, Lord Cristoval." Cristoval smiled faintly and dozed again. When he awoke, the tent had grown dim with the declining day. As he lay with partly open eyes, he became aware of clasping something in his hand that pressed his own and trembled. He raised it weakly, and his eyes traveled from a wrist to a rounded arm. A face hovered over him, lovely as a vision, with dark eyes deep with tenderness and solicitude. "Rava," he whispered, and she knelt, pressing her cheek against his own, her form, as he passed his arm around her, quivering with a passion of joy. He would have spoken, but she pressed her fingers upon his lips, murmuring an injunction and nestling closer. Cristoval was content, and lay marveling that contentment could be so perfect. But if he could not speak, he could listen, and he hearkened to whispered words, mere incoherencies, broken by faintest of sighs, coming from the depths of a heart which beat with love without reserve. They are not to be set down here, those sweet, disordered fragments, nor are their like to be comprehended save by the ear into which they are breathed. The interview was short, a mere swift glimpse of happiness, and she had torn herself away, lingering in a final caress, and gone. Cristoval was left with the memory of her presence and touch, ineffably sweet, until submerged in the pain of helpless longing. The next morning, the old man who attended him brought news. Pedro was low, and his chances for recovery not yet determined, but there was hope. Abul Hassan had crept into Matopo's barricade during the night, mortally hurt. Okalo and Markumi had both been wounded, the former seriously. Not a man in contact with the Spaniards came out unscathed, and the total losses of the night were grave. What the enemy had sustained could only be guessed, but they had since lain inactive, though apparently doubly vigilant, and strengthening their defenses. Before midday, Rava came with Paulo and remained an hour or more. She forbade Cristoval's speaking and talked little herself, but it may be said that the silence was not constrained. The day dragged after her departure, but the cavalier slept and was without fever. The following day they came again, and Rava remained long. By a blessed fortune, Paulo was called away on 3 several occasions, and the moments were not lost. Still, she permitted few words, touching his lips and bidding him wait. As she left, she looked back with a swift, bright glance, full of some meaning which he could not fathom, but withal most agreeable to remember. Later came the Inca with Mocho and the Vilac Villamu, but their stay was short. Pedro, said Mocho, was better. The day passed slowly, quietly. Night fell, and Cristoval prayed for fortitude to endure the wait for the morrow and Rava's visit. His patience inversely proportioned to his gaining strength. He slept to awake toward midnight, stronger and more refreshed. The attendant dozed with his back against the tent pole. Cristoval was staring at the feeble light, musing on the fatuity of a number of demented moths there courting a painful death, while he wondered whether their singed wings would smart as he had smarted after his own encounter with fire, and whether, furthermore, they too fancied themselves impelled by love. He forgot the moths in counting the hours before seeing her again. His eyes were closed. They opened at a faint rustle, and he beheld an apparition. Within the tent door stood Rava, her eyes dark with excitement, but smiling as she touched her lips for silence. The attendant glided from his seat to his knees in an ecstasy of amazement. She whispered, and he vanished as if he himself had been an apparition. Cristoval saw a flush of color mount to her cheeks. The next instant she had extinguished the light and was kneeling beside his couch in the darkness. No phantom this, but living, palpitating flesh and blood, warm arms that crept about his neck, and a heaving bosom to which his head was pressed. Rava drew away and whispered breathlessly, passing her hand over his face. "Oh, Cristoval, what canst think of me? But I could endure no longer, and now I will tell thee why I have come." The pressure of Cristoval's arm told his thought. "What can I think, my own? Only of thy love and mine and my gratitude. God make me always worthy of the joy thou givest, dear heart." "Worthy of it, Cristoval? Of what hast thou not shown thyself worthy over and again? And thy gratitude, my love? Ah, then what must mine be to thee? But I must tell thee why I have come tonight. It is to say farewell. Nay, but hear me, not a long farewell. Tomorrow I go to Yucay." The darkness deepened for Cristoval. "Tomorrow," he groaned. "No, no, it cannot be, Rava. How can I live? The hope of seeing thee hath kept me alive. Thou'lt not leave me." She touched his lips again. "Be patient, Cristoval. Yucay is not distant, and it is the Inca's wish that I go. Bethink thee, this is a camp." "Ah, true," he said sorrowfully. "No place for thee, and there might be danger. Thou must go, though it is despair for me, Rava. But say we shall meet soon again." "Could I leave thee else, Cristoval?" They were silent until Cristoval asked, "Is there other reason for thy going, Rava? The Inca knoweth my love for thee. Is not that in part the cause?" "I know not. He knoweth mine for thee." "Hath he said?" "No, he hath said naught of thee to me, and from his silence I am sure. I know not what is in his mind. He is as tender as he used to be in earlier days. He parted from me in anger, Cristoval, months ago, in the Amarucancha, when he learned I had become a Christian. His anger hath gone, but he regardeth me always with strange sadness and gloom. I fear it is because of our love." Cristoval partly raised himself. "Rava, dost think he will forbid our marriage?" "Oh, my own, I do not know. By the law of Tavantinsuyu I can be married only to one of royal blood. Manco holdeth the laws as sacred as the ancient rites. In these perilous times he would dread their violation as like to provoke the wrath of Inti. I know not," she moaned, pressing her cheek to his. "I know not, Cristoval." The cavalier's arm tightened in its grasp. "And if he should forbid," he whispered sharply, "if he should, then we must fly again. Wilt go with me?" "Thou knowest, my own. But whither? The uttermost parts of the empire would be searched." "Once on the coast," said Cristoval. "We should never reach it," she replied, pressing him closer. "We should never reach it, my love, but we can die together." They said little more, but clung together as if the morrow's parting would be final. Minutes passed, when Cristoval felt her shudder as she raised her head in a sudden recollection. "Cristoval, oh Cristoval," she faltered. "Father Valverde threatened thee." "Ah," muttered the cavalier gloomily. "Thou didst guess his meaning? I hoped it had escaped thee." The words were Latin. "I know. I have had time to learn much since Zilkala. But oh, my heart, dost think he will excommunicate thee?" Cristoval hesitated. "If he should," he said with courage, "thou'lt pray for me, child. I'll have no fear that the Virgin will not hear thee." "It is dreadful, dreadful," she murmured, sobbing. "Nay, think not of it. It were more dreadful far to have obeyed his command to leave thee." And in Cristoval's mind an eternity in hell was naught in comparison. The certainty itself would not have forced him to relinquish her. It seemed but a moment before her trusted maid came to whisper that the sky was growing light, a sweet, bitter instant of parting, and Cristoval was alone. Before the sun had touched his tent, the cavalier heard preparations for departure, hastening steps, the rattle of camp gear, and soon the marching of the escort and the commands of its officers as it formed on the parade in front of the Inca's quarters. Accompanied by Paolo, Rava went first to Pedro's tent to say farewell. "God bless thy sweet life," said Pedro weakly as he pressed her hand. "I shall miss thy visits sorely, and another will miss them more. But thy going is sudden, doth Cristoval know?" Rava colored, replying, "I am on my way to him now, Pedro. Shall I take him a message?" Why, my greetings to him as a noble. Doth thee allow to become him? No doubt of it. Poor boy, poor boy. But he is hurt less than thou, said Rava. The wound in his shoulder? Ah, but he hath another below it, and harder to cure. Again came Rava's color, and she took her leave somewhat in haste. The parting with Cristoval taxed her to the extreme, and only Paolo's presence saved her from breaking down. As it was, her distress and the cavalier's depression were apparent to the youth, and he gently and wisely hastened her departure, but resolving to accompany her a part of the way himself. Rava had never confided to her younger brother her attachment for Cristoval, and he, though staggered by the revelation of it on the night of the rescue, had thus far refrained from questioning. But on the journey with Paolo beside her in her hamaca, she confessed, with an account sufficiently heartfelt, of the cavalier's golden qualities. The youth, already predisposed toward his brother's gallant ally, listened with sympathy, promising to aid the lovers to the full in case of the Inca's opposition. He gave what hope he could, though this was slight, and Rava pursued her journey with heavy heart. To Cristoval the succeeding days were of torment. The fighting was incessant, and the Inca rarely at his quarters, though he sent frequently to ask for the two Spaniards and to express his good wishes. Opportunity for an interview, feverishly awaited by the cavalier, was not offered, and he tossed in an agony of suspense. At last his attendant informed him that Manco was in council with his generals. Directing the old man to report their departure, Cristoval struggled with his impatience. It was late when the orderly announced that the council was dissolved. "Give me thine aid, Tocache," said Cristoval. "I will rise." "But, my lord Cristoval, you will do yourself injury," deprecated the old man. "Whither would you go?" "To the Inca's tent. Come, help me to my feet and to dress." "My lord—" "Nay, Tocache, I must go. I am strong enough, man, and thou shalt lend me a shoulder to lean upon." Tocache demurred earnestly, but shortly Cristoval was clad and sandaled, and with the others' support left his tent. The Inca was standing with Paolo and the Villock VMU when the sentinel announced his visitor, and he turned in surprise when the cavalier, uncertain in his steps and quite pale, entered the tent and saluted. "Thou, my lord Cristoval," exclaimed Manco, advancing. "Thou art welcome, my friend, though I fear imprudent. What hath brought thee at this hour? But sit. Thou art weak, too weak to have ventured." He led the visitor to a chair. Having greeted the Aki and the priest and seen the Inca seated, Cristoval sank into it. Manco observed him with evident interest while waiting to hear his errand, which proved a difficult one to begin. "Sapa Inca," said Cristoval at last, unable in his weakness fully to control his voice, but approaching the matter with his usual directness. "I have come to you concerning the Nusta Rava." Manco's animated expression vanished, and he regarded the cavalier with no sign of emotion as he answered, in tones equally impassive, "What of the Nusta Rava, my lord?" Cristoval felt the ill omen of the change, but did not flinch, and his voice steadied at once. "I have spoken to you of the Nusta Rava before, my lord Inca at Yucay. I think you cannot be unprepared for what I am about to ask." Manco felt the candor of his eyes and their demand for it from him. "My lord Cristoval," he said frankly and regretfully, "I am not unprepared for what I fear thou art about to say. I confess to thee that I have foreseen this very moment, which bringeth me infinite pain." He rose and crossed the tent, returned and seated himself. "But, my lord, I will not anticipate thee. Thou wouldst ask—" "The hand of Rava Sapa Inca," replied Cristoval. Manco looked upon him thoughtfully before answering. "It is what I had reason to expect, and with mine obligation to thee to dread. Thy service to Tavantinsuyu hath been such that any return in my power to make must be inadequate." "Nay, pardon me, my lord Inca," rejoined Cristoval quickly. "I beg you will not think that in this request it is in my thoughts to presume upon any service it hath been my fortune to render. That hath already been doubly rewarded by this mark of your confidence." He touched the lautu. "I ask no further return." "That was not my meaning, my lord Cristoval," replied Manco gravely. "I was about to say that mine obligation and gratitude make it hard to answer thy request in the way I am compelled. Compelled, for it is beyond my power to grant. It is the ancient law of Tavantinsuyu that a princess must marry one of the royal family, or, in the event of a prince being wanting, then one of nobility by birth. This law is as old as the empire and hath been violated but once. I dare not, whatever mine inclination, my lord Cristoval. His eyes grew kindly. Repeat its violation. My august father set aside a law as ancient as this one, and it hath been followed by calamities, of part of which thou art a witness today. May the great Inti forfend that I do aught further to provoke his wrath. I must refuse thee, my lord. Cristoval rose unsteadily, his face more white than it had been left by his wound. Manco rose and took his hand. My friend, he said, believe, this grieveth me to the heart. I thought to tell thee these things when thou didst plan to take the Aclahuasi. I did not, for I knew well that it would not have altered thy purpose, nor dulled thy courage. I thank you, my lord Inca, replied the cavalier, and added with an effort, I will not urge aught that is against your conscience, God forbid. With your leave, I will return to my tent. Paolo, who had listened with color coming and going, stepped forward. Stay, Lord Cristoval, he cried. All hath not been said. He snatched the vari-colored lautu from Cristoval's head, and, his dark eyes blazing, threw it aside. While the cavalier's face flushed at the seeming indignity, and the Inca's with surprise and anger, he lifted his own yellow diadem and placed it upon the Spaniard's brow. Seizing Cristoval's hand and facing the Inca and the XXVIII, he said gravely, My lords, I call upon you to witness that, by virtue of the law of the Inca Tupac Yupanqui, I claim brotherhood with the Lord Cristoval, an Inca of Tavantinsuyu by privilege. He drew his dagger, and with a quick movement slashed his own arm, then, glancing into Cristoval's astonished eyes, wounded him at the wrist, and pressing together the two gashes joined the ruddy streams. Thus, he continued solemnly, have we a mingled blood. Only thine edict, Sapa Inca, can dissolve this tie and abate the princely rights of the Alki Cristoval, whom I have made a brother. It was a long minute before the monarch recovered from the prince's unexpected action. The pause was hardly less dramatic. Manco looked from one to the other, bereft of utterance, while the cavalier stood silent, scarcely comprehending the significance of what had happened. Paolo, gripping Cristoval's hand, with eyes still afire, waited for Manco. The Inca's brow was clouded. Notwithstanding his gratitude and friendship, the thought of admitting the Viracocha into the pure Incarial line taxed his generosity. Had Paolo's move been less impetuous, he would have arrested it. But the thing was done, and to be undone only by his own formal decree. Erect and attentive, Paolo watched his brother with something nearing defiance, while the XXVIII, after his first start of surprise, had remained with his eyes upon the ground. To Cristoval, the situation became intolerable, and he said quietly, doffing the yellow lautu, Sapa Inca, consider this as not having occurred, I pray you. Could I have anticipated the Auki Paolo's purpose, it should have been prevented. Paolo, he continued, turning to the youth and placing his hands upon his shoulders, I thank thee more for thy generous intent than for thy deed. Thy good will hath taken the lead of thy sober judgment. But I shall cherish the memory of it, do thou be sure, and shall feel myself thy brother no less dearly bound to thee than thou wouldst have made me. My lord Inca Manco, I crave pardon for his warm-hearted folly. Let it end thus, and permit me to retire. Manco regarded him with grave thoughtfulness, wholly inscrutable. At last he said abruptly to Paolo, Assist the Lord Cristoval to his tent, and have the nobles summoned at once. He bowed dismissal, and they left the tent. During the remainder of the night, the grim old warriors were gathered about their young lord in council. Toward dawn, Cristoval was roused by a summons. The lamps were burning low when he paused at the door of the Inca's tent, glancing at the circle of faces, some familiar, many strange, but all turned toward him in stolid dignity and silence. Paolo greeted and led him to the Inca. For the solemn expectancy about him, Cristoval might have been approaching to receive the sentence of death. Manco met his eyes in a swift glance, deep and inscrutable as before, and took from the XXVIII the yellow lautu. He placed the diadem upon the head of the cavalier, saying as he did so, "Witness, my lords, and give your homage to the Oki Cristoval. It is my will." Again the Senora descends. As soon as Pedro was sufficiently recovered, he was sent to Yucay. On the morning of his departure, the Inca, with Cristoval, Paulo, and Mocho, entered his tent. Manco said farewell with a few warm words of commendation and gratitude that brought a mist before the eyes of the wounded cook, unclasping a gorget of pearls and emeralds. "Accept this, brave Viracocha Pedro," he said, "as a part expression of mine esteem and appreciation. It is but a trifle, but with it goeth much goodwill." Pedro gasped at the princely gift and stammered, part in Quichua, part in Spanish. "Why, stew. Nay, Senor Inca, I deserve it not. I am but a comrade of this man Cristoval. What fighting I have done, I tell you frankly, hath been mainly out of friendliness for him, and for the sake of being along to keep him out of trouble. This, my lord Inca, is beyond my merits." The Inca understood the gist of his words and shook his head with a slight smile. "Not so, Viracocha. Thy merit is the greater for thy friendship. Thou shalt keep it. Farewell and a quick recovery. Thou'lt find good friends in Yucay." He gave the cook his hand and departed abruptly to avoid his thanks. Cristoval remained after the others, and Pedro stared at him blankly. At length he said slowly, "Now spit me through the middle with a church spire. I'd be less surprised. The man is reckless, Cristoval, or knoweth not the market worth of gems. Do thou draw him aside and advise him that 'tis a Grand Duke's ransom, this bauble, and hand it back." "Absurd, Pedro," said Cristoval. "Rest thy mind, for it is but a part of what he intendeth for thee. But I tell thee, Cristoval, it will burden my conscience. Had I come by it in honest looting in a Christian war, but this is akin to thievery. Thou'lt take it back to him, amigo." "Assuredly not, Pedro. Wouldst give him offense?" Pedro looked troubled. "He knoweth not its worth, Cristoval. Moreover, should Pizarro learn that I have it, I'd not be safe a blessed minute. I should be invaded, overrun with fire and sword, given up to rack, sack, and devastation, left a waste and ruin more ruinous than thou seest me now. I've suffered losses aplenty, my friend, not counting legs, without this novel liability. Do thou restore it?" "Gods, thou'rt a worried cook, for a cook with a fortune in hand." "Ah," sighed Pedro, "crescentum sequitur cura pecuniam. Horace, Cristoval, meaneth care followeth upon increasing riches. Stew me. O madre, have done with thy plaints. Now be still whilst I give thee a message to Rava." "God bless her," said Pedro, and after a pause, "I listen, but make it not overlong, and prithee, adapt its terms to the grossness of my texture. No endearments, Cristoval, and no poetry." Cristoval blushed. No, he said quickly. "It will be short and suited to thy decorous taste. Count upon it." "Then I'll compass it, but as well put sugar lumps and lollipops in a mess of boiled cabbage as to fill me with blandiments for recitation. I'm no troubadour, Cristoval. Bear that in mind." "No fear, thou Spartan cook," growled Cristoval with a trace of embarrassment. "I intend it all to be prose." By the time his message ended, Pedro's hamaca and escort were waiting. In parting, the cook said earnestly, "Now, Cristoval, in the name of all the names of all the saints on the calendar, have a care for thyself. Thou art as prone to misadventure as an unweaned calf. Remember, thou hast one to be anxious for thee besides myself, and relatives. Dost know how many since thine adoption? Thou meanest. Thy foster brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles, and what not, dost know how many? I do not. I had not thought of it, Pedro." "Not thought of it, of course not," returned Pedro with irritation. "'T is what I have said, always charging into trouble, head down and eyes shut." He regarded the cavalier with great disapproval. "On my soul, I know not whether 'tis prudent to leave thee with thy capacities for indiscretion. However, well, with the aid of the Indio who hath attended me, I've figured this multitude kin of thine, Cristoval, and heaven fend thee from ever having them dependent upon thy support. Man, we counted 300, and more to tally, and without considering the concubines the Senor Inca is entitled by law to acquire, and all of them royal by the eternal broiler." His expression changed to commiseration. Thou art the worst relative-beridden Christian in my knowledge, amigo, and but one among them who is not a pagan. I tell thee, Cristoval, if thou dost rightly by thy family, thou'lt give over soldiering and turn missionary, but farewell, old friend, and God with thee. It grieveth me to leave thee. Cristoval watched the hamaca out of sight, stood looking into Pedro's vacant tent, and returned slowly to his own. In the palace of Yucay, in a chamber from which he could overlook the verdant and beautiful valley ministered to by solicitous attendants, and visited by Rava, Pedro mended steadily. His gentle hostess spent many hours beside his couch with her maids about her, busy with embroidery and going white and red over it as he recounted Cristoval's adventures, enumerated his virtues, and mildly deprecated his rashness. Rava had daily messages by Chasqui from her cavalier, and repeated the news, or brought the bearer himself. She had not seen Cristoval since the removal of the barrier between them, but in her happiness and implicit faith in her prayers for his safety, she waited with patience for what now seemed assured. Of the ultimate triumph of the arms of Tavantinsuyu she had no doubt. One morning she came into Pedro's room with more than usual animation and said with a smile, "Pedro, today thou shalt see two of thy friends. I have sent for them and have word of their coming. Canst think who they are?" "Two friends of mine, Nusta Rava, 'tis easily guessed. One is Cristoval, but who the other—" Rava shook her head archly. "Not so good a friend as Cristoval, but I will tell thee. One is Father Tendilla, and the other—" Pedro rose suddenly upon his elbow and startled her with his expression as he whispered with explosive force, "Bolio?" Rava surveyed him with concern and replied gravely, "Father Tendilla and my dear Margarita. I thought it would give thee pleasure." Pedro sank back and drummed on the coverlet with his fingers. "Oh, it doth, Nusta Rava, it doth give me pleasure. So would a fly blister had I lumbago. A figure of speech, señorita, give it no weight. The señora." He startled her again with a spasm intended for a smile, and resumed with some constraint. "Ha! The señora, did you say, señorita Nusta? Stew. Well, the señora is a good soul, my head on't. A bit rampant and superheated, look you, but altogether good-hearted, and I'll be glad to see her once more. Baste me with hot tallow if I'll not. Prithee, let that pass too. It hath no significance. Infierno, I mean paraiso. But," he raised himself again and continued earnestly, "but Nusta Rava, would you as lief have the servants tell her I am full of holes and like to leak red gore in 1,000 places, if so much as a finger be laid against me, or my nerves be wrought upon? She is impulsive, señorita, surcharged and double-shotted with impulse, and when she findeth me in this present state, there is no knowing what sympathy may lead her to say, or do, pure exuberance of feeling, mind you, but I misdoubt me if my wasted frame would stand the stress, and kindly have her told I am subject to spells of late and oft-times bite, and but no, never mind it, I'll advise the servants myself." Pedro lay back, quite breathless, muttering, the señora, ah, diablo, this is what cometh of being, but she is a kindly-hearted woman, and 'twould be graceless in me to deny it." Rava, bewildered by his agitated effusion, much of it in Spanish, gathered that he desired the señora to be warned of his enfeebled condition, and having promised, withdrew. Pedro lay the rest of the morning starting at faint sounds and perspiring freely. At mid-afternoon a guide, 2 mules with riders, and a baggage carrier lightly burdened ascended the zigzag road through the park to the palace. The leading animal was bestridden by a lady in native attire but wearing a Spanish sombrero in its last stages, riding with the dignity of a generalissimo, a battle-axe at her saddle-bow. Behind rode the good Father Tendilla, his cassock yet more seedy, but the same gentle-visaged priest. They were received with ceremony by a detachment of the guard, but the lady rode past with elevated chin and followed the guide into the outer court. Rava was waiting with her attendants. Upon espying her, the señora emitted a shout, muffled by the vigor of her exertion in dismounting on the wrong side, and in a second was embraced, sombrero and all, and joyfully wept over, weeping herself and quite inarticulate. "Oh, my honey jar, my lady bird," cried the overjoyed señora in Spanish. "God bless thy dear heart, what a happiness to see thee! But I'm covering thy pretty robes with dust, oh thou sweet baby! 'Tis thou, and handsome as a rose, dainty as a fairy. 'Tis good for one's eyes to behold thee. Now is it not, father? Come, let him see thee, love. Is she not an angel?" The senora stopped suddenly and glanced sternly about the court. "Ho! They've lugged off my mule and my cleaver?" "Thou'lt have no need for them, my daughter," said Father Tendilla quickly and gave Rava his blessing. The senora forgot mule and cleaver in a fresh outburst of delight, and Rava presently led to her apartments. Here the effervescent lady was struck by the thought of Pedro, of whose wounds she had learned at Ollantaytambo, and demanded to be conducted to him forthwith. Rava sent one of her maids as guide. The damsel endeavored to give warning of the injured man's condition, but the senora's understanding of Quichua was limited, and her eagerness, moreover, made her deaf, so the words created slight impression. Pedro heard the firm, rapid step, invoked a saint, and waited with beads gathering upon his brow. As the lady swept, nay, swooped, across the room with a cry of mingled joy and pity, the cook saw that his precautions were ineffectual. He could have sworn that in another second he should have been embraced, but with rare presence of mind he raised a warning hand, fetched a dismal groan, rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth in so unearthly a fashion that the lady was brought up with a shriek. "God's mercy, Pedro, what—" "Sit down," commanded Pedro, in a voice supernormally strong for one, as he seemed to be in articulo extremo mortis. "Sit down! No! Farther away! On the floor! Anywhere! But sit, woman, or I perish!" He continued his ghastly symptoms until he saw the senora seated, completely unnerved but foiled. Then he recovered quickly, sought his kerchief, wiped a clamminess from his forehead, and observing her pallor, said gently, "It is past, senora. Be not alarmed, but hold, stay where thou art, or it will come again. Move not a finger." "Santa Maria, Pedro dear," she said tearfully, "I thought thee dying. Thou art dreadfully hurt, my love." "I am a very sieve, senora," replied Pedro in a hollow voice, "so full of holes that I cannot cast a decent shadow, so weighted with copper slugs, leaden balls, and scraps of iron from Candia's guns, that I could be molten up and cast into a fair culverin of bronze." "Ah, pity of heaven!" sobbed the lady, rocking herself. "I fear thou liest to some extent, Pedro, but I knew harm was to come of it when I left thee with that bandit Cristoval. But may I not come nearer, Chiquito?" "Presently," said Pedro, softened, "but approach by easy stages and not too near. I am better, my dear. Take heart now. There's a good soul, and we will talk. But at a distance look thou, or I'll be thrown into a fit. Hast been well?" "As well," said the senora, drying her eyes, "as a lone woman in an infidel country with naught but a cleaver to give her courage at nights, and a helpless innocent of a priest to look after like a baby, and not a dress fit to put on her back save this, borrowed from a heathen woman whose name I cannot pronounce, could be." "Ah," said Pedro with sympathy, "thou didst wrong to leave me, Pedro, and see what it hath come to. But who fired the gun at thee? I'll seek him out as he liveth." "Now toast me on a bodkin," retorted Pedro. "Dost fancy I went back to ask his name? It would have escaped me by percolation had I heard it. I was a leak on all sides, top and bottom, like a lobster pot fresh hauled. So thoroughly did he riddle me, senora, that I could not have held a secret grief or a good intention. But let the man go, my dear. He that loaded the gun hath half the responsibility." "I'll find them both," said the lady with resolution. The entrance of Father Tendilla ended the conversation, and Pedro heaved a sigh of relief. Thereafter, the senora usurped the role of nurse, chiding him gently for exaggerating his hurts when she learned their real extent but caring for him faithfully. Week after week the siege went on, fierce, bloody, and relentless. Sorties were attempted, savagely opposed. The defenses of the Spaniards were assaulted, fought over with the fury of hate and desperation, and the assailants repulsed. To the Peruvians, the loss in each attack was sickening, but they returned with valor undaunted, until the Inca inhumanity ordered a cessation and determined to reduce the enemy by famine. Cristoval, in the meanwhile, yet unfit to resume his armor, gave his time to training a number of warriors in the riding school and the use of arms on horseback. Fearless, agile, and adaptable, They acquired the horseman's art with the readiness with which it was learned by the tribes of the North American plains, and by constant drill the cavalier produced a squad of riders, equipped with captured arms and mail, which was destined to prove formidable. The Peruvians, trained with the battle axe and shield, easily exchanged these for mace and buckler, but Cristoval soon found that for a skillful use of the lance months would be required, and he was forced to see that weapon laid aside. Of all his pupils, none was so apt as the Inca Manco. Thus Cristoval passed his convalescence, striving by incessant activity to hold his impatient longing. Twice only, after his strength returned, he rode to Yucay for a few brief hours of happiness. The winter months passed and spring was at hand. Within the beleaguered city, conditions grew desperate. Provisions, which had long been growing scanty, were almost exhausted, and the Spaniards faced starvation. They had hoped, watched, vowed many a pious vow, prayed many a fervent prayer for reinforcements from the coast, but the expeditions sent by Francisco Pizarro for their relief had been entrapped in the mountains and driven back or annihilated. A few weeks must seal the fate of the besieged, and Hernando was already importuned by his cavaliers to lead in a final effort to cut through the investing lines and escape with his starveling remnant. Not he. He swore, and the stoutest of his men swore with him, to fight while strength remained to wield a blade. But while the Spaniards were meeting in gloomy council, the Inca was confronted by a situation no less grave. Near the middle of a chill, clear night in the early spring, in the 5th month of the siege, Cristoval, now fully recovered, rode across the parade in front of the Inca's tent and dismissed his native troopers. For a week he had been guarding the Cuntisuyu road, suspecting a Spanish design to break through the lines. He had laid off his helmet when a messenger summoned him to the Inca. Cristoval found Manco alone, pacing his tent with bent head, his face more deeply clouded than the cavalier had ever seen it. His expression lightened at sight of the man who had become nearer a comrade than any had ever been before, and he said gravely, "I have sent for thee, Cristoval, to entrust thee with a mission which, in other circumstances, thou wouldst have found most welcome. Now it will be as painful to thee, I know, my friend and brother, and as it is to me. It is this. Thou wilt ride to Yucay, wilt set out tonight. Arriving there, thou'lt conduct the household forthwith to the security of the fortress at Ollantaytambo." Cristoval started. Was Yucay insecure? In heaven's name, what could make it so, with the Spaniards held like starving rats? Manco read his question and answered it bluntly. "We must raise the siege, Cristoval." Cristoval was aghast, unable to believe. "We must raise the siege," repeated Manco steadily. Cristoval put out his hand for the support of the table. When at last he spoke, his voice was harsh and unnatural. "Raise the siege, at this moment when victory is within your grasp? By God, man, it must not be. Who hath advised this folly?" Manco raised his hand. "It must be. I have held counsel all this day and tonight." "Your counselors, have they been stricken with madness?" cried the cavalier. "Do they not know?" "My friend," interrupted the Inca, placing a hand upon Cristoval's shoulder, "my counselors know what it is not possible that thou shouldst know, that Tavantinsuyu is menaced by a foe more ruthless than the one in yonder city. This hour hath been long foreseen, and now it is come. Hunger is abroad." "Your stanchest ally," interjaculated Cristoval. "An ally, but one ready to turn most cruelly against us. Hear me, Cristoval. It is not yet with us, with the army. Though thou hast seen the meager fare our braves have had these many days, and hast been in want thyself. But there is a graver peril. Thou knowest, the season of planting is at hand. The fields are waiting. Every province of the empire hath been denuded of its men, and only women, children, and the feeble are left to till the soil. The time is short, and if the grain be not sowed, a calamity will follow, blacker in its horror than that of war, which taketh only lives of men. Starvation recketh neither of sex nor age. The siege must end." Manco spoke with calmness. His face had paled, but otherwise his emotion was unbetrayed. Cristoval heard him in silence. The Inca's words, he knew, were final, radamanthine, once spoken, not to be opposed by human tongue. Manco resumed. "So it must be, Cristoval. The magazines are exhausted. I learned it finally today, and even the archers are in need of arrows. My warriors will march to their provinces with famine attendant, but they must go. I am defeated. Oh, great Inti, why? His words ended and he turned abruptly away. Cristoval sank into a chair and bowed his head upon his hands. To disband the army now would mean disaster irremediable. He sprang up with fiery, urgent words, but they were stayed by Manco, who faced him again with every trace of agitation gone. I said, defeated, forget that the word was spoken. Whilst life is spared me, and I have a warrior left to follow, there shall be no defeat. But now, Cristoval, thou wilt go. By midday tomorrow thou wilt have overtaken a force which marched today. At Yucai all will be in readiness. Word hath gone forward, and as soon as the palace is abandoned it will be stripped of all that yonder vultures crave. Having seen the household safely at Ollantaytambo, thou'lt return. I will remain near Cusco with some force, for the enemy shall find that peace is not yet. Now go, and heaven speed thee. Farewell. As Cristoval left the tent he turned. The Inca stood in thought, his dark, handsome face as calm as if his brave heart were untouched by disaster, untorn by myriad cares and sorrows. He waved his hand and Cristoval left him to the brooding silence of the night, and God alone knows what hours of anguish. As the cavalier rode forth in the starlight, he looked upon a dark, prophetic vision of the future of the fair empire for which he had been fighting. Tavantinsuyu was doomed. Doomed, he saw it now, from the moment Pizarro had set his foot upon its soil. The Spaniards would crowd to its shores like ravening wolves, and before the army could be recalled to the field it would be too late. He knew the indomitable resolution of his countrymen, their resources, and their driving rapacity too well to hope the Inca could ever regain the advantage now to be put aside. Unless crushed at what was yet its beginning, the conquest would never be abandoned. And too thoroughly did Cristoval know the nature of his race to foresee anything but cruel oppression for the conquered. He looked with clearer prevision than could the stricken monarch into the blackness of the years to come. The meeting of the lovers at Yucai was in joy and grief. Cristoval strove to inspire a hope he could not share. But when Rava took sorrowful leave of the palace, it was with an intuition that she would never enter it again. At Ollantaytambo their parting was in grief alone, and the cavalier rode back to Cusco, followed by many a tearful prayer. Pedro's fighting days were done, and as he stood on the rampart of the fortress, watching his old comrade's departure, the receding figure grew dim to him by reason of something more than dust and distance. Glory and peace. We shall be brief with the last scenes of the tragedy of Tavantinsuyu. It was night when Cristoval arrived at the heights overlooking Cusco, and the city lay dark and silent below. But the vast circle of the fires of the besieging host sparkled no more. The army had vanished. He found a remnant among the hills, picked warriors of the empire, led by Manco, and chosen to die in its last burst of glory. There were long weeks of fighting about the city, fierce dashes by the Spaniards, driven by famine from their lair among the ruins, more fiercely resisted by the watchful Manco, to be many times hunted back with shattered ranks. The Inca's small body of horsemen grew as steeds were captured from the foragers, and it met the raiders in more than one sharp encounter and pursuit, ending only in the environs of the city. But at last came reinforcements from Francisco, and Manco withdrew to Ollantaytambo to rest and recruit his battle-worn warriors, leaving Cristoval with his riders and a small command of Antis to watch. Not many days later, it was learned from a captured Canare that the Spaniards were planning an attack in force on Ollantaytambo. Assured of the information, Cristoval joined the Inca for its defense. They had not long to wait. With a strong body of cavalry and infantry, Hernando made a stealthy detour through the mountains in the valley of the Urubamba. He approached the fortress under cover of darkness and attacked at dawn, confident of taking it by surprise. Before midday, his column was flying for Cusco, defeated, demoralized, and in utter rout with the Inca in hot pursuit. Once more, Cristoval's band of horsemen and Mocho's Antis were scouring the valley of Cusco, lurking in the hills and passes, striking now here, now there, and intercepting, scattering, or destroying the parties which need of food or greed of plunder led from the city. informed by vigilant scouts of every move of the enemy, and guided by men familiar with every ravine and mountain trail, he struck often and with terrible unexpectedness. Repeatedly the Pizarro sent and even led in chase, always fruitlessly or with disaster. If the swift-moving band was encountered, it was in some position of its leader's own choosing, which more than offset the Spaniards' advantage of numbers. The cry, "El Renegado," for so Cristobal became known, grew to be one of terror, and raised suddenly in a party of marauders it carried panic. Impelled by the wrongs of his adopted people, those suffered in the past and blacker ones which he knew were to follow, he fought with reckless fury. One night, while in bivouac a few leagues from Cusco, a chasqui brought Cristobal a summons to Ollantaytambo with his command. The first thought of the cavalier was of the joy of seeing Rava, the next an undefined disquiet. Before dawn he was on the march. It was late when he entered the fortress, to be taken immediately to Manco's chamber. Paulo was with the Inca, and both embraced the cavalier with affection, the Inca adding a warm appreciation of his zeal and intrepidity. Paulo retired to apprise Rava. Manco regarded the march-stained soldier in rusty armor and said with less than his usual calm, but without the former gloom, "Cristobal, my brother, I have sent for thee to entrust another mission. Once more thou wilt take my loved ones to a place of safety. At dawn I leave with a few followers for a stronghold in the mountains of Apurimac, there to await the moment for reassembling my army. For the present, Ollantaytambo must be abandoned, and my few remaining troops disbanded. My last granary, my last armory, my last resource have been exhausted. But, my friend," he went on with increased energy, and taking the cavalier by the arm, "think not that Manco hath succumbed, nor that his sword will sleep through the months of waiting." "Then I should be among your followers, my lord," said Cristobal. "Nay, thou'lt serve me better for the present in another way. Safeguard my dear ones. It is a trust which I can confide to thee as to none other. Paulo is but a boy. I ask the greatest service thou canst render, for thy sword now can aid me little. But when the time cometh—" "Then I will call upon it, brave Cristobal," replied Manco, taking his hand. "But now, concerning a refuge, I have thought of Chilcala. I was there when a boy." Cristobal flushed with sudden feeling, and the valley with all its beauty, its dear associations and memories rose before him. "It is remote from Cusco," continued Manco, "and as I remember it, could be easily defended." "A handful of men could hold it against an army," replied Cristobal positively. "Then to Chilcala, and heaven guide thy way. Mocho will escort with his aunties, and thou'lt take thy riders, to hold them there until I call thee. They cannot serve me now, for I shall be in the mountains. Mocho will join me with his men in Apurimac. And now go to Rava, who will be waiting. I will be with you in an hour." He paused, and regarding the cavalier earnestly added, "I would, Cristobal, see you both happy before I say farewell." Cristobal flushed again. "God bless thee, Manco. God bless thee. I will say a word to Rava." Rava waited alone. As far as her door, but not beyond, we will follow the eager steps of Cristobal, then await, with what patience we may, the consequence of their meeting and tender duologue. And the consequence was this. Within the hour, Cristobal tore himself away, and in a condition of agreeable agitation, sought Pedro, who had expected his comrade's arrival, and had not retired. The cavalier's mood, as infectious as it was agreeable, seized upon the cook, and the cook, after interjections of the sort peculiar to himself, stumped out in quest of Father Tendilla. The good priest was asleep, but straightway became broad awake, fell prey to the infection, and arose precipitately. From Father Tendilla, Pedro went to the door of Senora Bolio, not without trepidation. The senora was likewise asleep, but after the fourth knock came to the door, far from being forgetful of her cleaver, and opened it to the slight degree consistent with modesty or caution, or both. Pedro imparted his item of intelligence. The senora uttered a cry of delight, and both incautiously and immodestly threw wide the door. "Is it so, Pedro? Is it so? Oh, the dear angel of a girl! Oh, Pedro, thou art the best and wisest of men!" And in the exuberance of her joy, the worst befell Pedro. He was embraced. "Pedro, thou art a love! "Fiends, woman," cried the cook, wrenching himself free. "'Tis no doing of mine. They brought it upon themselves. Oh, do I not know that, thou simple? But had it not been for thee, they never would. I will come at once, Pedro, dear." Pedro retired, not only agitated, but disarranged mentally and otherwise. Between midnight and dawn, within the dim, starlit ramparts of the ancient stronghold of Alanta, was a Christian wedding. Strange the place, yet more strange the assemblage gathered to witness. A stern-visaged young pagan monarch with softened eyes beaming beneath a crimson lautu. About him a score of grim, war-worn nobles of Tavantinsuyu with scars fresh from recent conflict, a throng of dark-haired women in loose flowing robes and adorned with barbaric splendor. A Spaniard with but one leg and a Spanish señora were there, the former glowing pleasantly with the sentiments of a genial heart, the other weeping with that mixture of feminine emotions inspired by such occasions which must forever remain inscrutable to man. Again, a declining day in the fair vale of Xilcala. Approaching by the gorge and nearing its head is a column of the Inca's warriors, some of them mounted and clad in viracocha mail and escorting a train of hamacas. It is led by a cavalier whose armor bears many a mark of hostile blade unknown when he rode out from the valley long and stormy months ago. The command halts at his signal, and riding back to one of the hamacas, he dismounts and assists its precious burden to alight. Together they walk forward to the edge of the lake, and Rava looks long and dreamily over its unruffled surface and mirrored mountains. There is the rocky promontory with its crowning of roofs and soft gleaming walls, the gently sloping shores with their fields and groves, the Andes clinging to the lower steeps, and the pinnacles towering above, and far across the valley, a hazy canyon from which these two, long ago it seems to them now, looked out over the welcome peacefulness. The sheltering peaks are touched with rose, blue transparent shadows are stealing up the eastern scarp, and across the still reflections creeps one thin silvery arrow in the wake of a balsa urged shoreward by a fisherman. His distant plaintive song floats across the lake and breaks into the murmur of the nearby stream. No other movement in all the tranquility, no other sound unless the whispered liquid notes of the rippling on the pebbles of the beach. Rava sighs, "Oh, Cristobal, is it not beautiful?" "Most fair," says the cavalier as he said long ago, and passes a steel-clad arm about her as he meets the deep eyes now brimming. There they dwelt, Cristobal and Rava, remote from the dreary scenes of the wars among the Spaniards, which followed close upon the fall of the empire of the Incas. They found peace and happiness in a love enduring as their lives. Happiness, it is true, with a deep, lifelong undertone of grief for Tavantinsuyu and its last Inca, but their sorrow drew them nearer, as sorrow must. They found, too, palliative in alleviating many an ill brought upon the people outside their valley by the subjugation, and the twain, after their marriage, the Autauchi Cristobal and the Palarava, are remembered in undying tradition. There withal dwelt Pedro, beloved comrade of Cristobal, and his genial head was silvered for many a long year, and all the children of the valley when from Father Tendia, who gathered his last flock in Xilcala, they had learned about the saints, fixed upon Pedro as the vicar of the patron saint of childhood. There, moreover, dwelt the Señora, the guardian angel of Pedro, a somewhat surcharged and superheated guardian angel, perhaps, but gradually moderating under the influence of the repose of the valley to a mild and kindly warmth. On one or more occasions in the early days, she requested Pedro's hand in marriage with affectionate impetuosity, but he gently though firmly refused and compromised with a promise never to leave the valley by stealth. And in support of all which precedeth thou mayest find, reader, in that peaceful valley, the Palacio del Autauchi Cristobal, and in its great hall 2 suits of armor side by side, one perfect, the other wanting in a jambe and soleret. They are cherished with almost equal pride and reverence by the de Peraltas, who dwell there still, and from whom thou mayest learn, though it may be with less detail, the history which endeth here. The end. Thank you for listening. Have a wonderful day.